Nina Bacchus, cattle, out of Wolf Creek. Loving the snow, do not like the ice.
Ed Wellner, swine representative. Lots of ice. But we've had pretty good moisture this winter. We'll see what happens to the winter wheat with all the ice.
Lila Taylor, cattle don't have any winter wheat, so we don't worry about that. But we got ice and we have a lot of snow. But I'm not complaining because I'm one of those that likes to plan ahead and have a little snow in case we don't get rain. So.
Brett DeBrucker cattle.
Are we on?
Yes, Dan, you got it. Thank you.
Same report as Ed. We've got a lot of ice. We've started calving now. Things are getting pretty hot and heavy at the moment. So.
John Scully cattle. John LaFelt called us yesterday and during our finance committee meeting said he wasn't going to be here. Sue is gone on a family vacation, and you are.
Oh, Mike Honeycutt, Executive Officer to the Board. Welcome to Helena.
Donna.
And I'm Donna Wilhelm, Administrative Assistant.
Can we start in the back row, Doc?
Yeah, Marty Zalewski, Animal Health and Food Safety Division, Livestock.
Tanya Szymanski, Animal Health Bureau.
Brian Engel, Pioneer Meats and Big Timber.
Stuart Doggett, Montana Veterinary Medical Association.
Steve Smith, Veterinary Diagnostic Lab.
Tanya Flowers, Project Meats.
Shane Flowers, Project Meats.
Okay, terrific. Thank you all for being here. There will be, in our agenda, there's a couple items dealing with the meat subcommittee, which I'm sure that's what some of you are here for. And during that period of time when the item comes up, I'll engage you to for any comments or that you might have dealing with the documents that we have in front of us to deal with. With that, let me ask: are there any consent agenda items that anyone would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know about removing it, but I think we'd like to have a kind of a report from the vet medical.
On which?
On the, what is it? Oh, the diagnostic lab committee that was.
Okay, I'll consider that removed from the consent agenda. Anything else? Is there a motion to approve or disapprove the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Carried. Okay, receipt of the Diagnostic Lab Committee letter. Mike? Stuart?
I'm looking for Brad here.
Yeah.
He's texting.
It's all right.
Well, I'll point out to the Board, you received the Veterinary Medical Association addressed a letter to John Felt, Chair of the Board, informing the Board that within their membership they have established a committee to help the department work on veterinary diagnostic lab issues, to help advise and work with the lab and also provide support for the lab, which we know is always very much needed. And so that's what I know. I guess I would turn if it's at the chair would like to allow them to explain more about what they're hoping to accomplish and the partnership they're looking for.
Do you want me to come up there? How's this work?
I think they can hear you from that end on that speaker right there in front of Donna, so you don't think it should work. Otherwise, you can't come up here, Stuart.
Okay. Hope you can hear me.
They could probably on video could probably see you better if you come up here.
Okay. Yeah, they can see my bald spot.
There you go.
Can we make sure
There's
that's
Brad.
plugged in?
Hey, could I just...
Is that plugged in?
There you go.
Actually, I think I'll have Brad do this.
Okay.
Do you want to introduce yourself? And Brad, we're just... this is the board, and go forward, just kind of explain it. Just I segregated this from the consent agenda, just kind of
I'm looking for it. It's right now.
a little bit of the committee, what we kind of envision.
Yeah.
So you should look there. You're on video.
Okay.
Brad, just identify yourself if you would, because you're on TV, so
Okay. Well, my name's Brad DeGroat. I'm a veterinarian in Dillon, Montana, working with the Montana Veterinary Medical Association, and we're in terms of what we want to accomplish with the Board of Livestock and the Department of Livestock in relation to the diagnostic lab is we want to offer whatever expertise we can to the direction of the lab and help assess what the needs are for diagnostic services in the state and promote the diagnostic lab to the veterinarians within the state. So if there's anything we can do for the board in that regard, we are eager to help in any way we can. So any questions?
Okay. Questions from the board? Stuart, anything to add to that?
No, I just would remind the board that our membership did a survey a few years ago to kind of verify the support for the lab. Excuse me. Again, I'm Stuart Duggan with the Montana Veterinary Medical Association. I just would remind the board that a few years ago our association did a survey of our membership of veterinarians across the state, which actually basically validated the support for the lab and the continuation and how it sort of serves the clients that our veterinarians serve across the state, especially large animal veterinarians. So there's good support among our membership. There's also people that are ready to get involved politically and also provide other resources to assist in this effort to enhance the lab and as it makes changes going forward. So we'd like to be a partner, and Brad's leadership and the leadership of our new president has been very helpful, Katie Ryan, in kind of getting this committee together. So we probably should have been at the table sooner, but we're just kind of getting some things around it. So we're underway, and we also start our winter meeting this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in Bozeman. So if there's anything you have going forward or before that meeting, please share it, and we look forward to working with you and the lab.
Questions or comments?
9 o'clock. Have you had any discussions with the legislative committee that is working on the lab? And if not,
Talking about the building.
the building itself, that might be something you might consider.
I've had some side conversations as a representative for the MVMA with legislators about it, and I've certainly watched either video or attended those discussions with it, but so far we haven't stood up and provided input. I kind of wanted to get a little bit more of the direction of our board on it. I talked to Steve, and Brad knows on Thursday we're going to do a tour. Some of our folks have been to the lab, some haven't, and I think that'll kind of bring about awareness. But I think our intention is moving forward that we want to get more active and find out the best spot to support, enhancement of the diagnostic lab and or the building. Yeah.
Anything else, Doc?
That's it.
Well, let me do any other questions?
No, that was going to be my question.
In the Finance Committee report, or Finance Committee meeting, and just for the record, we will report in during the Finance section, but we did publish that committee announcement last Friday, made it open to the public because we wound up having the possibility then we'd have 4 board members there. As it turns out, we did, so it was noticed to the public, and so we'll do a report on that later on. But as a part of that, the lab did come up for a variety of reasons. Personnel items that will be discussed, I'm sure, later. Pardon me. And then financial issues, because as you know, it's an enterprise fund now, and that I don't think is wholly sunk into all of us yet what that really means. And we still have the obligation on an annual basis, at least committed to do the pricing and cost studies that we need to talk about later. We'll try to get a set of schedule for that. And so there probably is some real benefit for us to interface with you so you know what the status of it is, and I'm sure we'd be happy to, if you need somebody to appear at your committee meetings, one of us will make it. And if you have questions after today's meeting, just call me.
Okay, well, thank you.
I'd be happy to comment about it. And if you're not here during the whole meeting today, which I suspect you won't be, then there'll be some discussions about the financial piece of the diagnostic lab during the remainder of our meeting, and will, some insight and comments would be very, very helpful.
I think from my perspective, it's been interesting to listen as a non-veterinarian to veterinarians, what kind of the priority items that they utilize the resources of the lab for. And I think that's where we can really help you and also the legislature to say, here's the top 3 or 5 different items that they find, but also the fee scheduling. And as you mentioned, going to an enterprise fund, that's a real mixed bag.
It is, and as you well know, because of your history, the diagnostic lab has had issues for 25 years and a struggle for that long period of time in front of the legislature, and it won't end tomorrow. So,
yeah,
that's great. Thank you for your offer. If for no other reason, thank your committee and your president.
We'll do.
Anything, Mike? You're welcome.
No, other than I've made a note to myself, I'll connect with Stuart sometime here after your meeting. I'll let you guys get your board meeting out of the way next week, but
sure.
I appreciate the tour, but at some point we probably should, what I describe sort of a read-in meeting, and just staff here from the department and members of the committee that can make it, so we get together face to face and sort of see what concrete things we can iron out in the near term. So I'll be contacting you to try and set something like that up.
Okay, sounds good.
So there are about 5 categories, just for your reference now. The future of the lab, the building itself, the daily operations of it relative to enterprise fund, fee structures, and the technology evolution of it. And the reason I say technology is that we have some audit. We had audit responses we have to make, and there's been terrific progress made on all that. But as you know, chronic wasting disease has come to town, and so that has a technology, a capital, and whatever requirements. So those would be the main categories that we laid out yesterday.
Great. Well, thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Any questions to the board? All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, Personnel Committee, Mr. Brucker.
So Mike sent out an email here a little bit ago, and I just saw it in passing when I was driving down the road, and I never had a chance to go back and print it off. And
well, let's skip that for the moment. Let's just skip that, and we'll come back to you later then. Give you a chance to look at it during the break. Legislative audit update, Brucellosis performance update.
You want to approve the minutes?
Didn't we vote?
We did.
Did we vote?
We voted on all
In
the
the
consent
yeah,
items.
in the consent.
I voted on the consent
On the
agenda.
I see, which is fine. That makes sense.
Okay, legislative audit update. A couple things you'll notice I've dropped lab performance audit for now. As we reported, I think, at the last meeting, we submitted our report to legislative audit, and they come back, and I guess the only thing left now is at some point the final readout of that will come up, or their final report will come up at an audit committee meeting. So once that's scheduled, I'll let the board know. Finance audit didn't bullet point on the agenda because we're in lag time for that. So this spring, the financial auditors will come back for our regular financial audit from the legislature, and we'll let you know when they're back around. They'll be back in here, probably in this room, pouring through things. On the brucellosis audit, that's the one we've got that's active, that we're still working on, that's in process, that we've not been asked for a final report yet. Back to legislative audit on that one, but I assume it will come at some point. They will ask for our final report. We've been reporting on it at the past few meetings. If I go back to the last meeting, you heard Dr. Liska share with you that in the course of some of the work they were doing, they were finding compliance issues. They were communicating to those producers that had compliance issues and sort of giving them the warning that in the future those activities will be cited if they find those. And so at this time, I don't know that there's anything new or any new activity related to brucellosis audit or any new thing that the staff has put in place, but I would defer to Drs. Zalewski and Szymanski if they have information to share directly related to the brucellosis audit and work they're doing to comply with those findings.
Good morning, Board. Tani Szymanski, Animal Health Bureau. Just a couple of quick updates on the brucellosis compliance audit. One is we are having new brand books, the BE10 printed, enough books for 1 year for all of the brand inspectors in the DSA. That will now have a checkbox on it that they can say, when you did this inspection, were you standing in the DSA, basically. And that will allow us to go back and review that information when it's entered into the database here. We'll be able to evaluate field inspections as they're done, to look at our DSA producers and evaluate compliance in a little bit more rapid fashion. 2 is we're printing cards that will be provided to all of the brand inspectors that they can put into that brand book that has just a basic outline of what our DSA regulations are, as well as a map of the DSA for their reference. 3 is in regards to our compliance evaluation for the previous fiscal year. We have completed that. The report is not finalized yet, but Dr. Liska and Dr. Kalazak went through and looked at all of the producers in the DSA and all of the movements. And at the conclusion of that evaluation, they found 20 individuals that were out of compliance. They made contact with all of those individuals to correct them, provide education to them, and letters went out to all of those producers in the last week. One other update is the communication between the laboratory system and our animal health system has been kind of completed, and so we are now requiring that any testing that's done in the designated surveillance area have a producer assigned lid put onto that test chart, so that when it goes to the lab, that's the kind of the common denominator, and that information will come from the lab to our animal health system. So we'll get test data directly from the lab into our system associated with that lid, so we'll be able to again monitor testing in a much more timely fashion. And that's all we have.
Questions from the board?
John, Mr. Chairman, Tony, what for the 20 producers that are out of compliance? And you sent them letters. What's the next? What's sort of the next step that you go through? I mean, obviously everybody has to be in compliance, but I'm asking for those. Is there anything?
Yeah, so Dr. Liska just walked in the room, and certainly he can interject here if he has additional information. What the finding was for a lot of these out-of-compliance movements were, a ranch that collectively meets our threshold for testing requirements, so they have tested more than 15% of their animals. Most of their movements are in compliance. Maybe a single animal that moved that they didn't get a test on, a test that was out of date because it had been 90 days instead of 60, just kind of simple misses. There weren't, I don't believe, any really egregious errors in the compliance violations that we found. And I think all of them, just through that communication, direct communication and education, are easily resolved.
Thank you.
Timing's everything, Doc.
My apologies, I was dropping off kids at school, but Eric Liska, Department of Livestock. Mr. Chair, members of the board, so absolutely Dr. Szymanski is spot on. The majority of those actually were, say, bulls that had a test but went beyond the 30-day mark in the spring. So and most of them actually went into dry lot. So they were tested, went into dry lot, were tested maybe again for breeding soundness, and then were sold, so they were up beyond the 30-day mark. So there really wasn't, there were very few of those were, actually, there wasn't a single one of those that were egregious. If there were, we would certainly follow up on them and go further down the road, but none of them were worth really following up.
Any questions? Is there a reason why we can't put a check mark in that book that says that they asked the producer if they were tested? It seems to me that I think it's a great idea you're putting it on that brand book, but if the inspector could say, have you tested, or have you bled these animals, and it either checks the mark yes or no.
That is not something, Mr. Scully, that we have explored. It's certainly a conversation that we can have and see
Because we can't force them to hold the animal, but it would put the question right there for your reference point. Anyway, I'd encourage you to look at it and see. I mean, they have to inspect and let the animal go, I understand that. But then you've got a response that they're either glad or they weren't. There could be a whoops there. Anyway,
And I'm,
good for that.
Mr. Chair, I might add that, again, that with only 19, I think in the end, 19 out of compliance out of 340, the question would come up, is it necessary? But I understand where you're coming from. I guess what I would say is that I think oftentimes these inspectors do ask where they bled, and the producer says yes. The problem is it was 90 days ago.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And so then it comes down to
Gotcha.
understanding was that within the third.
Difference.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And in the fall it gets a little complicated because it's good for up to 7 months.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have a comment. I asked a producer that we bought some bulls, how they try to comply. They said they bleed them the Saturday after the sale. That's sort of their way they do it. And then they know they've got 30 days to get stuff moved. And, they moved quite a few bulls. So I just, for some reason, asked him when we were there how they did it. And he said that's how they try to make the window big enough to get them gone before the 30 days. So.
Could you get me a copy of the DSA brucellosis rules prior to that? Or the 22nd meeting or whatever it is?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you want the specific, the technical version?
Yeah, just so that I got it without any legal room. Anything else? Thank you, Doc. Very much. Anything else on audit? Do you want to try to, from the meeting yesterday, we agreed that we were going to ask you to schedule the cost and pricing study, so for next board meeting, could you let us know what that schedule is?
Yes.
Okay, meat poultry inspection, process improvement, committee report and/or items for consideration, basically.
Well, we had the last committee report at the last board meeting, but I guess we're going to get into the appeal process. Is that what we're...
We've got the appeal process, the food recall process, and then following
overall,
that,
the overall.
We'll do overall.
For the entire department, right?
Okay, so let's go ahead and, did you want to say anything about either one of those two processes?
No.
Okay, appeal process. You all should have a document.
Do they have?
Which is the appeal guidelines draft, January 23, 2018. Mike?
Yeah. I will address this. The board has directed me to work on this and bring something back.
No, I think it's passed. Do you have an extra one, sir?
There's some being passed around. There'll be extras. I got 25.
Okay, Brett needs one, yeah.
I need one. I never.
And of course, on the printed copy,
Did you
the
get one?
electronic copy I sent to the board had nice blue type for everything that was different from Mr. Stutz's August 30th version that he wrote, but on here it will appear in light gray, which is not probably great for the eyes, but at least give you some distinction. So I will go through and just say, here are the things that I incorporated new. I'm sure others will have other input on it, but this was based on the last meeting that was held in Bozeman.
Hold on a second. Everybody have a copy?
This goes back to the last meeting we had in Bozeman and the notes that we collected from that about the appeal process and trying to address some of the concerns that the processors in that meeting had with the way the process was written in the August 30th version. So the first thing is on page 2 under who may appeal. The last sentence of that section says that an appealing regulated party that is not an individual must be represented through legal counsel for appeals reaching the 6th level of the chain of command. If you remember, Rob had his legal reasons for why at a certain point in the process, an entity that's not an individual, so an LLC or something of that nature, had to be represented through legal counsel because of Montana law. Our previous version said that that would start at a lower level, but in the conversations we had, what this means is that doesn't trigger until the appeal reaches the board level. So the individual can represent themselves all the way up till they get to this level in surface and intermediate.
Mr. James, can I ask Mike a question? My notes say that a corporation, is that just corporation, or is that LLC, any kind of a entity?
And I think it's any entity that's not that's not an individual. So a sole proprietorship, for example, would not have to follow this. But
because my notes said corporation, I just wanted to make sure.
Well, it was corporation, LLCs, or it could be limited partnerships. Too.
Right. Okay.
And once again, there may be some other comments here, but I'm just going to skip through to the things that are different for right now. So the next one would be on page 3 under when must appeals be made. The original version stated 30 days. They had 30 days to do an appeal. I don't know if we had complete agreement in the committee meeting, but 60 days is what I had in my notes that when we talked about might be enough time. It'll be interesting, and we should get thoughts from the public on that. But for now, I had plugged in 60 days of from when an activity occurs to when the appeal must be filed. Later on that page, under when will an appeal be decided, there's a lot of new language there. That basically, one of the things we didn't have in here was any sort of timeline for the department to respond to the appeal, which was an issue. Borrowed some language from FSIS here that was in some FSIS documents, and tweaked it a little bit because our levels and so forth are different. But basically saying at levels 1, 2, and 3, so those really close to the staff that are making the decision, that they should be able to answer those requests within 2 weeks, because they have access and they don't have to be read in quite as much on the information. The 4th and 5th level, which is the division administrator and the executive officer, should be within a month, because they have to take a little more time to get themselves acquainted with the situation, but still not an unlimited amount of time. And then for the board, it's 60 days when it comes to the board. Mainly just because the board may meet monthly. Sometimes you meet bi-monthly. And so there's got to be time to be able to schedule that in for you to have time to review it and then come to a board meeting and make a decision. The other piece of language here that's a little different that was not in the original was we had a conversation in the committee meeting about what happens if it stalls. What happens if 2-3 weeks goes by and someone in the process is not moving forward? Can it move up without having a decision made at that level? And so this language was added that if it does become stalled at a lower level and is not answered within the time frame, it may be escalated to that point to the next level because we can't have it sitting there in a continual status of inactivity. The rest of the language here is the same the rest of the way through in terms of the process and how it'll happen from that point. But those are what I had captured from the committee meeting as key points of incongruence, if you will, between that August 30th version and what we were hearing from the public. And so I tried to address those in this new draft version. And so there I'll stop.
Questions by the board? Brad?
So one of the last things Mike discussed about when will an appeal be decided, that last line, and if an appeal is stalled at the lower level, it may be escalated to the next level. How's that all come to fruition?
I think what he's suggesting here is that if an appeal, unless you got a clear answer, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll say one of the things this process sets up is that all appeals have to come to one place, which is the executive office. So it gets tagged at that point in time. We know when we received it. And so then the executive officer assigns it to the appropriate level. So we have a timeline of knowing when that happens. So if someone complains and says, I've sent in my appeal, we have a record of it and say, well, yeah, it's been 2.5 weeks, it should have been responded to by now. If there's no forthcoming answer, I guess from the policy, the executive officer makes that decision at that point in time. Okay, it moves up to the next level, whether that's to themselves or to the board or wherever it is in the process to go ahead and start getting done.
So,
Or just ask that an answer be given at that time, and it needs to be, given right then because there's a complaint about how long it's taken.
so basically, excuse me,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, the executive officer is the one that can move it up. I mean, he's,
Right.
whoever's in that position is in charge of that time. Okay.
And the process, and Rob, that was a lot of what he talked about originally. Rob set this process up so that there is one place for this to come into the department as opposed to multiple avenues for it to come into the department, so that an official timeline could be established and move forward from it.
I know.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, it says it may be escalated, but what are the consequences to the level 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., if they have not answered in the appropriate amount of time?
What are the consequences? Well, those would be personnel.
I mean, the way I read this, they're supposed to answer within a given amount of time, and if they don't, then what?
That would be personnel based. That's how it would be dealt with. So that because it's their job to answer it.
But if you're the person with the appeal, I'm playing devil's advocate here, and you were expecting their appeal to be answered in a given amount of time, and it has not been, you're sitting there. So then, can you ask for it to go up to the next level and
Oh, yes.
regardless?
Yes. I mean, if it's past those time frames, that's what's saying. If it's stalled there and that time period's lapsed, certainly one of the things I think this puts the executive officer position in the responsibility of setting that timeline and staying on top of it. And if they're not bringing it to resolution, I would say that it should be escalated inside the department. Say, okay, you've had enough time. But certainly, if someone says, hey, I know I sent this to you 2 weeks ago and it's not been answered, then we move it forward. And like I said, the original version of this, and I'll say the federal version of this, puts no timelines on anything. So we're creating. This is one of those times where we talk about meets and exceeds with the Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau. This is one of those times we're sort of volunteering to exceed what the federal requirements are.
And it's in writing, and there's a time limit. Ed?
Chair, Mike, and it should all be in writing or emails,
Yes,
not
that's in
mouth
here.
to mouth.
Yes.
Right.
Everything here requires that the appeal and the documentation come in writing. Yes. The only thing that I think the appeals guideline, and this was in the August 30th version, says if you're out in the field with an inspector and they're getting ready to make a decision and you just want to ask them to reconsider their decision, you don't have to go write a letter and put out documentation. Your first step is to say, I think you're wrong about that, and I think you should reconsider your decision. But once the non-compliance or whatever the next step is, whatever the administrative act is, has been done, that's when the appeal process starts. So we're not putting people in a position that in the verbal they have to start writing letters because someone said, I think I'm going to write this up, right? But once it gets written up, that's an official administrative act, and that can be appealed.
Any questions of the board? I have one.
Okay, thank you.
I have one. I don't see in here the right of the appellant to skip a layer if they believe that. I mean, it could be a situation where the supervisor's standing right there along with it when they write the letter and said, well, you sign it, you're the inspector. But there's no right to skip a layer if they believe that they have cause to do so.
And we spoke of that.
And we spoke of that, and that should be in here. See what I'm getting
Oh,
at?
I see, yeah.
Unless
So
I'm missing it.
So one of the things it doesn't spell out, and you're right, that there's not a sentence there for that, but there should be, is that when it's received by the executive officer's duty is to assign the appropriate level.
Right.
And so when the appeal comes, if the appeal should indicate who was involved. So in that case, let's say the implant personnel, their area supervisor, and the bureau chief are all standing there at the time the decision's made. It's going to start at the division administrator level because those three people were all part of making the decision that's being appealed.
So let's go ahead and say, so comments from the professionals that are here?
Where would that be, Mike?
I think it would go under how appeals must be made, and it talks about sending the executive officer. There should be a description of what the executive officer does with it when they receive it, which is to ascertain the facts and assign the appropriate level for it to start.
Right. And giving him discretion to move it up a little. Mm-hmm. Any comments on any section of the document from the group? Okay, here, Brian.
Quick question.
Identify yourself, please.
Oh, Brian Engel, Pioneer Meats.
Get a little closer to the swamp, will you?
Brian Engel, Pioneer Meats, Chairman of the board, Mr. Honeycutt. In our committee, on the thing where it was referring to the appealing party is not an individual, there was a reference there. And there was a question in our committee meeting, and and I still question why, if you are an LLC or a corporation, if you come before the board, you can't come before the board as you're representing yourself. You have to have a lawyer. I still question why that has to happen, and I guess I missed the definition from Mr. Stutz of how and why. I don't know if I missed the meeting or something there, but that is a question. I really wonder why you have to be represented by a lawyer instead of yourself. Pardon?
I think he took the position that in the state of Montana, the corporate entity is represented by legal counsel in appellate processes. And I could be wrong about that, but I think that's the position he's taken. But we can get him to give us notification of that.
Okay. And we can cite what it comes from, statute, rule.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then the other thing, Mr. Honeycutt, you didn't point it out, but there's some blue letters on the very last page.
What page are you on?
Page 5.
Okay.
Maybe I missed, maybe I didn't.
It just, the references, the 81-9-231.
Those were in the previous document. Those citations were in the August 30th version.
Oh, okay.
They're in blue because if you have the electronic version, they're actually hyperlinked. When you click on them, it goes to MCA, to that actual statute.
Mm-hmm. Isn't presently that, and I was able to find it, the 235-3 with the limited service I have, and it does say 10 days in that, but isn't it presently 30 days? You can appeal for judicial review within 30 days of a board's final decision?
As my understanding, state law requires that happen within 10 days.
Okay.
Well, we can ask him that question too.
Because I thought presently, or at least 2 months ago, that it was a 30-day.
Well, I think I'm going to take a position that I took at one of our meetings, that because this process is being legally challenged, we're not going to discuss it.
Okay.
Oh.
I just wanted.
Though that question was raised, I think, in an interesting way at our committee meeting, and I was grateful for the answer I gave at this meeting, because it's clearly an issue on appeal and it's going to be discussed here while I'm chairing the meeting.
I understand. I wasn't trying to do any of that. I'm questioning that.
Okay.
This one.
We'll get information from the
Thank you,
legal
Mr. Chairman.
counsel. And we may get that later today, so.
Okay.
Because we have a break.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, any other issues, any other comments? Okay, so we have a document here that, with the exception of those two questions, is there a motion to approve, or do you want to wait you get a response from legal counsel, and you get those corrections. One correction can be made easily. We'll have questions from legal counsel. You want to delay approval till after we have that discussion with legal counsel?
Can we have approval contingent upon?
Well, we can just wait today.
Today,
We'll
we can do it later today.
We can do it later today. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll postpone it for a moment. Okay, the recall document. Mike?
Yes, so, and I have copies of that. For those that don't have it, first I'll make sure the board gets copies of it. You got your copy. You got a copy of Lila, do you have a copy?
I have one, thank you.
Okay. Donna wants one for the minutes, I'm sure. There you go. So, the other topic of conversation at the committee meeting and the other direction from the board to myself was to put together a recall process based on two versions we had looked at. Obviously, we had the FSIS sort of short document, and some of you will remember seeing this, but I'll hold it up. I had copies of it at the last meeting, but it's this FSIS sort of short document that takes the full directive, which is with all the effectiveness check information, is 40 or 50 pages long, and sort of boils it down into something that people can understand. What's supposed to happen in a food, or in this case meat recall process in conjunction with 8080.1, and should make it a little bit more understandable. We also looked at a version that was more from the processor side that's utilized in the Minnesota meat and poultry inspection program. And so the document that you have is a lot of this language, but put into a form that applies to the state, and some of the language from that Minnesota document that we looked at. What this sets up is the major things here that I would say is, as you look through that, it sets up, and I think that's where we definitely want to get some feedback from the industry folks who are here to make sure we captured some of that conversation. But I did go back, I know there was some conversation about it at the last board meeting, but I went back to the notes of our last committee meeting in Bozeman to form that. But it sets up a recall committee, and there's a few things here that I think puts in play some things that are both good for the state and good for the processor. I mean, obviously there's always the ability for the processor to find something in the course of their own testing and report that and voluntarily put their recall plan into place and move forward with that. Probably more why this is needed is the cases where there might be disagreement about the need to do that. And so the recall committee and the people, or the positions that were identified there, were the positions we talked about in that meeting in Bozeman, that we would want a meat science expert, and I kind of put in parentheses, hopefully we'll continue to have people like that at Montana State University, but that's somebody outside of the department, outside of the program, preferably somebody who's like we currently have at MSU, who is identified by USDA as having knowledge in the area and serving as what they call a processing authority. Hopefully we'll continue to have that in Montana. There could be a future year where we don't have that. And then it also sets up that we talked about a microbiologist, which potentially be another person outside the department, somebody from a scientific background. And then there's layers of employees within the department. So the board and the executive officer, the division administrator or the bureau chief, and then there was one specific staff member, as I went back through the notes, that was mentioned, and that would be whoever is in the Enforcement Investigation Analysis Officer position, EIAO, that whoever serves in that role should be a part of that recall committee. So if a plant inspector or through a normal sampling a problem is noticed, this process spells out that an investigation will occur, what types of activities happen in that investigation, and then that information is all digested and looked at by the recall committee. The recall committee forms an initial recommendation to the establishment to either recall or not to recall, or whatever the case may be. But if it's, that recommendation goes to the establishment, they have 48 hours to any other facts, evidence that they want before that recommendation is finalized to get that in, and potentially the recall committee would change their opinion But after that process is completed, there is a finalized recommendation for recall made that the establishment owner can either accept that recommendation or not accept that recommendation. One of the things that's in the document here, and I think needs to remain in the document, but could be a sticky point, which is there's always, if the establishment chooses not to voluntarily recall, there is always the possibility that the program might actually have to move forward with administrative action if they still believe that there is a problem there that hasn't been dealt with, that puts people at risk or potentially puts people at risk. So there's always that option in the background. However, there is in this process that does put people on two different roads. So if someone voluntarily recalls, that's their decision. They begin to execute their recall plan. And if you look back at the appeal process, there's not an appeal that goes with that because they made that decision. And they have to communicate that intent or that decision in writing. That's another thing we put in here because we've had issues with the verbal process. The federal uses a verbal process. We found that doesn't really work for us. We want to get it in writing so that people say, I am submitting to this or I'm not. I'm following the recommendation or I'm not. But the other road is if someone chooses not to follow a recommendation to recall from the committee and there's other administrative action needed, then all of that administrative action at that point then comes under the administrative process of appeals or potentially potentially even a hearing if it's actually suspending someone's license or something of that nature that's up at that level. So that's kind of does set forth two different roads. But I do believe it's an improvement upon what we were doing, and I think as far as what types of people would serve on a recall committee and those types of things, I still would like to hear from the industry because I was trying to capture. We talked a lot about that, and we started out with 7, then we went back to 5. We talked about putting some people on, and then we took them off. And so I hope that I captured the intent there from that meeting, but I'm sure I possibly could have missed something. The only thing I'll point out that I've noticed since I sent this to the board last week is that one of the things we didn't do was put a time frame on when the establishment should let us know their decision after they get the final recommendation. So if they get a recommendation to recall, how long do they have? It's not written in here. How long do they have to notify the department, yes, I'm accepting the recommendation, or no, I'm not going to accept the recommendation? And that's probably an oversight on my part.
I marked that. But
Yeah.
okay. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Well.
Mike, did we say 48 hours? Or did we talk about 48 hours?
We had talked about it. It was in one of the federal documents. I don't know if that's buried somewhere in the big 50-page directive that at the federal level there is a process, a timeline that once you receive the initial findings, you have an opportunity to dispute those.
Okay.
Look on the page, whatever it is, 3, up at the top, right above the how does the MDOL, and I put a note in there to that very point that it doesn't have the notice piece in it. But I'm a little confused with regards to the 48 hours. I was thinking we were talking about 48 hours to notify us as to whether they were accepting or rejecting the recall committee's recommendation.
Right.
Okay? What this says is the firm has 48 hours to present any information it disputes from the recall committee's findings and must declare its intent to accept or deny the recommendation in writing.
Yeah.
So what I don't understand is why we would be starting another round of dispute by, I'm assuming that all the information would go in one shot, and this is a rebuttal in the way I think about it. The committee makes a finding which is to support or deny the recall. Seems fairly simple at that point, but then then the language says I get another peck at the apple, but then there's nothing done with it. It's just the apple's thrown over the fence. So I'm thinking that in my own mind that I would give the 48 hours for the entity to declare its intent to accept or
Right.
deny the recommendation, and that's it.
And during which I think there's the opportunity, if they have additional scientific support or something like that, that they want to look forward with it. If the recall committee, you just want to make sure the recall committee, there's an opportunity if the recall committee, there was something that because these things are flowing very fast, if there was something that didn't get into evidence, and before you execute that sort of opportunity, you'd want to make sure they had a chance to consider that before they said, okay, we're done, we're final. But you could still do the same thing if that came up before their window had run out to answer you. I would hope that the recall committee would have flexibility to be, we did not have that in our preliminary investigation, and consider that information.
Well, that's what bothers me, is that you wind up, you could be playing both ends against the middle, right? Flip it over on the other side and be negative about it and say, well, I'm going to give you half a loaf, and you can make up your decision on that, and then you make a decision to support the recall. I say, oh, wait a minute, I got another half loaf here for you. Then what are you going to do?
Right.
You going to hold another hearing?
Yeah, I got you.
And so it seems to me that the recall committee is set up to advise the company as to whether they agree with the recommendation or they don't. They're not an evidentiary body. They're not soliciting evidence to make a ruling on evidence. They're going to take information, and that decision isn't appealable. It's just helpful, I would hope.
Yeah, we're not.
So
I guess I have a question. We're not really in the middle of. I mean, the whole point of this recall committee, which was at the request of the processors, is that they have somebody to go to, right?
Right.
To sort of hear whether they should or shouldn't go. We're really not. I shouldn't say we're not in the middle of it, but
we're not going to approve the science of it.
right. I guess that's what I'm
You're going to
trying
rely on the science that's approved by, if there's a science issue,
But
FSIS.
it's for their benefit. I mean,
Well, it depends on how you view it.
Yeah.
It can be viewed every way. I would say, as I said, I think it has, thinking of some situations we've dealt with, it has some advantages for the processor. Here's one of the things is you make sure that this is not a one-person decision. Right? The recommendation.
I agree.
Because the recommendation to recall, if the recommendation is to recall, right? If that is the recommendation, that carries with it some pretty important things that we have to act on by federal law. Which means if they deny that, then we have to consider what do we do now.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And so it doesn't mean that the issue is dead. It just means I'm not gonna execute my recall plan. But at least when they get that recommendation, they know that's not a one or two person thing, and that it's been reviewed by multiple people, and multiple people have seen what the situation is and come to that same conclusion. Now, like I said, on the department side, it also makes sure that we document why the decision or whatever the recommendation is. It puts us in a position to have to document why that's the recommendation. It puts us in a position to have to consult with other people. So if the recommendation is to recall, it's pretty well laid out that and we've actually consulted. I'll say on the federal process, if you read the federal process for small and very small establishments, that recall committee is all internal FSIS employees. Every single person on it works for FSIS, so one of the things I think is a little different about ours is because we don't have the depth, we don't have the bench that FSIS has. We have to go outside to the education world or the science world and bring some of those people in to review it, because we don't have a wealth of those people on our staff. And so that's another sort of thing that I think it's good both ways, because that we're getting, if the recommendation to recall, we're getting an external validation for the establishment. They know it's not just all the regulator or not just all the staff who made that decision or came to that conclusion. So as I said, mixed bag's probably a good word for it. This is never a good thing, but I think there's some improvements here that help both the establishment and the department in getting to the right answer and doing our job.
Let me offer a suggestion that might cure the problem I have, and then you can all think about it or reject it or whatever. look at that page, and the paragraph that I'm looking at is the paragraph that starts with, at the top of the page, the last page in the document. It starts with, the recall committee advises. Okay? For that paragraph, I would recommend we do the following. The recall committee advises the company of its recommendation, period. Strike the rest of it and start again where it says the firm. The firm has 48 hours to declare its intent to accept or deny the recommendation in writing to the MDOL Meat and Inspection Bureau Chief, period. Then I would take the language that is stricken and I would do this. In the paragraph immediately preceding that paragraph, after it says, in addition to determining the class of the recall committee verifies that the company has identified production and distribution information to facilitate the recall. A new sentence that says, it will provide an opportunity for the firm to offer any information it wishes the committee to consider regarding the recall, period. And that way it's incumbent on the recall committee to provide the opportunity for the company to provide whatever information they want to provide for them to consider. And once they've made their decision, they notify the company, and then the company has 48 hours to tell them they agree or disagree. Okay. That would be my cure, but that may not be anybody else's. Right.
How much time, what you just recommended there, how much time do they have to provide the firm?
I didn't set any time frame. I just said they must provide the opportunity, which would, in my view of the world, would require them to give them notice and say, if the producer says we'd like the recall committee to review the decision that's been made, the recall committee gathers and gives notice to the producer that says you need to provide us whatever information you want to provide us because our meeting is established by notice on such and such a day. And it could be, and then I don't think there's a time frame put in here, is there? So there's no, at the federal level, there's no time frame, but in here, there's no time frame for the recall. So it'd be reasonable. They'd have to have notice of their meeting because it's public, and in that, they would have to provide whatever information they want the recall committee to.
And I think both ends here in a situation like this both have incentive to operate as quickly as the situation will allow. One, because if you're on the establishment side and you know that a recall committee is being convened, you've got your recall plan. I would imagine you're going to begin holding product. You don't want to hold that product and you're going to begin making plans to get it back. You don't want to hold that product for 3 or 4 weeks, right? Especially if it's fresh product, you don't want to hold it even that long. You want to get it out. So you want it to get resolved quickly, I would think. And on our side, we want it resolved quickly because the longer you go, the harder it is. If you are doing a recall, the harder it is to get some of that product back. Plus, I'd also point out one of the things that was in the backdrop of this was the Office of Inspector General released a report in the last month slapping the hands of the Food and Drug Administration, not on meat recalls, but this was on general food recalls. But they kind of slapped the FDA's hand because they had some recalls that had drug out for 3 or 4 or 5 months, and that product was in commerce all that time while people were making up their decision. And from a public health and safety standpoint, if there was a problem, that was too long. In some of the cases that FDA dealt with, mostly it was about mislabeled because it didn't have allergens declared, or in the ingredients label and so on and so forth. And that's if you've got something out there that doesn't say it has peanuts in it, but it does have peanuts in it, I mean, there's a lot of risk there the longer that stays out there. So there's incentive on both sides to try and wrap up the process in the most expedient form fashion. I think now establishments could maybe tell me different, but I think even from their perspective, they want this to happen in a pretty timely process because it's a disruption to their business if it drags out forever and ever and ever. And some of them have probably experienced that.
Okay, other questions from the board? Ian, I have one more. Who does the notice go to?
Where are we?
Which notice? Notice
The notice of their choice to engage the recall committee.
Oh, so if they want to engage the recall committee?
Yeah, if the producer wants to have the recall committee activated, who does that notice go to?
Well, I would say it goes to the meat inspection bureau chief. That's the highest level person in that program.
Okay, it doesn't say so here.
Yeah, I mean we could have it go to any level, but I mean if they're voluntarily submitting that I'm going to actually, I think most of the time, and they could probably tell me different, if they if they find an issue through their own testing and sampling, yeah, they're going to be notifying their implant personnel, and I mean they'll probably be notifying them right away. This is what I'm doing, and this is what we got to get worked on. But I would say we can put in there if they want to notify that to bureau chief. But I would probably say 9 times out of 10 when it's them finding something that they want to move forward through their recall plan, their implant personnel is going to be the first person that hears about it on our staff.
Okay, we'll let them respond to that issue because I just don't see anything in here. We ought to have something in here that says who they talk to so we don't have this, hey, I told Sam or Sally and what happened?
I got you.
2 months later, it's sitting there. Okay, any other further questions? Input from the industry? Brian?
Brian Engel, Pioneer Meats, Chairman of the Board, Mr. Scully, rest of the board. I want to thank you, Mike, for you put a lot of time and effort into this, and I think it reflects of most everything that we talked about, and I appreciate your time there. I agree about who we need to report to. It might be as simple as number one is the IPP, his supervisor, and then the bureau chief. But something does, I think you're right, needs to be in there. Chairman Scully, I think that your wording suggestions would be good. That one sentence where it says in that third page, the firm has 48 hours to present any other information, enter a word other possibly.
I struck that out.
Yeah, that came out.
I was striking that out so that it reads, the firm has 48 hours to declare its intent to accept or deny. And I put the information stuff up in the previous paragraph to make sure it all gets in it there.
Okay. I might look at that a little bit.
So you can look at that.
Yeah. Also towards the bottom of that third page, it's just a typo, but it on the last couple of paragraphs it refers to USDA mark. I think that needs to be changed to the MDOL mark. It's just a typo. Let's see, one other question. On the recall committee, and it was talked about in our, and there was nothing really decided, but in our committee meetings, it was brought up that we have 2 people, the Board of Livestock member, the executive officer, and the bureau chief are in that line of the appeals, and if there's question, or if it's appealed, those 2 people are in that line, so maybe we want to exclude them from that and just have a committee of 3, all science-based, with the science specialist and the microbiologist and the EIAO. And that would, I firmly feel that would give the bureau chief good representation, and it would give the plant good representation on the suggestion of should this recall happen or should it not, and based on science. And you've eliminated those 2 people away from there, and there really is no conflict. I know that was brought up, and nothing was really decided, but that's my opinions, that maybe we'd need to strike those 2 people off and just stick with the 3-person. And then technicality would be the committee would consist, right above that sentence above there, would consist of 5 to 7 members. Make that match up. So other than that, I think it looks really good, and I do want to reemphasize, thank you for your efforts. This wasn't an easy thing to cut. It wasn't a cut and paste.
Okay,
Well, it started that way.
any questions for Brian? I've got one for all of you, I guess. And it has to do with the appeal process and the recall process. So help me understand what would likely happen in a set of circumstances. Would you, a recommendation has been made to recall, and I may have this filed up too, but recommendation has been made to recall. Are you going to, and so you're going to make a decision, I assume, maybe I'm wrong here, that you are going to appeal that decision, or you're going to go to the recall committee?
Well, really, appealing that decision, the way I interpret it, is requesting the recall committee to review it. That's sort of the appeal of that process.
Okay, but let me separate it, because one of the reasons you want to take people off is that they're in the appeal process. And so I'm suggesting to you that maybe they're not, because there isn't an appeal process here. And hold on just a second. And that the there wouldn't be an appeal process here. You'd ask the recall committee for their opinion. And so the conflict doesn't exist at that point if you have the right levels, because you're not going through an appeal. But I would assume you'd also have a right to appeal some decision down below that may have led to the recall recommendation. And I suppose that could then involve somebody who's in the chain. And so I'm just trying to get a feel from you. Shane, did you have a comment about that?
Shane Flowers, Project Meats. The only thing I thought about that is, so if it goes through a recall committee and we still decide, a plant member were to decide, I do not want to recall this, and then the state still takes the step to detain our products,
right?
Then you're in an appealable process at that point.
Okay, but then you're appealing something different though, right?
You're appealing a different scenario, but those people were still involved with helping with that decision.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so going back to the appeal process, so that appeal comes into my office, I'm going to say, well, myself, the board, the division administrator, the bureau chief, all of us were a part of that recommendation, and so it really leaves the appeal nowhere to go but probably straight to court at that point, right? And so I think I see the point. I see the point.
Yep.
Yeah, I do too now. Okay, anything else? Did you, Shane?
Only thing I want to say is I do appreciate the fact that a lot of our suggestions, we see them in those appeal processes and the recall process, so we greatly appreciate all that. I as far as to listen to the board and what they see and hear from the committee that we're setting up, the recall committee, the one thing to keep in mind is that committee will probably very rarely be called on. Because if a plant were to get an E. coli positive test, they're automatically going to recall that product. They don't. That's their reputation. That's their name. There's no need for that to probably go to a recall committee. This is going to be in one of them rare situations where it's a conflict between the regulated party and the Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau. So very seldom do I believe that will ever come into effect. It's just in those rare situations. But a facility like ours, we take it very seriously if we have a positive test on something, because that's our customer and our business on the line. So those kind of scenarios are going to come up pretty quick. So,
Brian?
I would agree with Shane, because we experienced a positive listeria at one time, and there was, when my IPP notified me because it was a sample sent in to the state that he gathered, and when that came back positive, there was no question in my mind whatsoever that product was destroyed. No question whatsoever. And what that also did is it showed us that we went through our recall procedure that's in our HACCP plan, and it works.
Okay, I'm going to back up a page because Rob Stutz just came in. Put him on the spot. Hi, Rob. Welcome. Thanks for being here. The question arose in the appeals guideline that as we hit the 6th level, represented by legal counsel, and the question was raised relative to the citations of 81.9, 231, and 235, parens 3. Would you, when you get a chance, take a look at that? We won't put you on the spot right this minute.
Do we have a copy of it?
Yeah, there's a copy right in the middle, right here.
Right.
And it's on the last page, and the issue was...
Page 2.
Right in the middle of the table there.
Oh, here they are.
Right
I'm
there.
sorry.
Thank you.
And the issue was that, for you to consider, was that the issue of being represented by legal counsel at the 6th level, which is in front of the board.
That's at
You're
page
talking
2.
about which page?
2.
We're talking about 2 pages. The very last page, page 5 of 5.
Yep.
And up on the top of it, it talks, those citations are there. And so, what are they? And then the second issue is the
Page 2.
requirement on page 2 where you, it's on paragraph 3, and where the blue is an appealing regulated party that is not an individual must be represented through legal counsel for appeals reaching the 6th level of the chain of command. The rationale for that. And we've postponed acting on it till later, so.
Later today or later
today.
meeting?
Later today.
Okay.
So I just want to give you time to be able to take a look at that. Okay, let's go back to the recall procedures then. We've got the recommended language change on the back. We've got a request to consider a 3-member committee with individuals taken out of it. We've got a last page typo on MDOL. Let me take the last page typo on first, because that's the easiest. Is there any objection to making that change? Okay. Right now, I've heard no objection to making the other change that I suggested. So
I'd like to see it in writing.
I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. So let's go ahead and make that change and put that in writing. And then the other issue that was raised, you can decide because you understand the issue, and so we'll look to you to make a recommendation on that. So you can put it all in writing for our consideration. If you want to do it today, that's up to you. If you don't want to do it today, we'll do it next meeting. Okay? And the other issue, the only other issue raised that you could consider if you wanted to, there's no timetable for the committee to meet. And that's the way the federal level is. So we can probably, sounds like we can leave it that way. So I'll just assume that issue is out of, nobody's worried about that. Right? Right. Okay. Nina.
One thing about your committee, we're assuming these various people would agree to be on that committee. What if they don't want to be on such a committee?
I don't know. That's a problem for the, that's the, wait a minute.
You mean the 3?
There was one other issue that we talked about, which is who does the notice go to? So that we need to put that in here in writing. So I would imagine that the executive officer and whoever the notice gets it is going to have to be figuring out who the committee is, and it should be established.
And we'll have to answer your question now, we'll have to establish some relationships and get some commitments from people, multiple people probably in these roles, because, you know, inevitably, if you only have one person that you've talked to, that something like this is going to happen when they're in China for 3 weeks on some sort of sabbatical or something and won't be available to you. And there might be some of this expertise that we may have to go out of state for, just because that's kind of Montana. Currently, I think we're lucky in that we have an individual here in Montana who's the only person like them for the next 3 or 4 states. But we could find ourselves in that position one day. So you've got to line up, I think, a list of people. But we strayed away, and I think we talked about it in the committee meeting, we strayed away from naming individuals. We tried to name positions or roles because of that. Because then one day you have to pull the plan off your shelf and everybody who's on it's retired or left or whatever, and you're starting over from scratch. But I'd look at Dr. Zalewski and Gary and myself and whatever roles we decide upon. If it's 3 roles, one of those is a staff person, but those outside roles, we're going to have to find those people and get some commitments that if needed they'd be willing, and then sort of have a call tree to get them set up when something happens.
And my concern yesterday was what if happens, it'd be buzzard luck, but 4 days from now, after we've approved these guidelines, there's a recall issue that comes up and we don't have a committee yet.
Right.
But I guess that's the roll of the dice.
And I think we maybe touched a little bit yesterday. Who pays for all this? I mean, since we're going to talk about budgets and stuff, who pays for bringing people?
Well, the answer yesterday was we do.
Yeah, we do. We do.
And who sets that scale?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by sets the scale, but...
she means what does they get paid? What does a microbiologist who spends 4 hours on the recall committee get paid?
And is this something we take back to legislature and ask for funding specifically for this kind of thing?
I think we wait till we figure out how much it's going to cost us and see what happens.
It's just, yeah.
If we have 3 recall issues, we got a bigger problem than...
And I do have a feeling that if we reach out to people at Montana State, I'm sure their department is probably going to have some sort of document they're going to send back to us and say, okay, if they're needed, here's what you're paying for while they're doing this work for you, and they'll have that spelled out.
Yeah, I just think we can't be naive about the fact that it's going to cost us money.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
So.
But you'll find that out, right?
Yeah. I will tell you, when it comes to the educational people, I know because I've worked with universities a lot, so has John, there's a sheet somewhere that they'll hand you and say, this is what it costs per hour, this is what you pay for, this is what you pay them, this is what you pay the university. They're very good at figuring out how to collect their money, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, Ed.
That would come out of Gary's budget?
Yes.
Which, as you know, and we're going to all find out later, is not in very good shape.
That's right.
And in any event, we'll have to deal with that. Okay, so I'll be repetitive here. There's 3 things. There's 3 things on this document. 1, who does the notice go to? 2, the changes I made, and 3, the USDA mark. To be rewritten and presented back when it's either no later than next meeting. Okay, Rob, do you have...
I have the answers to your questions.
All right, jump up here and stand in front of that big rubber disc and let's go for it.
Where do you want me?
Either up there or down there. We can hear you down there, I'm sure.
All right. So the 2 questions were regarding the legal counsel representing a party before the board. There's this question that comes up about whether how a non-human entity, an LLC, a corporation, a partnership, who's its voice, who can speak on its behalf. And typically in court, in hearings, it has to be through an attorney because a corporation is an entity separate from the individuals who work for it, who own it, has a separate identity. That being said, in the appeals process up through the staff up to the board, that's actually not a contested case hearing process. That's a management review of lower level decisions. And so I think that distinction has caused some confusion, and I think that this language actually can be simplified by removing that requirement in the appeal process for having an attorney, because it's not a contested case hearing. In fact, I think the process is simplified if the board doesn't even accept comment on the management review, which is really what an appeal is, because the appealing party has already commented. They've provided their argument and their facts at all the lower levels, and there's a concern that I have that formalizing the process too much is going to lead to a misunderstanding that it's actually some sort of contested case hearing process. A hearing is different than comment on, at a meeting.
An appeal of a decision.
And an appeal of a decision, right, is not a contested case proceeding.
Right.
And we've got one lawsuit pending about that, where there's actually not any confusion about whether it's a hearing. Both parties agree that it wasn't a hearing, but it raises the issue, what is it exactly? It's a management
you
review.
recommend we take it out?
I recommend striking that on page 2, unless at some point in the future there needs to be more clarification.
Is there any objection to that by the board?
So taking the whole legal
So that
counsel.
blue language is out.
The blue language,
And
then you had the question about on page 5, the
and
legal.
so then we, hold on a minute. And so we strike 5th and insert 6th, right? Right?
We'll just strike it completely.
No, strike it completely.
What is it you want to strike completely?
The second paragraph of under who may appeal.
So you want to strike the whole paragraph?
Yes.
What page
Okay.
are you on?
Page 2 of 5, third paragraph, strike paragraph 3.
There's no need for that distinction.
Is there any objection to
just
doing
take the whole
that
thing
from the
out.
board?
No.
Any objection from doing that from the industry? Okay. The last is the last page. The last is the last page. I guess that's what I'm- Those are the statutory sightings,
Judicial review.
okay?
So 81.9.231 and 81.9.235 subsection 3, both of those regard judicial review of different actions. 231 regards condemnation. 235 regards suspension or revocation of an inspection service or establishment number. In both of those statutes, it's the decision of the board is final and subject to appeal to district court within 10 days. It's a consistent process throughout both statutes, and so that language was summarized here, and those citations were added, but they both provide for 10-day judicial review after a final board decision.
Okay. So, let me back up then. Relative to the appeals guideline, our questions have now all been answered. Is there a motion to approve the appeals guideline as corrected?
Corrected.
Second? Brett?
Second.
Further discussion of the board? Rob?
Not a board member. May I just make one comment? The guideline, just to be clear, the guideline is to establish how the department handles appeals. It's not seeking to limit any statutory or other rights that individuals have.
Right, which is why it's a guideline, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and further, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. I voted in favor of it. Okay, next one is the rule making. That's the next agenda item, overall DOL appeal rule. As you know, in the process, the board asked council to go through our current process and to make those corrections that seem necessary to reflect the chain of command activity in the rule. You have that before you. And make note of page 3. Any comments by legal counsel or Mike?
I'll start and just say that, yes, we did this at the board's direction to put this together. And then Rob has his hand raised, which is appropriate because I will defer to Rob for most of the understanding here because he did the work on this, thankfully. I will say the one thing we came in agreement to, and as I stated in the earlier communication board, we did intentionally start this off very simplistic because simple is better, and so we started from that standpoint. So you see a lot of strike through, but that was intentional to just try and simplify the process as much as possible before we began to talk about it and potentially add back to it.
Rob?
The board's current rule has created some confusion. It's been difficult to interpret, difficult to apply. It's unique. It doesn't look like anything else anywhere in the rule. The current idea that's in this simplified language is borrowed from the FSIS regulations that we already apply with regard to, the meat inspection appeal process.
The chain of command.
The chain of command appeal. And this would apply that same idea we just talked about across the department so that there's a consistent, clear appeal process.
Okay, any questions from the board for Rob or Mike? Any input from the audience concerning the rule? Brian?
Brian Engel, Pioneer Meats. I think this is what you're asking for. On the very first page, under 32.2.102, down towards the bottom, it says 30 days decision. Am I misinterpreting this? Because you just approved one that says 60 days. Does this one supersede the first one you just approved?
Rob?
And my other question, if I may go further, you referred to this as referring to FSIS.
Well, it was inspired by.
Oh, okay.
Because FSIS has a rule that says any decision can be appealed to the immediate supervisor, so it just works its way up the chain of command.
Okay.
That process.
So this rulemaking that you're visiting about now, that's an umbrella over the whole Department of Livestock?
Right. If there's an issue in brands, like with an inspector, it would be it would similarly be appealed up the chain of command.
But
So I got his question. Let me try the question. Okay. Your question is to clarify if the process timeframes are different in this umbrella rule than a specific rule relative to meats inspection, which pertains.
So a rule would trump a guideline, but the 30 days was written in just in draft.
Yeah.
Well, you can put in whatever number of days you want. If you guys, I didn't participate in those meetings, but if you decided that 60 days is the appropriate amount of time, then you can write in 60 days.
Okay, so let's take.
I would suggest we do that.
I'm just going to postpone further consideration of this until Mike and you have had a chance to get caught up to date with what's taken place, and the two of you can make a recommendation later on.
Yeah, and I was going to say I don't want to overcomplicate it. I think we just talked about and you just passed the guidelines for meat, which in negotiations we got to a 60-day time frame. I really have no problem with establishing that as the time frame within this rule to be consistent. So because as Rob said, the rule would trump a guideline. I think there are certainly scenarios, and even the ones outside of meat, there are scenarios where 60 days might be needed because of the timing of communications.
And you're all right with that, Rob?
I have no problem with that.
Is there any objection to the board to inserting 60 from 30?
As long as we're not stepping in something we don't realize right now.
Okay. That having been done, any other input? Is there a motion to accept it as clarified?
So moved.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. Further discussion. Rob?
Just to be clear, this, if adopted by the board, this would go into formal rulemaking, and there would be the opportunity for public comment on the rule.
That was going to be my next question, because up at the, anyway.
Yeah.
Up at the top it says no public hearing contemplated. I think we've represented that we would take public comment.
No, but we would, whether or not there's a hearing.
Right. I'm just saying right here.
Right. There's no hearing, but there's all the contact information.
Right.
Would be in the notice, and then.
So we get information and feedback, and then we can deliberate if we have. Some.
Right, and if enough people, there's a process and rule. If enough people request a hearing, then we hold a hearing.
Right.
And I would point out that some of the language in there that Rob worked on, that you'll see that's a little different from some of our other rulemaking process, because this affects anyone and everyone who had ever had any business with the Department of Livestock. Determining what 10% of that population is difficult. So he established that if 25 people request a hearing, then we'll hold a hearing.
It's on the last page. So.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It's a little different how we normally do it.
Any further discussion on that one? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So the only out of those three, then we still have on hold the procedures, waiting for it to be for recall to be redrafted. Okay.
Do you want to go back to Deputy EO, or just,
Pardon me?
Do you want to go back to Deputy EO, or just take that with it?
Go back to
I never really got a chance to read through that.
Well, we're not done with it.
Okay.
We'll postpone until after break, so you've got a chance to look at it.
Fine. I'm just making sure.
Personnel committee meeting, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so, Rob, you're up, and do we have need to move into executive session?
Well, I've got some updates that are just fine for open session, and then if the board would like to go into executive session to discuss litigation strategy, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, is there a reason to do that?
There might be.
Okay, then.
That would be at the board's discretion, but I can give a public update, and then you can decide, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then for the moment, I'm going to recess the general session and go into the executive session based upon.
I'm sorry. There are some things that are public information.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
To have a discussion about legal tactics that override the public's right to know. So with that, we'll break for a executive session. And my intention for doing that is that at the end, then we'll have taken possibly some of the questions that need to be in executive session out of the way, so you can make whatever public. We'll follow it with a full public proposition.
Excellent.
Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Can we get
So
a cup of
we're
coffee?
recessed. Let's recess. Let's take 5, get a cup of coffee, take a health break, and we'll come back in here at 20 minutes to 10.
Okay.
Hey, good to see you.
Good yourself.
Happy New Year.
Okay, we've come back out of the executive session dealing with legal strategies. I'll turn the floor over to Rob. Comments?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is going to be somewhat repetitive of, at least in part, of what we discussed in closed session, but for the benefit of the public, I want to just do this in open session. Litigation, we have 3 lawsuits going right now. S&T Project Meats has their suit against the department about, they're seeking judicial review regarding the recall, and we've filed a motion to dismiss. It's been briefed. We're waiting for a decision on that. I think that's an unfortunate lawsuit because I don't know that the issues, I just don't know that it's a good use of everyone's time and money, but that's their choice, and we'll see what the judge says on this motion to dismiss. The Cormark lawsuit's in federal court. Oh, I should mention S&T Project Meats is in Billings in front of Judge Moses. Cormark lawsuit is in federal court. We just did expert disclosures, and we've sent them discovery. The next step will be to seek summary judgment once we get the facts with the experts and with discovery nailed down a little bit. Montana City Meats, that's in federal court. The trial has been set for March. There's a mediation that's going to be scheduled for mid-February. Any questions? All right. There's one other matter that I did not discuss in closed session because I can't, but I just want to apprise the board of an update. There's an administrative hearing on the Park Street pasties suspension, and your counsel for that is Jeff Hindoin, and I just want to mention to the board that that was rescheduled for January 30th. And if you have any questions, you can get a hold of Jeff. I'm actually representing one of the parties. I represent the Bureau, and that's before a hearings examiner, and they're going to bring a recommended decision to the board. So just to be clear to the public and the board, I can't advise you. I don't advise you about the substance of that.
Process-wise, would you just bring clarity to what happens after the hearing? Process-wise,
there's going to be a hearing. The hearing examiner is going to have a proposed, a recommended decision that is going to be presented to the board. The board does not hold a second hearing. Instead, the board, with its counsel, Jeff Hindoin, is going to review the decision and decide the recommended decision and decide whether to accept it, reject it, modify it, whatever it is you guys are going to do. So that would be in consultation with Jeff.
A question about Montana City. No, is it Montana City? You said, or maybe you said there's mediation in February? Right.
Yes.
And then trial in March.
Yes. That's the Gary Wheelock, Montana City Meads federal lawsuit. Mike Kaufman is outside counsel who represents the department. For a good chunk of time, like a year and a half, I couldn't talk with you about it because I was a named witness, but I'm no longer a named witness, so now I can. And I'm in regular contact with Mike.
Okay, other questions? I also have you down on the agenda about recommended changes to grazing permit rules proposal.
So Leslie brought the grazing permit proposal to the board. There was some specific language that the board had in the version that it approved that when I reviewed it, it was confusing because of the way the statute and specifically the legislation that was recently passed. I do have a copy.
Today?
No, just go to the subject matter.
And anyway, so long story short, I made some changes. I recommended some changes. Leslie reviewed them, and she was comfortable with them. And that's the version that was sent out to the board. I'm mostly here just to answer any questions you may have. In the absence of questions, I'm happy to tell you I'm comfortable with the changes, and I can recommend the board moving forward through the rulemaking process as proposed. Do you want me to run copy real quick?
Yes.
That'd be great. I'll be back.
I don't think anybody has it.
No.
Okay.
Well, it was sent to the board on Friday.
Well, I don't know, but in the copy that was presented to me, there was,
I have Leslie's stuff, but I don't have it.
I don't know. Either
No,
way,
is
we
it
can
at the
do it.
beginning?
Okay, while he's
No.
doing that, we can come back to that. Milk and egg brew, Dan?
Up here further.
How's it going, Dan? Good.
Good morning, Bureau. Board. Dan Turcott, Milk and Egg Bureau. Just a quick update. License renewals for the dairy are going well. There's only about 10 that are kind of straggling in. And we're kind of just making do with the computer system, double checking stuff with Excel and stuff. Actually, quick update, working with Tom Schultz in IT. We looked at USA herds in the past as a computer system was too expensive. We've since found out that USA plants is actually a better version, and the Department of Ag owns that version, and they're willing to share it with us. The state of Kansas is customizing their version of USA plants, and we're going to see if we can tag on with Department of Ag, but that's all just new, so we're still exploring, see what we can do there. and see what an update to that would cost. But so we haven't given up on the computer system yet.
Yeah.
We're reviewing plans for two, I guess I would call micro grade A plants. One's for sheep and one's for goats to make grade A products. The sheep plant, what they've actually done is they bought the small pasteurizer from Golden Yolk Dairy that opened the ice cream plant in St. Ignatius a few years ago and has since closed. It's a 15-gallon pasteurizer that they want to pasteurize sheep milk and make yogurt, sheep yogurt. Sheep yogurt or yogurt in general is a grade A plan or a product, so they need a grade A permit for that. So they're actually constructing a small micro plant to do this with. The other one is a goat dairy that wants to, I guess, bottle some goat's milk out of Gallup Valley. So working on those two. Then also there's going to be two new sheep dairies coming online that we've been working with since last year. So working on those. Other than that, I guess we need to get into a request.
Before you get into that, any questions?
No, but a lady in the hall came by and said they can't hear. And I assume that.
Yeah, we are.
Is this on?
We're on.
Well, why don't you, let's get a hold of.
She just came by and looked in the door and told.
I don't think that's making sound.
Oh, is there a?
Well, it was supposedly on before.
Yeah, when you checked it, it was in.
Where's our?
It got unplugged.
It's unplugged. Got stepped on.
Dan, you unplugged that on purpose.
There you go. We're back at it.
All right.
The microphone got unplugged accidentally.
So
There
if
we
you
go.
could repeat all that, Dan.
Okay, go ahead. Any questions for Dan before we move on? Okay, the next.
One question. We seem to be having more and more sheep and goat dairies come online. I'm guessing there's a pretty good market for their product? Or is this just cottage industry?
No, you're.
There does seem to be a market for that niche type of stuff. Most of these are staying pretty small, so kind of a more local market, I assume. Also, to add to those other comments, we are working with Lifeline Dairy out of Victor. They currently have the grade A license for the plant. And they want to be on the IMS list so they can do out-of-state sales. So they've been doing some improvements in getting that plant ready for an IMS listing. So that'll be coming on, I assume, this spring. So kind of a more organic niche market.
Okay, the next item is we've had a request that was sent in writing, a request for exemption by Milk and Egg for a particular producer. I'll ask legal counsel to respond, but my understanding is that we have no authority to grant an exemption.
Unless there's an exemption provision in the rule, the only person who can grant an exemption to a rule is the governor during a declared emergency.
Okay.
There are some rules that have an exemption built in. That's not our rule.
Okay. So that handles that issue.
Okay, I'll respond to that then.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, whoever got the notice.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dan? Not Dan, thank you very much.
Okay, yes, you did.
Okay, Rob, is there any further comments you want to make about the rule that's now in everybody's hand concerning brand enforcement?
You know, I just want to note that there was some change from the original version, including some language that the board had reviewed at the outset. But in my opinion, the change was required for clarity because of the legislation that was passed. I think this does a better job of meeting the requirement, and it makes it easier for the public to read and understand. If you have any questions, you can ask me now, but I want to note this doesn't put the rule into effect. This just starts the rulemaking process, so there's going to be the opportunity for revision based on public comment the board receives.
I don't see Leslie here. Does she have any comment about the rule as redrafted?
When I spoke with Leslie, she asked that I present it simply because the changes were made at my request when I reviewed.
So she's okay with it?
She is.
Just because we have legal counsel doesn't mean we get to opt out of our management responsibility.
She was very diligent, worked with me, worked with Cinda Young-Eichenfels. It was a thorough process.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the rule as amended, or would you like time to look at it and wait till the brands segment comes up?
Yeah.
What's your druthers?
Wait.
Wait? Okay. Rob, thank you. You don't have to be here for that.
All right.
So we'll hold that till later. Okay, my agenda says we take a short recess, and we're a few minutes ahead, so we'll recess till 10:40. That'll give us 20 minutes. Unless you want to go earlier.
Well, we'll probably
Let's
go at 10:30.
Let's go at
We'll see
10:30.
Craig, so
We'll see who?
I doubt we'll see Craig Glazier at 10:40, so we'll probably be even jumping further ahead of schedule.
Okay, so let's just notify centralized services to be ready to go at 10:40.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
that's
saying.
20 minutes.
He was on the agenda in case he...
Thank you.
Oh, he's just sitting there reading. It's a hundred-
Okay, are you all set? Call the meeting back to order. Do we want to go into any legal issues dealing with the brands rule?
Well,
Move on.
if there are any questions, I'm here. I know that there was some discussion during break about new rule number 1. I'm here. Is Leslie here?
She
was.
I was making copies. She's coming back.
Oh, okay. Might as well get this out of the way here.
Exactly. Hi, Leslie.
Hello.
The issue that has been raised as to whether or not with the new rule being proposed, there should be a notation in the rule that DSA rules and other health division rules supersede this rule. Rob?
I'll just note my advice to the board is that if you have a specific rule and a general rule that conflict, the specific is going to control over the general, but that doesn't speak to the issue that you just mentioned of whether it's worthwhile to put some comment in the reason section about that.
Okay, then let me follow up and just ask Dr. Z. The DSA is requirements are all in rule, right? Is that true for other tuberculosis and other activity? It's all in rule, correct?
Generally, yes. Generally, yes.
Okay. So then the question to the board is, do you want to put a reference in here just so that it's clearer in this?
I think we should.
Okay, is that a motion?
I make a motion that we clarify the new rule number 1.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Mike?
Yeah, what's the statute number for this?
It is, I've got it right here, 813203.
Okay.
I think we need to look at that.
203. It's in two spots, I think.
The motion is to put a clarifying.
And 211, yeah.
And 211. I think
Reference
211 has
to the
the
fact
number
that other rules such as DSA, tuberculosis, et cetera, supersede this rule.
203 and 211.
And then Mike's raised the issue as to whether the statute in its content already says something, and therefore we could refer to the statute.
Yeah. Say it again, 81.
3, 203, and 211. Let's see.
I guess I didn't remember the statute as proposed originally had it in it, but I don't know.
The 211 has more detailed language.
Is this 211?
3. So let's get 211. Okay.
I think it's number
6E3.
Yep.
6E3.
Getting sick to my stomach watching.
E3. What am I missing here?
The permit may be issued only if the livestock
Unless the animal is classified as a virgin breeding female
or a nursing calf.
or a nursing calf.
Well, let's just take it this way. To be on the safe side, why wouldn't we refer
Right.
and make reference to, so that there's as much clarity as possible?
I also suspect that if there's any need for clarity in the field, that will come up during public comment, and we'll have that input so the board can best address it in the final rule if there's a need for clarity.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's do the proposal. Here's a suggestion. The motion is on the floor for clarity, right?
Yeah, if you have any more specific language that you want to include in your motion about exactly what you want clarified and how you want it clarified, it'll make it easier for drafting purposes.
Okay, so let me ask this question while we're in discussion here. Would it be all right to send this out as is and have the board approve an action here that can be taken care of after the public hearing takes place?
Public hearing?
So
after public comment.
There are a couple things wrapped up in this. First of all, as far as the substance of that clarification, I don't think that it's necessary from a legal perspective because the specific rules are going to trump a more general rule. That being said, if the board changes the language based on its own sort of re-rationalization, as opposed to based on public input, then we rewrite the rule, you would have to renotice it.
Okay, so if the board would like to change that, then let's do it now before it's public. But we could approve. It won't take much to rewrite that, I would assume, during the day.
And one of the things that I was remembering back to when we had initial conversation on this, it's slowly kind of filling out because it was back early in the fall when we first started talking about this, is we did have lots of conversation here around, let's not forget the state veterinarian's authority for establishing disease control areas and establishing criteria that would sort of override this because the state veterinarian has that authority. So the state veterinarian for a designated control area like the designated surveillance area, I think, has the right to say, and I think at one time that's why we talked about why we might not need it in this rule, because if he's declared an area a disease control area, then he has the right to say you have to have individual ID and you have to be tested out, and this can't override that authority that he has. And so that's where I think at one time we talked about in the rule referring back to that state veterinarian authority, and that being the clarification.
Doc has his comment.
Mr. Scully, members of the board, and I guess this question is to Mr. Stutz, that my concern about putting that into this rule is that authority is present throughout rulemaking. So it seems like we may be opening up a possibility of having to put that caveat into every rule we make, when in fact it's understood that authority exists and kind of is a background for rulemaking as we go forward. So
that's a valid concern, is because he's got the authority, just as a matter of law, not because the board lists it twice, once in one rule, once in another rule. And so there's the potential for confusion if the board double lists his authority in some places and then doesn't double list in others.
And I think that's where we wound up last time.
Yeah, I think that's why it's not there.
Well, that was part of the conversation that Leslie and I had.
But
What?
Isn't that the same issue that we'd potentially run into by citing specific administrative rules relating to animal health? Because all the other brand regulations don't have that additional.
Right, I think that's why we ended up not saying anything,
Right.
because we thought it was already covered. But what Leslie would have to do is make sure that in the application for these permits that would be stated, right? That you have to be compliant with animal disease control area, so on and so forth, in the movement.
Okay, so if that's the case, then would it be acceptable to the motion that Leslie be directed to put in the application that it's subject to animal health, as
do you want
opposed
me-
to amending the rule?
Just withdraw it.
Do you want me to withdraw the motion?
Withdraw the motion and make a new motion?
Okay, I withdraw the original motion.
Okay,
And I move that Leslie be directed to include in the application that there be a statement that health rules supersede.
Perfect.
Second.
okay, second. All right, further discussion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, so we need a motion to send this rulemaking out for public comment. Brett,
So moved.
is there a second? Ed, further discussion? Rob?
There will have to be, compared to the draft that you have in front of you, some minor technical changes regarding dates and things that have
Right.
shifted since this was first drafted.
Okay. Any further discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, we all set? Okay,
Better run, Rob.
Can I make a statement before we go down?
oh, yeah.
What's his
Um,
name's out here? Craig?
Oh, Craig's here with it.
I think I saw him
Rob,
walk.
thank you very much.
Yeah,
I think I saw him walk by.
Okay, so Craig's here.
Yes,
There
Craig.
he is.
There he is. Hi, Craig.
He's getting paid again.
You're, you have a pay, you have a salary and it's gonna get paid again,
I'm here.
theoretically. Okay, you're up. Go ahead.
Caught you by surprise, huh?
Good morning. Yeah, absolutely.
Time. Sorry.
No reason. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good. Okay. Real quick, just wanted to touch base on feral pigs. This isn't necessarily predator stuff, but it's kind of the latest. Some producer groups up in northern Phillips had said that they had known of and spotted feral hogs that have been coming from Canada. So I had actually reached out to our Canadian counterparts to see what kind of activity they have with feral hogs, feral swine. They're on the border and haven't gotten any real definitive information back, to say the least. And matter of fact, I sent another email this morning to try and follow up on that. But with that being said, John Stiver reached out to our feral swine program, and they actually gave us $5,000 for doing some surveillance flights for detection, that kind of stuff. We've put up 3 flights from a local cub up there, 13.4 hours, and we actually flew in Phillips Valley and Daniels 3 different days. November 29th, January 8th, and January 17th, and we haven't seen anything. We didn't see sign or nothing. We reached out to our counterparts there with the Border Patrol on some of their flights, and at least told them the coolies that we'd been reported that they were in, to at least put it on their radar that if they ever saw anything, whatever, to contact us. And we'll continue to look when we're doing other aerial stuff. And that's kind of the latest thing. I'll keep it short because I know you're busy.
Questions for Craig?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, a comment from me is just a thank you to Wildlife Services. A statement I was going to make if Craig wasn't able to be with us today, just so it got on the record. But I, and I think the board would be too, I'm very appreciative of that work. As some may know, we have statutory jurisdiction over feral swine in Montana in the Department of Livestock. One of 2 wildlife species, we have some sort of special designation that we're responsible for. And that country where it was at, we had gotten reports, and we're out there on the ground trying to ascertain that. And we always have the ability to ask them to fly, but then we end up paying for their pilots and the fuel to do that, which is about $700 an hour if we needed them to do that. So Wildlife Services reaching out to DC and being able to loosen up some of that feral swine dollars to flow to Montana and do that saves us a lot of trouble. So I'm very thankful for it, and gives us a better opportunity if such things were happening. If we had an incursion, that we would have found it. So thank you for that cooperation.
I mean, like Anaconda a couple years ago.
I have to, just a comment. I was in the tire shop the other day, and there was whoever had something on television was about feral hogs, and we don't want them. From what I saw, they are the most really destructive, or at least what I saw. It was incredibly destructive. So I'm glad you didn't find any.
I want to thank you guys for killing all the starlings. Coming in on it, it's actually not under your control. Birds aren't under your control, but you helped us a lot to bring the feds in, and you done a good job. Very good job on the last.
2 for 2 today, yeah.
I'm going to leave on a high note.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brett.
I'll think of something to thank you for.
How's the coyote hunting?
The coyotes are there's a lot of them out there. We've really been successful in efforts here this last month. Not only just in the air but also on the ground. Aerial is really tied to weather, and so weather's been kind of tough. But I looked this morning, and our take's actually up quite a bit for coyotes. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
That snow helps,
Evan.
doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and do that. Committee report quick. Okay, I'm going to go ahead at the outset here with some issues before we get into the detail of the budget review from the Finance Committee report. Let me start, though, with the document I just handed out for you. And this has to do with the chronology of events that have occurred dealing with a major issue that's in our budget that was we were notified of very clearly in December board meeting. So I need to have you step back, and this document is not only for each of you, but for the public and in the end, probably the legislature. If you recall, we had a couple of market surveys relative to employee salary and whether or not they met the percentage target required by the state. And back in 2015, it was noted in accordance with the 2014 market survey, we had many employees that did not reach that 80% target. During the legislative session, there were questions raised then by the legislature as to how many and how much. And at that period of time, I received as a board member, along with some of the lobbying individuals making lobbying efforts on our behalf from Christian McKay at that point, that it would take about $1,048,000 to meet those requirements to get our employees to 80%. What happened next, and I'm not going to read through all this thing. You can look at it on your own. But the important item is that at the end of the legislative session, there was a notation that in the event that the Board of Livestock increased the per capita funds to cover the cost of these fees, or these salary increases, that we had the authority to do so. The long and short of it is, we did, and we did do that, and we increased those salaries. The minute you increase the salaries, obviously, they become a recurring expense. So when we submitted our budget activity to the governor's office, those salary increases were identified. I'm not going to ask Evan to break them out. I asked him to get the data for us that would show what each year of the biennium cost us, and he might by magic wand have it already, but I don't. You do?
No, I didn't get the exact.
Okay, and so he's going to get that for us, but suffice it to say, it was closer to $800,000 than it was in $1 million. And when the board considered those salaries and that activity, the board approved them for this biennium. We submitted that in our budget under the EPP process to the governor's office. In November of 2016, we received a letter, and in that letter, it was identified that Mike provided a letter to the board that he'd been advised prior to the legislature meeting in 2017 that in his letter of 2016 that the notion was that they wanted to try to avoid another pay plan, so to speak, and that there was an 8% figure in there that should have us covered. Well, it isn't. It wasn't, and it doesn't. And so in our December board meeting, you'll remember we had an issue, and that was raised as one of the significant budget issues that we had to deal with this year, because in our analysis of what took place at the end of the legislative session, it was not identified or highlighted as an issue left off of out of the legislative session, but it was identified for us as a board in December. So that amount of money, if you take a look at it throughout the detailed budget as you go forward here, is an issue that the Finance Committee raised and agreed that the board should be notified that this document be put in place. And the next step in that process from the Finance Committee was to work with Evan and Mike to look for ways in which we might get the authority. We have the cash. The money is not the issue. The money was raised from per capita for that purpose, and so we have the cash, and we have it in the expected amounts in order to provide that reoccurring expense. So we need to look for an avenue to get the authority from the legislature or the governor's office to be able to expend the monies we raised for that very purpose, so that our budget process and our year end doesn't turn into a bit of a calamity. So that being said, we are unclear at this point as to what the exact approach would be, but they would include possibly going step one to the fiscal analyst's office, because we have a new fiscal analyst who by the way, in their summary report at the end of 2017, it doesn't specifically highlight a loss of those funds. And so, though it may in some way be included in the gross number, I don't know at this point, neither does the committee. But our task will be to, on behalf of the board, is to work with Mike and to Evan and to see if we cannot get the statutory authority. It's possible, maybe, that when the special session occurred, had we known about it then, we could have asked. I don't know. I don't know what the rules were for that session. But remember, they were dealing with general fund. This is not general fund dollars that the legislature is dealing with. But we need to get on it, and we will. So let me stop on that issue and make sure I have not inappropriately categorized anything from Evan or Mike's standpoint. Committee, did you want to comment at all? Okay, so I'll move on from the committee report. The second item on the committee report to you is that we have had a previous discussion in regards to policies and guidelines. And there was a lack of record at the office here as to the final Board of Livestock procedures and guidelines that were approved by the board after all the work that was done in October of 15 and before. The reason it comes before the financial committee is, one, I had the records and Nina had the records, so we got them squared away, got them to Donna. But in these policies and procedures are specific issues dealing with the budget process, that was highlighted as an amendment, and other references dealing with financial activity in here that needed to be corrected because the board a couple of years ago was not getting the budget to be approved before it was being sent to the governor's office. In the last biennium, however, we did approve the budget pursuant to these guidelines, and so the committee has asked that the Board of Livestock procedures and guidelines, as approved in October of 2015, be redone and mailed out to each and every one of the board members and available for employees and others should they need the identification to do so. You'll remember, those of you on the board then, that we also had a piece in here about evaluations, and that at least one annual evaluation would take place prior to June 15th in every calendar year. There may be other evaluations, etc., but that was a minimum. And we reported in the Financial Committee's report to the legislature that we had accomplished that for the first time in many, many, many years. There's some debate as to how far back it went. So that should be coming out to you when Donna gets a chance, and hopefully we'll have it before the next board meeting in any event. Any comments from the committee about that one on the report? Okay. The deputy director position came up. We're going to get to that later in the meeting. We also discussed the issue dealing with not only the general fund reduction of the $250,000, give or take, on the general fund commitment that was asked of us in the legislature, but we also discussed the 4% vacancy savings issue that was taken away during the last legislative process. And so, when we have the per capita authority to spend, we will have covered those issues, and we're counting on those per capita funds and those to pay those increases that allows us to have the funding available to make sure that we meet the obligations we agreed to over the 250, even though it was taken out of our hands. It was a legislative activity, but that is why it was not highlighted before. In addition to that, we have a reminder to the board that we had a union contract negotiated that was in the meats department that increased some of the salaries and costs within that department. And we also have an anomaly that has been identified dealing with a flip-flop of the way in which the budget was tracked in one of our departments that flipped operations and personnel. So personnel is the 70-pound gorilla compared to the operations piece, and they were flipped over. So we need to figure out how we get that flip-flop, and the staff is going to be working on that. In addition, a discussion was held concerning the fact that the lab now is an enterprise. And in that regard, there are enterprise funds, and we need to make sure we understand what the rules are that we don't now understand in terms of using the enterprise funds that are available, and we'll have some clarity on that probably by the next board meeting. But it does raise the issue from the committee standpoint that the lab, when we look at the cost structure that we've already put on the schedule, and in the discussion with Mr. Doggett and the state vets, that we will have to look at the business of the lab from a variety of perspectives. And you're going to hear more about that when Dr. Smith makes his presentation, specifically towards employees that are not now there or that are intending to or have resigned, etc., and the magnitude of that. The in-house attorney issue was not raised during the Finance Committee, but it was raised at previous Finance Committees, and we had a request for in-house attorney in the last budget as a reminder, and it may well be that the board will want to do that again. The other issue that was raised that I don't know that there has been a solution yet, but we need one. At a previous board meeting and again in our Finance Committee meeting, the penalty for failing to pay per capita and following up on those penalties, I believe, was removed from the approved regulations that the Department of Revenue sent to us in their process, and we were going to follow up and try to put back in the penalties for failing to pay, etc. The status of that right now is Mike's going to look into it and see. I verified before I got up here that, in my view, it was removed. I didn't see the final rule, but I saw what they gave to us that day in the Colonial or wherever it was. And we need to have that penalty box in there so it can be applied. So, anything else that I missed? We've taken care of the action items regarding the lab cost activity. Anything else from the committee standpoint?
Mike was going to give us legal fees for meats and the meat plan.
Yeah, but we're going to go through the meat lab budget here a little bit. We're going to go through each step here. Anything else? If not, anything from your standpoint, because you were there.
Just I did look at the legal fees, what we paid so far.
Okay.
That doesn't include what we incurred this last few weeks.
All right.
I do have that.
Okay, great. When we get to it, then you can do it. Anything else, Mike, on that? Please. Okay, let's go ahead with your report. And the only other thing that we mentioned, just from a housekeeping, we recognize that the nature of the beast relative to December and January and Evan's staffing situation. And we want to thank Evan and Mike for all the work they've done in getting this thing put together and up to date in January. So many thanks. So go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Evan Waters, Finance and Accounting Bureau Chief. Thank you for your time. I apologize, just like Mr. Scully had said, that a little slower getting these finances out here, but took a little bit of extra time over the weekend to try and get some more details worked out. Like as far as in the projections, pulling out expenses that we may have occurred in the last 6 months of last year that wouldn't be recurring again, that we don't expect to be recurring this year, and finding out, we met with program managers this early last week, and trying to find out those extraordinary items such as people retiring or extra expenses that we might be incurring, so we can plug those into these projections here that are in the first section of this report. We don't have it here, but if we look back at this report as opposed to the last one here, it looks, our projections are, they're still a little dismal, as you can kind of see here, but they're better than our other projections because of these other corrections that we have made. So if we look here on the first page, page 1, this is the department overview. This is all programs put together on our House Bill 2 authority. And as Mr. Chairman had mentioned earlier, or Mike had mentioned earlier, we do have that, those items that we have to correct back and forth to do a BCD between our operations and moved some of those operation expenses up into personal service, our authority. It's that one that was just hit us at the very beginning of the year and have not taken that time to get that BCD presented to OPP. So as we're looking through here, our personal services, we're showing about $500,000 that will possibly be deficit over our budget. But our operations are showing about $160,000. That operation will probably go right to zero when we get that BCD done that I just mentioned a second ago in order to move those operations. Our transfers, we're estimating those are about $54,000 over, and that is in the umbrella program. We'll go back to that there in a minute. We're only supposed to be spending $240,000 at that time. I know there's $297,000 in the appropriations for that. So, if you look down at our budgeted funds, you look at the general fund. This is at the bottom section of the page there. We're showing the $267,000 deficit in our general fund. That has our $225,000 reduction of the general fund. $255,000 taken out of that. So if we didn't have that 10% reduction from the governor's the special session this fall, we would be right at budget for the general fund. So we've got to work our way through and get that mitigated. And we're still going to be looking at that. Our per capita fee, we are showing a $410,000 deficit there. And again, this is just what we talked about here from the budget committee yesterday. With our, a big part of it's going to be that 80% market increase that we did not get put back into our budget this year. But if you take all of those out, take those anomalies out of there, we would be right on budget, or maybe even just a little bit above. So we do have several things that hit us, a couple of storms that hit us all in one fall and set us back. So.
Questions before we get off that page? So here's an issue that was raised at the committee yesterday, and so if you look down at the per capita fee, if my memory serves me right, we were, for those salaries, we were, I want to say $380, almost $400,000. So we would be using that money, and we would be plugging that in up above where it says personal services relative to the projected year end. The issue is this. When you look at the personal services line, it shows now $303,000, and benefits it's $309. Okay, so usually benefits run, I don't know who's going to argue with, but somewhere around 30% of what the salary is, right? Mm-hmm. So we also have payouts, and we have some long-standing employees that have left us with some payouts. So those have to be calculated. But we did ask that we take a look at that relationship so that next board meeting or before in the next finance committee, we'd understand fully why that's so high. Okay? Anything else on page 1?
Are those payouts in the benefits there already? Or?
There are some in there, and
not much,
but not all. And we don't know for sure exactly how it's categorized.
As far as projections go, I think we've captured all of our expected payouts. But if someone has been telling us they're going to stay till December of next year, and all of a sudden they decide tomorrow to retire, that's what we don't have in. But for all the people we expect to retire between now and June 30, we've incorporated their payouts.
But what we don't know is, having said that, if that's $5, is it in there? And how much is it in that line item? On payouts.
Because I think further, I think, and my question was, I thought a lot of the, like, bank vacation and stuff was benefits, but it was explained to me that when they retire or quit, that it's salary,
Yes.
considered salary. So.
So we have to understand
Yeah,
how
that's
that
not
works.
correct.
Because otherwise, the relationship isn't right. Okay, fire away.
In looking at page 2 on the centralized services and the Board of Livestock all combined, we are projecting out $118,000 deficit in personal services. There was some another BCD here that should have been moving some operations up into personal services too.
The only thing I'll add to that one is that in discussion, just so there's clarity, that if and when the deputy director is hired, that salary does not impact this one bit. It's not included. So the authority isn't there, nor is the expense, and if that position is hired, it would come in at break even. It won't add or subtract any benefit to the centralized service.
Yes, if that deputy is hired, then the appropriations will go up by that.
Right.
Authority.
Okay, because it's there. Okay. Livestock Loss Board.
This is Livestock Loss Board on page 3. That department got hit with the 10% reduction, but he was also kind of scheduled to be a little bit over, and that extra $10,000, $9,200, I think it was, 10% reduction caught up with him as well. We'll work with George to see what can happen to help him mitigate that. The Milk Control Bureau on page 4, he's tracking right on schedule, and I'm sure that he will be under budget by the time comes. Mike Chad is very good. Watches those numbers really, really close. The diagnostics lab though on page 5. This year has payouts for 4 employees already scheduled into his personal services. That's going to be about $100,000, somewhere between $90,000 and $100,000 in payouts from January until the end of the year. Also in this year, though, one of the things I did not get taken out was those employees' pay that they had gotten paid last year. So we're kind of getting double hit in these projections. So if we don't fill those positions till the end of the year, this deficit will decrease by about almost that amount, by about $100,000. Yeah, somewhere between 60 to 100.
So,
so it's okay.
I was going to ask, so when we get to the lab discussion, I think Dr. Smith has some things to talk about with personnel. That's one of the caveats we'll have to remember in that conversation is potentially prioritizing which positions need to be filled and some positions maybe remaining open if they can remain open to help provide some mitigation there against, once again, as Evan said, the issue there right at the moment is projecting large payouts for retiring employees or employees separating from the department.
So just so that we are on the same page, Doc retired, and there's 3 additional employees who are leaving the lab. Okay, so some of you, it's my understanding, right? Ma'am, you're more than welcome to come in and sit down.
There's actually one already, another that retired earlier this year in addition. But it's a smaller payout, but there is another one in there too.
Okay, so we can talk about that later.
So I have a question. Mr. Chairman, Mike, since we're not on one-time only funding again, when they take the snapshot, if we have open positions, what happens there?
Well, and John and I were talking about this earlier. Sometimes it's kind of like vacancy savings. they do it sometimes a little differently. But the way it happened last biennium, so that's what I'm going to go off of, is they took a snapshot of the salary and benefits for every position in your budget, whether it was filled or not. So, for example, milk and egg, we had an open position that had been open for a while. We still carry that FTE into this budget. They did not cut us back. I mean, I would assume if there's a question, they'll ask what your intent is. But if you're intending to fill that position at some point, I don't think they'll take it away from you, because there's always going to be some openings.
Right.
Any day you take the snapshot, some position is going to be open somewhere. I do believe if we have positions that are starting to stretch into 2 or 3 or 4 years, that might be at a loss there. But my understanding is it'll be the salary and benefits for every position, filled or not, that you have in your slate that day. They'll take the snapshot, and that's what they'll base your personal services for the next biennium on.
That's what I wasn't sure, but
which is part of the issue that Mr. Scully referred to earlier when we talked about the per capita fee, the request in the EPP, is that the reason that was an issue is because those increases had not been put in on the day of the snapshot, so they didn't get captured. So the understanding is, had we had those increases in on the day of the snapshot, they would have actually been a part of our budget coming into the session.
But they were a part of our budget as submitted.
Yeah, as submitted.
Yes.
So we didn't leave them out.
Right.
In the budget submission.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we didn't
Theoretically,
monkey
we were
around with
covered,
that,
but we
you know,
weren't.
that it'd be-
Okay. Anything else on the lab other than the enterprise fund we already mentioned?
Yeah, the enterprise, yes.
Okay.
I will just point out one thing here. It looks like we're very good on the operations, and I'm comfortable with that number, because I do go back and I compare these numbers to the prior years when I'm doing these projections. And actually, my projected expenses here for operations are higher than last year's.
One last thing to mention too for the board member that wasn't a part of the finance committee, and also for public too. Another one, John mentioned several of those issues. So he mentioned the collective bargaining agreement in NEAT. The lab also had the impact of a outstanding Board of Personnel Appeals wage appeal that had been started back in 2015, I believe. It finally came to resolution here in about the last half of this year. It was finally resolved, and we were informed of what to do in the wake of that wage appeal. So that did increase some of our personal services costs, because some employees' salaries were adjusted up based on equity as judged by Department of Administration and making a judgment on that wage appeal. So that's another impact we had in here that would have not been captured in our previous.
Somewhat
work.
down, but not.
Yeah. So it does have some impact, but not huge, but it is reflected here.
Milk.
In the milk lab, same statement I make at most of these reports. This one includes expenses projected expenses that were not previously put into the budget for the milk, such as recharges and utilities, allocating them properly between both sections of the lab. The veterinarian state vet office. This in here is a little concern. We will be looking at seeing exactly what happened here with Dr. Zalewski, Dr. Szymanski, making sure that I got all the right projected expenses in here. Some of these expenses can be coded to like our federal programs and stuff. So those are expenses that we will be looking at, making sure we properly code them. The DSA on page 8, running right at budget, a little bit over. We can definitely get to manage that one very well.
Before you leave those, the two things that came out of the committee was on page 7, we need to fix it if there's expenses that are supposed to be allocated somewhere else. And if not, then we find out why not. And then the other question that came up for future consideration at the next board meeting was how do we deal with scheduling time, for example, of the staff? How does it get coded and when relative to DSA activity and federal grant? how does that work? So just for next meeting, we can talk about that. So that, for example, if Dr. Liska is out bleeding cows, does that go into the federal side? Does it stay in the state side? And the way it came up was that the federal budget isn't available, so there aren't any federal people that are able to be out there over the weekend. So what would happen? So that's just a sidebar. But if we could have some discussion about that next time, right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think for me as a board member, when it's coded as we go along, it's a whole lot easier to follow rather than waiting till the end and plugging it in different places. It makes way more sense to me to try to deduct it as you spend it, rather than thinking you're way behind or way ahead and then finding out at the end we were way off. So.
Okay. And then the, one second here, sorry about this.
Well, we also had a question yesterday about what the import office does.
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah,
And
so
would
that's
like
true. Yeah, there was some question raised about what's the daily operations of the import office. So we can put that on the agenda for next time. Yeah, thanks, man. Okay, all right.
Okay. Were there any questions on those two sections of animal health?
No.
Okay. On page 9 is the federal umbrella program. This is brucellosis program. Earlier I talked about the $240,000 transfers. That's going to pay. Well, who does that go pay? Let's try to get the $240,000.
Fish, wildlife.
Fish. Okay. Yes. In the past, it was a $297,000, but the agreement, or a few years ago, they had bumped it up to $297,000, and it was caught at $297,000 in the budget, but it's actually $240,000 is the agreement, if I understand that correctly.
What does that pay for?
The collar work on the elk. Back there, we didn't disagree. It's transferred to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Okay.
So the umbrella program only does brucellosis?
It has several different functions, and I would have to talk to
Doc?
Tawny Schmansky, Animal Health Bureau. There's 3 components to the umbrella agreement. The overwhelming majority is brucellosis. We also have avian influenza surveillance in there, and then zoonotic disease management that goes in that.
Thank you.
Okay, milk.
And the milk inspection and the shielded egg program, those are 2 functions run by Mr. Turcott. The milk inspection fees, running with Dan has an extra FTE that he is not running, therefore he can, his personal service is going to be underspent, as it's shown up there on the above, and also the travel and other things. He does not have the expenses that he did a few years ago.
Yeah.
He just managing them.
He is managing.
Well, you've got new plants coming online,
Yeah.
though, remember,
Yeah.
so that can have an impact on that.
If I may ask a question,
Okay.
Kevin, and also for other more experienced heads around, as we think about the future and we think about heading towards year end, if we manage the milk inspection fees well and we stay on track with that, and it's also maybe a highlight of things that are in our quiver, there is an opportunity to use those inspection fees to help with, so you showed in the milk lab a $15,000 deficit in the general fund. By rule, we potentially, not that we may want to do that, but by rule, if we had additional milk inspection fees unspent left at the end of the year, that could be used to help the milk lab. So that just gives you an idea, just another sort of example of when we talk about mitigation strategies and those types of things, these are some of the things we're talking about. Now, obviously we wouldn't execute on something like that until we got to year end, but if we did come up short of general fund for the milk lab, that's an option that we have. It's within rule that milk inspection fees can be used for the milk lab. We've chosen to fund it with general fund for the reasons, because it is mostly a public health reason that we even operate a milk laboratory. But we do have that option. So that just shows one example where if this were to remain true, some of those dollars that are left there can help us in other areas of the budget if we had to.
He can also get his computer program maybe someday, right? With any funds we have left.
Ed?
Mike, I want to make you aware of, though, these funds are collected by hundredweights. And all these little guys coming home, they don't have very many hundredweights. So.
Well, and that's an issue relative to the whole proposition, right? Because now if you don't have very much and you're still being tested, the cost of testing are probably the same, and the payment for those tests isn't reflected. Okay.
And here on the Shield Today grading program, this is our plant up in Great Falls. One thing I just thought of I need to check on is the revenues for this.
Right.
I know that they are at least paying for their cost.
Brands.
He's laughing. I always love to watch Ed's face.
They should be making money.
Okay, brands.
I believe they are. And the brands enforcement on page 12. This here goes back to the discussion we had earlier about a per capita fee not being increased by that 80% of market. Brands was the biggest need, had the biggest need for the increase. Therefore, last year when we implemented it, they got the majority of that authority. If we have that authority here, Brands' personal services would be right at the run rate of where it should be. I mean, the expenses would match the appropriations. If you look down at the operations, we're showing a $50,000 projected excess. So again,
So we got to fix that 80%. That's our target goal. Get that squared away. Notice the relationship between salaries and benefits.
Yeah, I was going to say that's much better. Yeah.
Okay.
And the meat inspection, please ignore those last two paragraphs on that. They should not have been printed. I apologize for that. But and our FTEs are supposed to be 24.5, but those extra 2 FTEs were not funded, even though there's and that they gave us the FTEs, but they did not give us the funding for that.
I was going to say that, and then of course, obviously, this is an area impacted by the general fund cut. So for this program alone, because it relies so heavily on general fund, that was a $91,000 cut. John mentioned a collective bargaining agreement earlier, so you can probably add about $100,000 of additional expense that come from that collective bargaining agreement when they organized. So that largely explains why we're, and those two things together. In addition to, we have a couple of retirements coming up in that area, or departures coming up in that area here in the next month, and then 2 months down the road. So those three things combined sort of explain what's going on with meat, if that helps.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, can you, Mr. Chairman, Mike, can you explain to me my notation, home office? What does that mean?
Yeah. So our meat inspectors work out of
So Lila's talking about the rent column.
The rent. Yeah.
So look at that as $29,846 in the hole.
Because that's where that gets paid out, or the line that gets paid out from. So in union negotiations, it was raised by those in the bargaining unit. So let me take back. All non-management employees of that bureau are in the bargaining unit. So the bureau chief and the area supervisors are not part of the bargaining unit, but every other employee in that area is. The compliance officers, the EIAO, and the actual inspectors. And also the labeling and office staff here in Helena. So for those who work from their home, the meat inspectors, one of the issues they raised in negotiations was that they were required to work from their home, but they were not compensated for additional expenses, like having internet, getting a P.O. box, because some of them don't want to have the mail associated with their job delivered to their house, and so some of them had gone out and got a P.O. box so they could keep their lives separate in that way. So a lot of those expenses. So that was one. So that's an example. That's one of the things we agreed to. Was okay. We understand that's probably an issue you should have been compensated for, and so. In their negotiations, they began getting compensated for that. And so that's just an example. There are also some salary adjustments for equity between employees and that sort of thing that happened as part of that negotiation. And so that's where those expenses come from.
So there's three major issues here, to repeat them. There's the general fund reduction that takes place. And remember that this is general fund only. This isn't per capita. This is general fund matches federal funds. And then you have the union cost structure issue, and then legal fees associated with ongoing activity.
I didn't mention
which it suggests then that we need to have a plan to deal with this problem. Because the issue of the per capita doesn't have anything to do with this segment. So that's something we'll have to look at what we're going to do, because we won't be able to be rolling in here being $240,000 over budget. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, did you want the legal fees?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. As of this report here, we paid $3,700. But that doesn't include what came in this month.
What's the date of that?
December 31st.
Okay.
And one of the things that I would mention also, we talked about at the Finance Committee meeting, so we talked about putting together a plan for meat and poultry inspection to look at the future and what needs to happen. But as I mentioned, we do have one management level employee that's leaving at the end of the month. And so once again, one of the things that's plugged in there is that person's ongoing salary. In light of this, we may have to look at not replacing that person this fiscal year, right, at a minimum. And so that's one thing that may come back out of it if we finalize that decision. But if we have obviously implant personnel, if one of them leave, you have to replace them because somebody's got to be out there to do that work. But if we have the opportunity, among management employees to make adjustments, we will.
Yeah, for the next meeting, can we have a break? Can we see meets and who's what where? I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
That would be a structure of it, please, because that would.
We probably should make sure that we raise this issue at the Economic Affairs Committee meeting too.
Now on the next section, this is our standard budget comparison report. This compares prior year's expenses to this year's expenses as of December 31st, the same period for both years, and it compares to the budget. This is one we've been looking at for the last couple of years. These numbers here drive the projections, so I don't think we need to spend a whole lot of time on this section here unless somebody from the budget committee had a chance to read these last night.
Any questions on that section? Okay. Special revenue account.
And special revenues on page 27, the next section. Excuse me for a second here. This here, I did get the numbers updated on the last column. Our new brands and transfers, as we're getting closer to the end of the 10-year cycle, we're recording, or we get to recognize our new brands or transfers at a faster rate. So these projections are going to go up a little. Each year will be a little bit higher than the prior year. We record, of course, are going to stay the same. But the security interest filing fees, that is our mortgages on our brands. That is getting Rules are getting renewed, and we're gonna start a new 5-year cycle this month.
I recall there was a question a couple of meetings ago, I think, Mr. President. Do I call you Mr. Chairman?
Call me anything you want.
Please, don't do that.
It works.
Didn't
It'll
we
work.
have a question about the mortgages and the fact that the Secretary of State's office does mortgages, and was that something we should continue to do? And I just remember we had a bit of discussion, but we really didn't come to any conclusions.
The conversation we had was around the fact that we have liens on brands and whether that was necessary. Most financial institutions are going to put a lien against real property, the animals themselves, something that's real collateral, and there's a little bit of a duplicative piece there when you have a lien on the brand. And so we did have a conversation about we'd have to go back through statute to fix some of that in the next legislative session. I think the real question was, did this department want to be in the lien business of putting a lien on a brand, and then particularly at the commission companies and so forth, having to execute that, hold people's payment, or the fact that everybody is required to go through UCC to the Secretary of State, was that enough? And maybe when we first started doing that, some of those provisions were in place, and now they are, and it almost becomes a bit redundant that we're checking for liens on brands, but the commission companies in particular are having to go to the Secretary of State's office to see if there's a lien there. It seems to be a bit redundant, and we have had issues, and where it becomes a problem for us is we have issues where there's a lien against the brand, but really it's not there, and people get held, and it just creates some confusion for us managing a separate system when there's already a system through the Secretary of State's office to handle that.
Well, yeah, they say they go straight to the Secretary of State, but they don't. Well, at least the one that I had heard a lot about was that they don't even. They just skip us if they go to. I don't know.
We would check for it.
The issue is under the Uniform Commercial Code, when you file a security interest, you're going to file it on the brand and livestock because that's the enforcement tool you have, and that it's the old story of Mr. Jones has 100 cows on this side of the mountain, and when the banker comes out, he sees all those cows, and then he moves them around to the other side. And the only issue is there's only 100 cows branded, so it's an enforcement side of the whole thing, and they're going to keep doing it that way until as long as brands continue to be ownership identification.
So does that mean we don't have to do it? We just keep doing it, or does it mean?
Yeah, I think you keep doing it myself. And the other issue that it deals with is that you sometimes have a situation where you and I own the brand as a LLC or corporation or whatever, and Brett filed a security interest, and he didn't own it. But that's their problem, but that happens. Okay.
All right. So,
Ariel.
Going to move on here. Mr. Chairman, could I take a moment and introduce...
Absolutely.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is Janet Kearns. She joined us last month. She's our new accounts payable clerk. Got us caught up on our bills and everything. And you remember Deanna from our last meeting. So, talk about, say something?
Hi.
I don't blame you.
If you're caught up, we love you.
Welcome. We're glad you're here.
Getting there.
Okay. So, moving on here to the aerial hunting section, this is just more of a public notice, unless we have more questions on the revenue side.
Okay, I think what happened here,
We did have a comment.
All right, go ahead.
About there's no penalty for not behaving.
Yeah, any person convicted of violating a provision of this part is punishable by 500, not less than 500, or more than $1,000. In addition to permit, any of such person must be, the permit of any such person must be revoked for such period as the court may determine.
And that's on the books?
Yes.
Can we have a copy of that when it's
I can get a copy of that, yeah.
The only thing that's not on the books and it's not in there, it doesn't say who the complaint goes to. And we decided to leave that alone.
Another section of that there says to enforce this, the department may enter an agreement with the federal agency for predatory animal control or investigation of violations of this part and arrests and seizures may be made by any peace officer or agent of the department designated by the department. So I can get full copies of those.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
And I guess that would be something that we have to determine too. So this aerial hunting here, what I really want to try and get out here was there's not a whole lot of pilots that are flying in Montana. Right now last year we had 25 registered pilots. This year, to date, we have 11. And then the next table shows the hunts that the animals that have been taken. The next page shows the counties that were, how many pilots are registered in each county, and the map where those pilots are located.
Great. Thanks, Evan.
And then on the per capita fee, was there any questions on the aerial hunting side of that? For per capita fee reporting, the Department of Revenue has sent out letters and reporting forms to all the livestock producers that they have on. They can either go online and report and pay, or they can mail in the reports. And just as a kind of...
And those are already out?
Yes.
Yeah. At least I got mine.
Yeah.
Right at the moment, I just looked this up this morning, so as of yesterday, we had 1,384 people who had reported for about $300,000, but that's out of almost 18,000. And so we just got started.
That isn't even due yet, is it?
No.
March 1st.
Yeah.
About half of them have reported online and half of them have filed a paper copy.
Paper.
Mr. Chairman, last time you made a comment about coordinating with sale yards and the field offices and everybody else of who actually owns livestock, and do we get that to revenue so they can send everybody actually notification?
Well, I think the issue there is that during this calendar year, we need to put a process in place that looks at the cross-check between the data we have and the end result of it. And the example was that given, I think, that in one location in county area, there were people that were known to have so many animals but reported different numbers. And so we don't have a clear defined system of cross-check yet, and we need to have one of those before the year's out.
One of the issues,
even if it's manual.
Yeah. And one of the issues we mentioned was cross-checking because it came up that county petition numbers.
Right.
So for the sheep and cattle petitions, that the county numbers submitted for those petitions are higher than what those counties may be together, all collectively aggregate reporting for per capita, and there really should not be a difference in those two numbers. They should be pretty close to the same.
And the other place it came up was when the Department of Ag was here talking about who'd applied for what, and you say, oh, you applied for relief, but you lost 12,408 cows, but over here you don't have any.
And one of the things we've discussed in the past would be the ability to cross-reference those who are paying or who are currently getting bills with all folks who we have provided inspections for, that largely be cattle and horses, and seeing what the difference in those two are. And at least we've talked to the Department of Revenue, and I think they would still be willing to do so with sending a reporting form to those people, which at least just highlights. For some people that'll mean, well, yeah, you know who I am and you know I haven't paid, I got a reporting form, I probably should do this. And that's one of the things that we talked about doing, and I could not contemplate or speak at this point to how big a job it would be to pull that list and submit it to revenue. But it is one of the things we've discussed, Evan and I have discussed in our meetings with revenue, and I think they would be willing to take that list and if they don't have people to send them at least a reporting form. Now, some have suggested you send them a reporting form for the number they've had inspected. That might be a little too targeted, and people might make people feel a bit uncomfortable. But at least if you send a reporting form and said you should report.
But the real issue is, in the end, you have to have an enforcement process in there, and a penalty, or you might as well haul her into the wind.
Yeah.
So we got to get that fixed first, making sure that we have to fix it.
Question. If there's a penalty, is that penalty imposed by the Department of Livestock, or is that penalty imposed by the Department of Revenue?
As I remember the proposition that was given to us, it was in the Department of Revenue's obligation, but they took it out.
Right.
Okay.
And so we have to decide here where you're going to enforce it.
And what you can.
Because they didn't want to enforce it. Because I remember it. Now I could
That's
be wrong.
right. You're right, though. It was $50 or something.
Yeah,
Well,
it was
they did
minimal.
that.
And it's part of our agreement with them that's when we talk about the offset, that's their way of enforcing it, which means to be blunt about that means if you get a bill, you go on a list. If you don't pay your bill, you stay on that list for having an unpaid debt to the state of Montana, primarily to the Department of Livestock. And so if that person ever has a windfall of money coming back from the state of Montana, we potentially, and we do occasionally, get some of our funds back. However, there's a lot of things on that list, and per capita is not one of the highest priorities. So as you would imagine, unpaid child support, for example, is number one. So if that person, if that entire refund they're supposed to get gets wiped out because they owe child support or alimony, we'll never see our money. But occasionally, they do get down to our priority level, and that money is withheld, and that's where the offset funds that we report come from in those past years.
But that doesn't solve the problem of
No.
failing to report.
Right.
Okay, calendar.
Okay, one quick question for item here on page 35 is those folks who get the livestock transferred back and forth between states, they can file for a refund by using this form, and it is online. That's another issue too that we should look at, is how many cattle.
Yeah, how much do we refund? Do you know?
We had one last year.
One.
Yes. Or
I'm
two,
thinking
but-
about it the other way, the ones that come in that don't pay anything.
Then on the calendar, starting on page 36, 37, at this point, the only thing I really jumped out at me is July 17th. That is our snapshot. But I know there are several other things here that we're going to go through on the first couple sections, first couple pages that are going to come up quick. A lot of instruction is going to be coming our way that we're going to have to work with.
So on February 15th, I think that's the first big one coming. February 14th and February 15th. From what that says, that'll be when we get our instructions from the governor's office for legislation proposals, and the next day we'll get our instructions for the EPP process. And I'm assuming it'll have more details about when they want things submitted and in what form they want them submitted. That's how it came across last time. So probably at the next board meeting, we'll need to set a calendar between board and staff of when to handle those activities so that we can get them to the board for approval per the policies and procedures, as John mentioned, but also in time enough that we hit the deadlines established by the governor's office.
So, where in here, or do we know, where we apply for authority for?
We don't know.
We don't.
It's not in there. That's never going to be in there.
No, it's not in here, but it.
We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do.
And that's important to note. This timetable is only for preparation for the session
Next
coming up in
biennium.
January.
Okay, any
The
further?
better.
Any further questions? Just remember on the state's part, Brett set out a note relative to issues that could come out of the federal tax guidelines that is not zeroed in on, and the legislature has to face the closing of Colstrip, which some say is an $80 million problem. And then you add the others that may be even bigger. So it's really important that we get our budget squared away.
And just from our country, our mine, I see, is going to send a bunch of coal to Japan, so at least there's some bright light in the...
Right, we're still running.
Yeah.
Well, then I think it behooves us to get this prospect going.
Oh, we will. I'll get on it right away. And then we'll have a discussion in the Finance Committee. I've been thinking about just asking the committee to stay after we're adjourned, but we'll see how that goes.
Good job.
Chairman, members of the board, any questions?
Thanks, Evan. Thank you, ladies. Oops, you left already. Okay, so we're at lunch break time. Are we in a position that we could take animal health 15 minutes early after the break?
At 12:45.
12:45? Okay, let's break till 12:45 and we'll start with animal health then.
A minute?
You are.
That's all right.
Oh, did you stop it?
Good.
It is good. Hopefully he will when he's 16 or 18.
Who's going to provide the update on the 3-day functional exercise? Okay, Dr. Goldberg. Oh, yeah, it's all turned on, right, Donna?
Are we on?
Yep. It's going.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Emily Kalzik, staff of the Animal Health Bureau. This is going to be a quick update on our preparedness activities since your last meeting. We've held one more tabletop exercise on January 9th. This one focused on the process to request a national incident management team from USDA and filling in some more details in an incident command structure that we would use in our state response to a large-scale animal disease outbreak. The big takeaways from this one were that if USDA had national resources available, they had people with some expertise that we would need to rely on in terms of the expectations USDA has for things like data entry and some tracking in their own systems that we would request their assistance with those. And then in terms of the incident command structure, really looking at the limited personnel the department has available to commit to that sort of effort, assuming that we would also need to continue to function with all of our regular duties at the same time, and that we would rely heavily on other state agencies to help us fill some of those roles. The positions are, some of them are fairly generic, so a finance position can be filled by anyone who has the experience in an incident command finance situation. It doesn't have to be someone who has livestock specific knowledge. And so we really looked at the positions that we would need our own personnel to have that industry and livestock experience versus ones that we could use other state resources to fill. So this was our last tabletop before the May exercise, and really the takeaway from all of them has been the value in these exercises to highlight the gaps in our planning process and to help us identify the projects that we need to address going forward. And so that's all I had for that.
Questions for Emily? Chronic wasting disease. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. Tony Szymanski, Animal Health Bureau. Just, I think in response to a request from one of the board members, wanted to spend a little bit of time just talking about CWD and providing a little bit of information. I'm just going to kind of run through a quick overview of the disease itself, talk a little bit about the distribution in the United States, comment briefly on our regulations, and then a very succinct summary of what's going on at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks as far as state surveillance. Quentin Kujula from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, I think, will hopefully join us shortly. And he would be able to address anything from the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks perspective. So hopefully everybody's aware chronic wasting disease is one of the transmissible spongiform encephalopathies or TSEs. Other diseases in this family are bovine spongiform encephalopathy, BSE or mad cow disease, scrapie in sheep. There's a transmissible mink encephalopathy. In humans we have Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease, and then variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which is associated with consumption of meat from BSE infected animals. The thing that all of these diseases have in common is the root cause. They're all caused by a prion. A prion is not a bacteria or a virus to speak of, but a protein that is misfolded, which really gets down to the molecular level of structure. CWD in particular affects cervids, so deer, elk, and moose. Once an animal is infected and clinical signs start to develop, it is almost always fatal. In particular, it can be devastating to wild populations that have a high density, or certainly animals that are raised in captivity, so our alternative livestock species. The disease it's a neurodegenerative disease, so animals that are clinically infected, you'll see progressive weight loss, decreased activity levels, potentially behavioral changes in those animals. The disease is transmitted either directly between animals, so orally, or in secretions, intranasal, in aerosols, or potentially by blood. Additionally, it can be transmitted to the environment, so it's shed in feces, in urine. It can contaminate the environment, and it's long-lived in that environment. So, animals that are defecating and urinating, and then other animals come along and graze that same area, then they're exposed to those prions. There also is vertical transmission documented in elk, which would be dam to offspring. So generally speaking, most of the TSEs, or transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, tend to be considered to be relatively species specific, and we think that's also true of chronic wasting disease. That being said, there are a few studies out there that cast a little bit of question about whether or not humans could potentially be infected with CWD. There's some studies in macaques that they have been able to experimentally infect those animals, and they've shown clinical signs associated with CWD. Because of that, there are some very specific recommendations that the CDC has, that our state public health has, in regards to how these animals are processed, consumption of meat from animals in endemic areas, testing, all of those different things. Again, the overwhelming evidence suggests that CWD does not affect humans or livestock species, but again, just because of the severe nature of it, I think that there's a level of precaution from the CDC. One of the really difficult things about CWD and other TSEs is those prions are resistant to most of our decontaminants. So you can't clean like stainless steel surfaces. You can't remove that prion from those stainless steel surfaces. Areas where animals have been diagnosed with CWD, like in a pen or whatever, it's extremely difficult to clean those pens and get rid of that CWD that's in the soil. So that certainly is a challenge as far as managing the disease. In regards to prevention, for our alternative livestock producers in this state, certainly we are keeping a watchful eye on where Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is identifying CWD in our wildlife populations, and where they are in relation to the locations of our alternative livestock producers. Because there's so much that we don't know about the disease, our recommendations as far as how to prevent it are relatively limited. But certainly I think the most common things are maintaining a closed herd. So if you are importing any animals into your alternative livestock operation, you want to make sure that they're coming from a source that has a background that you're confident that they're also free of the disease. Certainly the state and federal regulations make sure that that happens. They limit which animals can move across state lines. They have to come from essentially CWD certified herds. Additionally, some of the other things that producers could consider would be double fencing to prevent direct contact between wild species and captive species. Other recommendations include mowing the perimeter of your pens on the inside and the outside so that animals aren't congregating in those areas, and again having that cross-fence exposure. Feeding animals centrally in the pen, again just to keep that congregation away from the edges of these areas. So, in Montana, we have mandatory CWD surveillance in all of our alternative livestock farms. Any animals that are 12 months of age and older that die are required to be tested. Herds are assigned a monitored status based upon their compliance with those regulations. And there are 7 different levels. So kind of your entry level is what we would call CWD monitored. There's 5 levels that they then progress through, level 1 through 5. Once they reach level 5 and they continue to maintain that status, we call them CWD certified. And again, that's required for animals to move out of those facilities. CWD distribution nationally. At this time, there is approximately 24 states that have detected, 24 states and 2 Canadian provinces that have detected CWD in wild species, and then 17 states and 3 provinces that have it in their captive populations. Montana is included in those because of a previous case several years ago. In regards to the surveillance that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is doing, Quentin Kujala has joined us. But I think that in regards to the Southern Carbon County surveillance, I think what is the total queue? Do you know, is it 16 or?
So total is actually 10.
Is it 10?
Between both areas and both hunts, both the general season harvest and the CWD hunts themselves.
Total of what?
Carbon County?
Yes, those are total for both the Carbon County hunts and the...
Total positives, you mean?
Yes, I'm sorry, 10 total positives.
So 9 in Southern Carbon County and then just a single...
That's correct.
North of Chester.
Yes.
And there are still samples coming in and testing pending on those, but at this point in time it looks like in that north central Montana the incidence is extremely low.
And we have to call that preliminary given
Yeah.
your opening statement that we've got samples still coming in and samples still going to the lab and samples still coming back from the lab. So that status will be there until, the hunt will be there unless we meet the quota until February 15th, and then of course it will be sometime after that before all samples are prepped and sent to the lab and returned.
That's all I had for it.
Okay, questions?
The only way to test for it is the dead. I mean, you have to have a tissue sample, right?
So the, and Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, for confirmation, so confirmation of negative is a dead animal. There are some live animal tests that they're using I don't know how best to characterize that. In Texas in particular, where they have a high incidence and a lot of movements of animals, they are using some antemortem testing where they're either biopsying lymph nodes in the head or rectal mucosa, which is similar to a test that they use in sheep for scrapie. But yeah, the most common test is looking at the lymph nodes in the brain in animals that have been diseased.
Ed?
How is it related to Yonis?
Not related to yonis at all, Mr. Waldner.
Dinah?
Question for Tony or Quentin. Excuse me. So I asked this last time and you started to answer me. We have various spongiform diseases in all these animals. What do bison have? And do we have any, okay, you said there was a possibility there could be, excuse me, a crossover between humans eating meat from animals that are diseased. Do we have any proof of that in Montana?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Baca, so
or suspect.
So from the information that I have seen since the last board meeting and looking at CWD and in regards to your question in bison, no reports of CWD in bison. In regards to bovine spongiform encephalopathy, there are some clinical cases that are reported in bison. So if bison are susceptible, I would guess my suspicion would be that it's BSE that they're susceptible to. But they tend to be, again, isolated reports. Your second question, zoonotic potential in humans. Because of the concern over zoonotic, the zoonotic potential for CWD, they have gone back in areas in Colorado areas in Wyoming where they know that they've had it on the landscape for a lot longer time and looked at non-confirmed neurologic deaths in humans, and they haven't been able to come up with any association or see a trend that shows an increase in neurologic disease in humans in those areas.
Other questions? Do we license the alternative livestock?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. Both our office and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks have oversight over them.
So is there a requirement for licensure that you demonstrate a lack of CWD? I mean, how do you? Is there any? Well, let me ask it a different way. Is there any CWD related requirement for licensure?
Mr. Chair, I think maybe the regulations predate my knowledge with the program, but because of the initiative that was passed that prevents the issuance of new licenses, there are no regulations on the books that would specify, that you have a CWD-free herd before you could become licensed, because you can no longer get a license in Montana.
No, I mean renewals. Don't they have to renew?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Scully, the licensure, I believe, is held with FWP. There is a process by which, correct, there is a process by which if producers are not compliant with regulations, there is a process by which FWP has initiated revocation of that license in the past for that violation or others. So that's kind of the way that it's being kind of monitored or held in compliance.
But the licensure issues in their bailiwick, not ours.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Then the other question I have is that based upon the nature of the disease, it seems to me that it would be wise not to place positive animals in any compost pile. Is that what do you think about that? Because there's growing concern from veterinarians, I know in our area, that the compost pile idea is probably not a good idea because it continues on in the spores and grasses and whatnot into the future.
Correct.
Either chemicals or other things.
Dr. Zalewski, I don't know if you want to speak to that more.
I don't have a lot of information on that, but what I'll say is that several years ago we've worked with FWP to limit the relocation of roadkill, for example, beyond the region where they've been collected, to exactly prevent the potential spread of CWD to other locales, with the rationale that if a roadkill was killed here on the road, then it can be composted in that location, because it's obviously, if it's endemic there already, it's endemic. It's not going to create a bigger risk.
So if you were a landowner, you're probably better off if that carcass goes elsewhere, rather than hanging on your place.
But again, if it's your carcass from your operation, then there's not. Then you already been exposed. If that.
No, I mean on some of these hunts, because that's a question that's rising.
So Mr.
That
Chair,
if you're in one of these designated hunts and you're a landowner that grants permission, then the landowner is probably better off if that carcass is taken somewhere else.
As well as
that was one of the pieces that was discussed on some of the CWD calls that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks held, kind of with their incident management teams. And correct me if I'm wrong, Quentin, but at the point that you have a carcass that was shot on your property that's diagnosed positive for CWD, like, you know that there's already some level of contamination that has occurred in that area. And at the point that the animal dies, it is no longer spreading that prion disease or those prions any further. And so letting it lie maybe is not ideal, because that carcass has prions in it, but it's not going to continue to add new prions to the environment. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh, it does.
There are also additionally recommendations that any of these animals that test positive have to be disposed of in Class 2 landfills, so that they're not going into compost piles.
But my understanding is it's taking you probably 3 weeks to get the testing back, because they're going to Colorado State.
I believe the contract is 2 weeks, 10 working days.
Yeah, I was just excuse me.
No.
There's a
There's
speaker
right here. Right here.
Sorry.
There you go.
We're trying to slow down. We were just at a CWD meeting last Wednesday in Ennis, And the comment was made, because there's no lab here that can test, it gets sent to Colorado State, and the turnaround's about 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think it's my understanding that the contract is 14 days. I further understand that sometimes early on the season we were beating that.
Right.
It sounds like as other states started to contribute their samples to CSU, started to push toward the maximum end of that contract limit.
Your biologist told us that it was
I
3 weeks to get them back.
And
I
part of
suspect
that is
it.
also the batching in-house.
Yeah,
Those animals, they don't go out immediately when they're collected.
Yeah, I think that is a good point. I suspect that 3-week comment includes the batching and then also sorting the files when they come back from the lab and then posting those results to the website. So a good. In the context of the question, the relationship with the lab, it's 2 weeks. In the context of a hunter waiting for results, it probably is best for them to plan on 3 weeks before they see their samples showing up on the website.
And the reason I asked the question is that if you send that over to brucellosis testing, if we had the ability, we've been asked by some professionals to consider the ability to test at our lab for CWD, and the issue becomes, is that important to cut it down to a few days versus 3 weeks or not?
Yeah, I think all parties would agree that the sooner you can get results back, whatever the test is, the sooner you can get results back, the better for all parties involved.
Other questions? Is there anything you wanted to add?
The only thing I would add, just for additional context, that last question on how to look at a deer carcass laying on the ground there. We asked a similar question. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks assembled a citizen work group, and it includes some prion expertise out of the Rocky Mountain Lab in Hamilton. And it also included a first day, much like our brucellosis work group, exposure to other states that have a longer history with CWD and wildlife populations. Posed that question to those representatives, specifically Colorado and Wisconsin, and their answer was the same. It was to focus, if you're interested in interrupting transmission and managing transmission across the landscape, let your focus be live animals. That was what they commented out of their experience, consistent with what Connie's response was.
Other questions?
Okay, Quentin. Do you ever test for spongiform in the bison, and is it something that maybe needs to start being looked at if you're dealing with CWD in this area?
So the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks lab is always open for business, so to speak, for symptomatic animals. So whatever the animal be, if it has if it's an uncertain death, people understand. People recognize that. People find it in time for work to be done on the carcass. It's typically turned into the lab with a question: what happened to this animal? Whether that's in the context of CWD for cervids, deer, elk. If there's a thin animal, that has succumbed next to the road, down in the bottom, all of the symptoms that are tied not just to CWD, but including CWD. That animal will be brought into the lab for a necropsy. And the protocol would be the same for bison. If a bison were to show up and identify and be able to be collected, either the carcass or samples, the approach to the lab is to investigate to the degree possible to see what caused that death. And again, it's part of a philosophy which is to monitor for presence, outbreaks, new establishment of diseases.
Are you aware of any bison being tested in that manner?
No,
never.
No, not to my awareness. It's a passive approach. That is to say, it's the lab's there and we're open for those kind of observations versus the more deliberate, active CWD surveillance that was initiated this year.
Okay, any further questions? Not? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, okay, veterinary diagnostic lab.
Okay, Mr. Stolley, members of the board. For the record, my name is Steve Smith, veterinary diagnostic lab. So as you know, I am here to discuss some options for possible contract pathology work at the lab. So in the past, the pathology caseload at the lab has been handled by I'll use the term pathologist equivalents, so about 2 3/4, 2.75 pathologist equivalents, with about a quarter of one person's time being devoted to administrative duties. Right now, we are about 1.4 pathologist equivalents, to use the term, devoted to actual pathology work. I spend about 0.6, most of the time actually larger than 60%, but at least 60% of my time doing administrative things. So we have 1.4 pathologist equivalents right now due to the current vacancy. January through April are our busiest times of the year from the pathology standpoint. About 57% of our pathology cases arrive in those 6 months, and then in a smaller period of time, just January through April, we're looking at over 41% of the cases from a pathology standpoint. So there's definitely a pickup in the number of cases during this time period. So we're short-staffed. We have the increased caseload during this time of the year. In addition, we've got some upcoming vacancies, some medical leave coming up, some other planned vacancies coming up, particularly in April, but before April as well. And that will significantly impact our ability to continue meeting our desired turnaround for pathology cases. If you look at our fee schedule, we say a minimum of 2-day turnaround time for pathology cases. And the ideal or the goal is always that after those tissues are processed and they arrive as slides on a pathologist's desks, that we're turning them around and getting the report sent out the same day. If things are running smoothly and as they should, that's often what happens. Just in a brief survey of open cases yesterday to kind of get a feel for this, we've got a lot of open cases right now that have been open for up to a week or more. And so definitely, even just with our current staffing situation, we're already well behind on our turnaround time. And that's only going to increase as we become more busy in the next few months and as we have other situations arising to further decrease the pathology staffing situation. So all of that put together, what I would like to propose is an option for maintaining our case turnaround time, keeping our commitment to our clients so that we are providing a high quality pathology service to those clients, and maintaining the level of service that they expect, that they come to expect from our lab, and avoid disappointing or even losing clients through that process. So what I would suggest, I guess, are options. Obviously one option would be to fill the permanent position that's open. That's questionable because of other budget situations, that's, as you know. Another option would be to negotiate with one or more contract pathologists on a per case basis. And what I would propose would be a set amount. I'm looking at $10 per case for a contract pathologist with a set cap till the end of the fiscal year is what I've put together here. And based on last year's data, I would expect about 1,800 pathology cases between now and the end of the fiscal year. If we divide that between the ideal, or what I would be hoping for, about 2.4 pathologist equivalents, I'm looking for about 900, and cover additional vacancies in the next few months here. I'm looking for about 900 cases to be covered by a contractor. And so I'm proposing $9,000 total for the remainder of the fiscal year to cover our pathology caseload, maintain our commitment with our clients until the end of the fiscal year. Another potential option would be to use open FTEs current open FTEs within the division to create an aggregate position that could be filled by multiple people, but this would result probably in hourly pay as opposed to production pay. It might not be as efficient for actually getting the work done. In addition, it might be pretty difficult to find contractors willing to work for what the state currently pays veterinary pathologists, which is well below market level for that profession. So I think our best option is to do a contract with one or more individual contractors. There are 2 that I've reached out to already who are interested, at least. And so that's what I would propose to you, would be to approve a maximum expenditure of $9,000 for up to 900 cases for pathologists before the end of the year. And then certainly it's open for questions and discussion.
Okay, let's start with, would you explain to the board, Dr. Layton is gone, who obviously did some of the work. What are the other 3, maybe they're not vacancies now, but what are the current vacancies and what job functions are they? And then who would you contract with? So what are the vacancies now, and then you said you expect another by April.
So, Mr. Scully, there are 3 pathologist positions at the veterinary diagnostic lab. Historically, one of those positions has also been the laboratory director, and in the past, as I said, it's been somewhere between 25 to 50% of that person's time. So right now, that position's open. So there are 2 pathologists remaining. I spend a minimum of 60% of my time on administrative duties. So that leaves 1 full-time pathologist and then whatever time I can devote to pathology. Okay. So there's 1 open position right now, and then the other pathologist will be out the month of April and possibly a bit more before then. And
on leave?
On medical leave, yes.
Okay, what are the other vacancies in the organization now?
At the diagnostic lab?
Right.
There are none at this point in time.
I thought you said there was 3 vacancies.
There are additional upcoming retirements before the end of the year. One of which may be that other pathologist.
Okay, so let me back up. So right now, there is only 1 vacancy?
The lab director, yeah.
The lab director, not 3 more. Okay.
Correct.
Then you're concerned that the other pathologist will be retiring by the end of the year?
He has indicated that very near to the end of the year, he will probably be retiring.
Calendar year, fiscal year?
Fiscal.
Okay.
But
And you
like
will
as I
have,
said, April he'll be out as well. So.
I thought, so are you anticipating other vacancies then? Where'd we get this 3 number?
Yeah.
Other people who
There are other
this
staff
year.
members at the lab, not pathologists.
That's okay, I just want to know what they are.
Yeah, so
And you know, what their job functions are.
So there's somebody in the, and I don't know how much is appropriate to share.
Well, have they
publicly,
given
but,
notice?
No.
Oh, well
No.
then, forget about it.
Yeah.
Because yesterday we were
That's
talking
why
about
he's-
dealing salary savings, dealing with 3 that are retired in addition to Dr. Layton, but we don't have 3.
Right. We have plugged it into the projection because it's highly likely, but they have not indicated a final date yet, which is I
Yeah,
think
he-
why Dr. Smith is sort of
Okay,
uncomfortable about
that's-
talking about it in public.
Good enough.
Not-
That's
Yeah,
fine.
and people have indicated that they will be, it just has not been formalized yet.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
yeah, because this is my first exposure really to the numbers. I know I looked at some of it prior, but, so with this, so with this, you know, let's say we do the entire outlay of $900,000.
$9,000.
$9,000. $9,000.
I'd be okay with the other figure.
Well, I know you would be. But with this outlay of $9,000, given that you've picked up some of the administrative work and your acting director duties that the director would perform, do you foresee that would help you maintain customer service through the year if we had a need to leave those positions open a little while longer? Is that sort of a trade-off we're looking at? Because that's the context I'd want to put it in is if those positions came open and we were going to be leaving them open to the end of the fiscal year, obviously the salary savings would be greater than what you would be spending on the contract. Mm-hmm. And I just want to make sure that's what I'm hearing, but I want to make sure that's correct. That it's not going to be $9,000 on top of. We need to also fill the positions right away. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. We will still be short-staffed. We will still be stretched, definitely. I think if we are able to line up enough contract work within the time frame that we have, before vacancy or before additional absences start occurring, and we're able to use that full $9,000, that will be a significant help. Whether I think underestimated the amount of time that I spend on non-pathology work right now. So if we are leaving, if the department decides to leave the director position open until the end of the fiscal year, I will probably still be working overtime until the end of the year. But
okay, when do the savings for Dr. Layton kick in?
Right now, they kicked in starting December 31st.
Okay, and how much are they a month?
Roughly about $9,000 a month.
That's what I guessed. Okay, so we're talking about 1 month of those savings giving up. And who's going to be contract for that service? Because we had a report here somewhere in the last few months that so-and-so might retire, but they'd be happy to contract back with you. And that was turned down. And so, who are the contractors here?
So, again, without giving specific names, there are three people I've contacted.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I'll make it easy on you. Are these people former employees or not?
No.
Okay, that's all I know. Okay. Other questions?
Dr. Smith. Okay, we had discussion when we were doing the accreditation stuff that the people who worked in the lab had to be accredited or some of them had to go through accreditation for the jobs they were doing. Does this include the pathologists? And if so, how can we contract with someone if that someone has not gone through the accreditation program as our lab may require?
Ms. Bacchus, I would only contract with a board-certified veterinary pathologist, and so I would significantly limit my pool of available contractors to people who were board-certified veterinary pathologists. And obviously they would have to go through and sign off on all of our quality management system documents. And we would just expedite that process as much as possible, but they would have to sign off on our policies and our procedures as part of the training, if you will, program. And so that would need to occur for each potential contractor. We would need to go through that process. And then there would also be a process by which I would need to review probably all of their cases initially for a period of time, and then possibly spot check cases in the future for quality to just ensure that we are comfortable with the reports that are being sent.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Smith, if you only have 40% of your time now to do pathology work, how do you have any time to review their work? How much is that going to take away? You're suddenly down to 10%, 20% that you can actually dedicate to pathology work.
It does highlight the just overall shortage situation right now. And as I said, this is the busiest time of the year, so it's a bit of an extra burden at that point at this time of the year as well.
Which brings the question, are we going to be able, even if we do contract, to do the work that's going to be given to us? Do we have the man hours and the people capable of doing all the work that needs to be done?
That's difficult to predict.
Well, I guess his testimony so far is the answer that's no.
That's what, but I wanted
I think
to hear
this
that.
is a short-term solution, and it's not, I wouldn't say, the ideal solution, but in the attempt to maintain services, maintain our commitment to our clients, it might be the best option we have at the moment.
Okay, so we're an enterprise fund now, and you're going to spend $9,000 to get some testing done. What's the revenue going to be?
So if you, no, I based the per case fee.
Let me give you, so you don't put you on the spot. I assume it will be more than the 9,000.
Yes. No, so I based this on roughly 20 to 25% of what we would be bringing in for it. So.
And you're asking for $9,000 to get you through the end of the year to use for contract testing.
Correct.
I move that we accept it.
Is there a second? Seconded. Discussion. Mike, do you have a position one way or the other?
Yeah, I think it sounds like, yes, we're giving up some savings, but I think budget-wise, it's probably the best solution we have at the present time, because I think we know if we went out and hired a director tomorrow, what that would do for us budget-wise. This seems like the best way. And I guess the thing what makes this possible is, I guess we're just really lucky to have some of these people hanging around Bozeman that we can go to. And
honestly, 3 years ago, neither of these people were here.
This is sort of very good timing. And I also I do want to make a comment, and I think why you were asking your questions earlier about past employees, just always I like to remind you guys of the policy. So it wouldn't be a recent employee that we'd be able to do with this, because you have to have a 6-month break in service before, so you can't go straight out of being employed by the state to being contracted. You got to have a 6-month break in service before you can come back and do that type of work. So that's why it would be external people as opposed to people recently retired, like in the last few months. That's why we have to use those folks.
Mr. Chairman.
Lila.
Well, I have nothing against the $9,000, but I do have something against band-aiding it and not getting on with trying to, if we need a pathologist, whether it's the director or whatever, we need, of trying to.
If you think that's a better route.
I mean, I'm not saying we aren't going to get one right away anyway, but we really can't hang around and wait till we're desperate and then not be out there starting to look for a pathologist or something.
Okay, so
that's, it's a different question than the one.
Different question.
Okay.
So the motion is to approve the 9,000. Is there any questions about the 9,000?
My question is it enough?
Well, that's what he's asked for the moment.
Okay, right.
And that's what the motion
He
is.
runs out of that, he can come ask for more again.
Well,
We don't know the answer to that. He doesn't know.
Is a contract pathologist enough to help him out?
He already
I'm not talking the 9,000.
He has already said no, but it'll get him back to the moment. And I'll bring up your question along with Lila's quickly. Others about the 9,000.
The real discussion that probably needs to be had at some point, but we're not here today to have it, maybe we are, is Lila's.
Exactly.
Because that's what I'd rather do, but he's asking for $9,000 to help us get through this. I think we got to give it to him.
I'll recognize that issue
Call for the
immediately.
question.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Okay, so you've raised the issue, as we talked with Mr. Doggett earlier, about the future of the lab and the issues that deal with it, and this is one of them. And so then the question is, how would you like to approach it? would you like to have a couple members of the board volunteer to be on a committee that would discuss the lab's future cost activities? Because in a little bit, we're going to have a report concerning the deputy director, and at least part of that job was to take on the management of the operations. If you look at that proposition, then you could say, well, Dr. Smith can go from 65 to 5 or something, I don't know. I'm just saying for whatever. And then it's the capacity issue. And then it takes in the capacity issue the other people haven't retired. So I'm assuming there's going to have to be some sit-down time here. So is that logical? It fits within the issues you're talking about? So would you like to have a subcommittee of the board? Would you like to challenge the staff to come back and propose something next meeting? Would you like to have something in the interim? What are your observations? You have a preference what you'd like, Mike? Something has to be done, right?
No, I think we do have to have more conversations and figure out the long-term solution, and I think it's beneficial to start conversations now, and particularly in light of the MVMA committee, because there's things we're going to need some industry alignment on, and things we might even need to be prepared for looking at the next session, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's not too early to start that conversation either. Even if it's not about the Band-Aid for this year, it's how we secure this into the future so we don't continually find ourselves in this position.
So I think before we step that direction, don't we need to flesh out the deputy executive officer a little bit further first and see where that puts his time?
Okay, so we'll come back to this question later today.
And just I do want to make sure that comes out there to the board. When we talk about administrative work, I think sometimes around this table you think that's all finances. There's still 20 employees there, full-time employees. The personnel management is a lot of what Dr. Smith's talking about, and you're not going to be able to shift that personnel management to Helena. You can shift some of the burden for pricing, finance operations, but the day-to-day, making sure people show up to work, do what they need to do, and dealing with the problems as they arise, that's still going to be on that lab director's plate no matter what we do. So, and actually in putting that director position forward, if you remember, we even shifted that traditional focus a little bit to try and shift it a little bit more to paying attention to those details as opposed to being majority in the lab, being counted upon to get some of that work done, because we realize there's not been enough time spent on some of those issues.
But we also could do, I mean, look at what's the one simple thing facing us right this minute? We have a talented pathologist who runs the place. He spent all day here. Mm-hmm. We can solve that problem.
Yeah.
So that he's not driving back and forth and doing all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And he can be on a conference call, and he doesn't have to be to ask the one question for the 9,000. So there are things we can do to get better.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure he'd much rather be somewhere else.
Can't answer that one.
Well, maybe not. Okay, so we've answered your question. Thank you, and good luck with it. And then I guess any thoughts you have on the issues that have come up relative to discussing the future with the state veterinary organizations probably should be discussed with Mike and then go from there.
Yeah. They have a conference room at their place.
Just a question. Thinking about it, we're contemplating lab manager and lab director. Are they the same thing? Are they totally different positions?
Yes.
Okay.
If I can.
But in our contemplation here, you have two separate positions, but there is overlap relative to the job descriptions that they engage in.
If I can comment real
Go ahead.
quick, also just I think there's the potential for some restructuring of the organizational chart within the lab itself as well. One of the things that I will be asking for absolute highest priority when we go through EPP this next cycle for the next biennium will be a board-certified veterinary microbiologist. AAVLD has told us we absolutely need to get that person in. And one of the roles I see that person fulfilling is overseeing most of those scientific sections within the lab and driving research and development and the scientific side of it over the individual sections. What I envision on the other side, the business, marketing, financial side, is potentially another position. So you have a laboratory director, and then you have a business manager, and you have a science manager, for lack of a better term. There's a lot of overlap, I realize, between what's been proposed for the deputy EO and that potential position that I'm envisioning. And so whether those duties are fulfilled by a deputy EO, whether those change and that's filled by somebody at the lab, I think there's a need for additional administrative man hours at the lab. And so whether that's filled, as you said, by the deputy EO, whether it's filled by somebody who's actually in Bozeman at the lab, I think it could go either way. But that's another thought that relates to that discussion.
I believe at one time we discussed contracting that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how
Well, we don't have a resolution for any of it, so.
No,
Okay.
that was a thought.
Thanks, Doc. It's now 1:35. Would you like a brief recess, or you want to keep going?
Let's go.
Since we started the discussion on this, why don't we get it over with, because
Let's
I'm
go right to
assuming
it.
we'll get done early
Let's
enough,
go.
but I have to leave early today.
Okay, let's get right at it. That's right, I forgot, I was told that too, so.
So
So let, we have previously postponed Personnel Committee's report. Brett's the chair. Brett, fire away.
So it's not necessarily a big report. The board received the email from Mike earlier. Basically, we've been approved by who? Who approved it?
Well, the position has been classified by State Human Resources.
Thank you.
Yes.
So the position's been classified by State Resources. That we're okay to hire within our appropriation budget. So basically, we're in a situation now where we as a board need to decide if we're going to move forward with this or not.
Do you have a recommendation?
I think we should.
Okay, can I take that in the form of a motion? That's what I do.
I move that we proceed with the hiring of would it be hiring or would it be search for?
Search for.
Search for deputy executive officer.
Is there a second?
I'll
It's been seconded. Discussion? Anything?
No, nothing to add except that if it passes, I would ask that the board then contemplate their level of involvement, or is it going to be the personnel committee, or how you want to, because I believe that position would need board input and hiring, obviously. So it would be good to go ahead and know what that involvement is going to be so we can plan a timeline around that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so now the process. The process, there will be a posting at some point. Is there any need to review the job description anymore?
I don't think there is at this point.
Mr. Chairman, part of the reason I voted no is because I think we don't know what we're doing at the lab. We don't know, it's 10% in here, and if I don't know what the thing is. 10% of this deputy EO's time, right, toward the lab. I just don't feel comfortable. I mean, I think we're in enough flux everywhere that I'm not so sure that maybe I don't know if it's the right place for our resources. That would be my take on it. Mike knows that. I've talked to Mike before about it, but I just heard what we don't know what we're doing in the lab and what we think we might be doing. And I see this, when I looked at it, was 10% was for this position, and it's another hell in a position. So that's part of my reason for voting no and questioning whether it's the right move now.
Okay. Well, I think we all have to be mindful too that we're only 2.5 years behind
I know.
dealing with the lab building
I know.
and a business plan for that building if you want it to operate. So there's a lot of balls in the air relative to that lab, and I don't disagree. But remember that this funding can't be used in any other way except for this purpose. So we leave the organizational structure one short, and we can still, prior to hiring, manipulate duties and activities.
Can we if we put it out that way?
Absolutely, you can.
And the comment I'd make is I don't, the concerns there, I don't see them being mutually exclusive. The work that is contemplated as this description was the board back in December, the work that we'd have this person do needs to be done, and it's not work that necessarily has to wait for a lab director to be hired. We got to get another cost analysis done. We got to have another pricing conversation. We got to be getting prepared for the legislature and what that budgetary need for the lab is. As John said, another shoe to drop as the lab study committee moves forward is at some point there'll probably be a decision made, and then we'll be asked for what's our plan going to be to adjust to it, and somebody's got to do that. And I think based on what Dr. Smith said, he's not going to be able to do that right now because he's busy trying to handle everything else. And so I don't see the duties that we have for those two positions getting in the, we're not getting a cart ahead of the horse. There are two different carts headed down parallel paths, if that makes any sense. And plus there's other things, I don't know, we've not really ever, Evan's not in the room right now, but we've never taxed him, from a financial side, having another person taking up some of that slack, where we used to have someone in our central services administrator handle that. There could be some things coming with that helps in other areas, not just the lab. And I'm not advocating for the position. I'm just saying.
No, I know that.
There'll be benefits that we'll receive, hopefully, in terms of more capacity in multiple ways if the board moves forward the way it's chosen to.
Well, put another way, if we fail to take advantage of that position, then it's our fault.
Right.
Because there's plenty of work to do. And that. Okay, Brett, thank you for doing that. Brands enforcement. I know that we've got a variety of things that you want to talk about.
Did we discuss what the board's involvement? Are you going to have a subcommittee or put that off the next meeting? I just want to know, just so I know what, because if we post the job and you guys don't have a process, I may have to wait for another meeting before telling people when we'll do interviews and that sort of stuff. So I just kind of want to have, if there's any way to iron some of that out, I'd like to.
Well, I guess from my standpoint, I said I would think you would put together a timeline for the hiring process, and then we can have a recommendation from the personnel committee as to what role various board members ought to play in that. And that's why we've got the committee.
So if you need an answer today, my suggestion would be that, that maybe the whole board wants to take part, I don't care, but at least the personnel committee should be involved in the hiring.
And that's Lila and Brett and John LaFell. But if and if others want to participate in the interview process and all that, there's nothing preempting that. But I think a flow chart as to what the hiring process would be. We're not 100% committed to you offer the job, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's my understanding. That's why I wanted to know.
And then put that forward. If there's a reason to have us all together to say yay or nay, then we can act accordingly.
Good enough.
Does that work?
I'm happy.
Works for me.
Okay, I know we've got some software. We got a guest with software, and he probably doesn't want to stay here all day either. What's your druthers, Leslie, race?
So,
what order would you like to go in,
wherever
Leslie?
you guys want me. I need a second probably just to hook things up and pair. So, if you guys were going to have a 5-minute break at some point,
we'll take a 5-minute break right now.
Then I could maybe do that, or I can follow her.
And then we'll start with you when we come back. Is that okay, Leslie?
Yeah. So,
and Doc, thank you.
So, Race, I'll just have you take this chair.
Okay.
And
well, you might be careful. He might be using you.
Just show it to him.
Oh, he's got his.
Oh, he's just going to
to talk
No,
to
but
him.
I think it'd be good.
He's looking for.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut into anybody else's time.
Here, Nina, put that thing on, would you please?
Why?
Because I want
All
you to.
What is
Okay.
this?
Ed, here we
I
go.
know what this
Oh,
is.
you're going. All right, so are we back on, Donna?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all very much. The presentation, Leslie, do you want to make comments before we get started? Introductions or anything?
Sorry,
This has been an incredible.
Wow.
Be tagged in case I need
Okay.
Are you playing the part of a cow?
So how many of you guys got a smartphone?
She's gonna, hold on, she's gonna.
Oh, you're gonna, okay, go ahead.
Leslie Doley, Brand Enforcement Division. At a previous meeting, we were asked to put together a little bit of information, and Race King has been kind enough to come in and put on a little demo of a couple different softwares, I believe, that are basically different ways of collecting animal data. And I'll let you get into that, but just kind of for a variety of people to explore these options. So, thank you.
Okay, so thanks. I think you guys can all see me here. So, I guess first of all, we'll back up. I'm Race. I'm King. I do manage LaSange, Montana. We're in Beaverhead County. So, like everybody else in the ranching environment, we deal with lots of troubles. You know, we got fire, we have drought. Besides all the other production issues that we deal with, right? And so, having said that, we appreciate what this board does, what our department does, on our behalf. So we do appreciate it. We know you guys work hard, and those of you on the board, I know what it's like serving on boards, but know that we do appreciate it, okay? Because there's a lot of issues and a lot of things that are out of our control. But one of these things has been wildlife, right? And here's kind of our new norm. We didn't think we were going to have grizzly bears in Beaverhead County, but we do, right? He found the dog container at cow camp and packing it in a 5-gallon bucket. It's not good enough anymore, right? So, and we've had the wolves, but the one thing that's the beauty of having wildlife, the first time he shows up, it's kind of cool, right? And I don't think anybody loves animals or wildlife more than ranchers, because we truly do love animals, right? And so, but we don't often think our next book is here. It's a beautiful picture crossing the creek there. But big our threat, right? We're talking about brucellosis, and we're getting into animal ID. This is the reason why in 2005 we started IDing our cattle. To try to speed up record keeping a little bit and know a little bit about them. So, having said that, here we are. We start off, we're basically a cow-calf operation, not any different than our neighbors, really, and anybody around the state. We calve, right? And so we did in 2005, our entire herd we started working with EID. And so what is our history? We've been partially in the DSA and doing some record keeping and associated testing with that. Then after a couple years, we were all in, right? We've also gone, so with that, that's, complete whole herd testing every year, some of those periods of time. Then to the more what do you call it, surveillance testing? Where you guys are well aware of all that. And now we're actually classified as an adjacent herd. And so for the past 2 years, we've been that adjacent herd to a positive herd, right? And back to doing whole herd testing. So what have we learned? Now, what's wrong with this picture? If you guys that are using tags, or any of you guys see anything wrong with this? We wouldn't. What's that?
It'll tear out.
Yeah, we've learned we got to have better placement than this, right? That EID, if you can see it, we learned that's part of the process. Any of these ID programs, we're going to go into software a little bit, but if we don't have it in the ear, it's hard to read it, right? And so we've had to learn. Here's another thing that's out of our control. You see that little button there? We've literally had, this is some of the old original versions, there's literally been plastics problems, and you can see where the stud itself just wears out at times. And so you wonder, why do you miss some of those IDs? I've had these conversations with the different tag manufacturers, and literally in this version they said there was literally a manufacturing problem. They had a defect. So a lot of these things that we hear about, you talk to producers about any ID program, well, are the tags going to stay in? Of course, even with the old metal tags, they complain about infections, right? And different things. So there's all these issues, and I know you guys have a lot of issues to deal with, and nothing is simple, right? But so here's the next version. This would be a group of heifers that are IID'd, and we've gotten better at placement, right? Some things that we can really do that are kind of basics. And I think when we talk about animal ID, it's real easy to get to advanced software fast. Well, that's really not where we got to start. We got to start at the basics, right? And I think tagging, as you can see there, you don't see the EIDs, right? And that's good because they're placed back in that ear where it is appropriate. And so that's important. So, you know, right here, this is a big, go ahead.
So you put this one inside the ear now?
Yeah, see, that would be fairly ideal if you were tagging in the right ear.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if you had that one back in the base, you know, that's really when we plugged that in, it was probably the wrong spot to be, but reality, you want that in the ear. Originally, there was a lot of them put in the folds of the ears up high, and I think that's still a good placement. But one of the things you got to remember is that thickness of the ear is going to put pressure on that stud, right? And so you can get too far in too where you just literally, as that animal grows, if it's a mature cow, you know, you can put pressure on that stud, and that might cause some of that, right? That deterioration. But the other thing, like, I know at the plants, if you got stocker or feeder cattle, having that in the flat part of the ear and inside is beneficial just because of the way they walk past the scanners. And if it's in the roll, if you take one of these IDs, I guess if its placement is like this going through an antenna, you know, that antenna, this is just wire, is not going to show up as good as if it can be flat going by. You know, and so those are just little things to learn. So instead of putting it in the roll, you know, as we were trying to, you know, to follow that, you know, we were trying to put it, you know, a little better placement in theory. So, but how do we get here? So, you know, here's the challenge. When we're working at a ranch level, I know you guys have other problems, but at a ranch, we're trying to do multiple things while we're doing this, right? So we've got, in our case, we've got to cooperate with our veterinarian. We need a happy veterinarian that's bleeding. So, you know, we've got to do blood work. We're on the off side of the chute, you know, doing our own ultrasound work and stuff like that. And of course, herd data, vaccinations, worming. You guys know the issues, right? We need to end up with some data that we can forward, right, to the lab with an ID, and, you know, that can go with, this was a box that was sent in just this fall to the lab. There was, you know, about 1,000 samples there that we collected over a day and a half.
You put those in your left ear, right? Because of
That's
the
where we
bangs
prefer.
vaccination and the
Well,
bangs.
and there again, we, you know, using an 840 tag, we do not bangs vac, or do not put a bangs tag. This EID, this 840 number that we're using is suffice for the bangs tag, so we don't.
For the tag,
Yeah,
but not for the shield.
exactly, we're still tattooing.
So you still have to,
And I think you could put it in the right ear, you can work around your tattoo. We prefer it in the left ear.
Right.
Because most of your scanners in a feed, or in a packing house.
Right.
Are set up, any of the automated equipment is set up on the feeder
Lower,
cattle
from the left.
to collect to
Yep.
the left. So I know if I'm buying calves from someone and they haven't tagged before, I would say, you know, gosh, make sure you're putting them in the left ear.
yeah.
I mean, I can scan them anywhere with a wand, but, you know, if we want to get carcass data and
So
stuff
you
like
don't
that.
have to have a bangs tag, which
No.
if you have the reader tag.
These folks can attest to that, but there
Oh,
again,
that's
that's one less number.
Well, they don't stay in here
Yeah.
most.
Well, and, you know, they have a retention. So we've got a lot of problems. So we're going to skip out of this now.
Before you go on,
Well,
how'd
I'm not.
you correlate, you don't have to go back in there, but how'd you correlate your blood samples to that EID number? Because I saw the printout with all the EID numbers, I get that.
Okay.
And I get it to the cow, but how'd you correlate it to the blood sample?
Well, it's really pretty darn simple. And I mean, I'm going to show a couple base features and some free software. We do use some of our own software. I guess as we start to talk about software, folks, I want you guys to remember that the biggest problem we made in our operation was just thinking, okay, I'm going to buy software and it's going to solve my problems. And that's kind of putting the old cart ahead of the horse, right? It really is. And so for us, we've ended up as a backup as we've been frustrated. You know, most of these software companies, I think, let's just be honest, in agriculture, any software that we have there's just not a lot of versions of it sold, right? There's, and so they don't want to spend any money making another version of it unless they have to, right? They're pretty slow to keep up. And when it first comes out, it might have a neat kind of bling and something that really catches your eye. But the reality is, I'm going to change the Bluetooth over. So I want you guys, I'm going to try to pair this. This device was paired to this while we're talking. And so we'll kind of go through some stuff here. You can see my Bluetooth while we're talking about it. I'm going to select this device. Hopefully you're going to see all the problems that are associated with. So it disconnected from there. Hopefully it's going to recognize here and we're connected, it says. Okay, so we're going to look at some apps and how do we merge this together. And maybe even hopefully how you can do some other things with it. We're going to go in here. This is a free app that is, and I'm going to connect it real quick just so you can see that's the device that I've got, so I'm essentially connected. Sometimes you've got to go through this a couple times, but I've got it on airplane mode, that's why. So if I get a call in this, guys don't get too mad at me. Go back to my settings. So hopefully I won't get something in the middle of all this. So we're going to work off of a we're going to go through some settings on it first. So here's your options when you go through this. I guess if we go back to even a walkthrough. So this is a free app that All Flex has done. And anybody can get it here. You don't have to own anything. You don't have to purchase anything. Go to their website and literally just sign up for it, okay? But here's the things that you could scan into this device or put into it that are fixed. So if you're like me, I've got the visual ID highlighted, right? And I'm doing EID. Those of you in the dairy industry, do you know what this SCR is? Does that ring a bell? So there's a separate company that Allflex parent company owns as well. It's a dairy device it's a big collar, I guess, more of like a device that opens a whole bunch of systems. And then they also have their tissue collector. The way it was described to me is that you can have, I think, up to 2 Bluetooth devices working with this app, as well as a barcode scanner. So there again, some of those applications don't necessarily fit with me, and then you can also add 2 custom fields. And so in this case, if you were working off this app and you had your blood tubes filled out and you knew what number that was, you could enter that in here, okay?
Enter the blood tube number in
Exactly.
there.
So you could enter, once again, it's not necessarily going to be automated, but if you wanted to say that it's some kind of a sample number, how's that sound? We could use that one. And then what else would you possibly use, say, when you were doing some diagnostics work? Was there any other measures you can think of? Well, the rancher, yeah, preg testing, and all kinds of things.
There's a medical device that they have. Our program recognizes, teramize any shot that you give them. All you have to do is.
Would you be testing for that?
Huh?
Would you be testing for that?
Well, it keeps the record of the cow you give a shot to.
Okay. Okay, and we're involved in some antibiotic kind of programs as well, so there's plenty of things. But we can put in whatever you guys would like to there, but I mean, there again, it could be preg testing.
Yes, you could have a combination of testing plus vaccination. So if you're doing some adult vaccinating or calf food, you potentially could be bleeding and vaccinating. So you may want to account for animals differently. So that would be at least another thing might be considered.
Exactly. So the idea is here that we'll just put preg or status. How's that? And you guys could throw in a date, whatever it is that you guys want to put in there. But essentially, you have that, and so you now have maybe some opportunities. Once again, we're hoping this thing will connect.
Now you're having the kind of luck I got at shoot site.
And this, to be honest with you, this is the real reality. I had it connected to this other computer, and I probably need to have it shut off. We're going to go back and we're going to see if we can pull up that device. Sometimes it's a matter of pairing.
What's our genomic testing? Our second tag we put in as a genomic test that's tied to the system.
Might find somebody else's easier.
We genomic test every effort. We know what we got.
Disconnected a few minutes ago, so see if I've got something
There's
back
no
in here.
error to the-
So anyway, as we're going, think about what are all the possibilities. I'm going to turn my Bluetooth off, maybe restart it and see if it'll connect. We've probably got, you can see the devices here. So I'll request, that's actually what this is called, is a 4S or a whatever, a RS420. And I'm going through here right now and just trying to select that device, which I was already kind of connected with.
Said no.
It's saying no, it didn't like it. So I just switched on to another device here. It's just called on my phone here. So we'll just see if it's going to work. Maybe we're going to have bad luck today. Normally don't have trouble with it connecting with this device. And if it is, we'll go on to the next version. And come back to this one, maybe we're going to have to do that.
You have the green wand?
No, for the yellow.
Okay, so
Newer one.
anyway, the reality is, however, this isn't working the way I wanted it to. I'm going to turn this off real again, and I will restart this. Doing it scan to tag, which I didn't really want to do.
Was it mine? I wasn't even moving.
Personal hotspot?
Oh, I'm. This ought to be about, I don't know how you get it closer. Apologize for this. This is why I went up the break, just to make sure I could get a few minutes. That's one of the, this is one of the frustrations you have in field. There's just no doubt about it.
Talking about idea.
Yeah.
We buy the tags with 2 tags, and there's a genomic testing tool there.
Okay.
That's tied to the
It can be kind of tied right together.
Yep.
Okay.
Every heifer we put them in, they're genomic tested.
So here's what, we're going to go on to this next spot, and we'll see if I can get this thing turned off. We're going to go into the next version here. So the other thing we can do, so anyway, Phil, that actually works good. I personally don't use that a lot, but not because we couldn't, but because it was just, it's kind of a new version. That app, I think, has just been developed in the last year or so. I did some testing with it here last week, and I'm going to be doing a work with All Flex down at the NCBA convention, so I was doing just a little bit of work with them to see what was going on, and so here we are. I'm going to try to pair back to my computer here. You guys hopefully can see what I'm doing here in a second. Select the new device. Hopefully this thing's going to say that we're connected. So this device here, the main thing I want you guys to know is maybe I've got some kind of Bluetooth issue. It's still not connected according to this. Apologize, folks.
This is when somebody at my house would start yelling.
And it definitely, it's definitely one of those things that, from a software perspective, we all kind of get mad about.
No, it's probably be me.
Says it's paired. So why are we not talking today?
Grace,
Because
does
all your-
Allflex provide
no,
customer
they're fine.
support? You know,
All
they
these
have
cows have 2
technical
feet.
personnel available?
The new, you know, and I will say this, when I've had my major problems, that Allflex has been really good about getting right with me and coming along with everything. And so, I've never, like I said, I've never had this much trouble, to be honest. Oh,
We
I'm back here.
have, Bryce.
This will help here, huh?
To let you off the hook, we've had this much trouble before.
Yeah.
So
Do you, that small RFID reader that's sitting next to your computer, it doesn't have an off button. If it's still on, I can take it out of the room. I don't know if that would be causing any problem.
Oh, okay, that might be worth hacking it away. It might be picking up a Bluetooth, that's possible.
There's no lights
They
on.
did tell me, you might describe what that reader is a little bit. That's called a pocket reader, essentially, correct?
This is, yeah, the pocket reader that Allflex has. Most of their readers that are commercially available have run between like $1,200 and $1,800 to buy, and that's obviously a price point threshold that a lot of producers aren't willing to cross. This is one that will sync to a phone. It doesn't hold any tags on it. It doesn't have any display on it, but it's like $300. So it just makes it affordable.
Okay, so what we're going to talk about here then, primarily, is we're going to go back. Apparently, they've got some issue here. Do you think there's anything in this system that keeps it from connecting devices?
Security-wise, you mean?
Security-wise?
I doubt it, because I'm the IT manager, sorry, Dan Olson, but...
So you
no,
don't think so?
I don't think so. Sometimes you might want to forget the device on your phone and then re-establish it like it's a brand new device. Sometimes I've seen that with my headphones as well, so...
What about like this computer?
Same thing. I mean, Bluetooth is
I was just curious if we were here and kind of running into a scenario where we were
No signal.
being more of like for the device
thinking that we're
and then reconnect it up.
connected to
Well, I'm
some
just
kind
glad
of...
to see it's more like real life.
Yeah. So you use some of this. So how many of you guys have ever used it, first of all? You have, okay. So I'm just going to tell you, if we're having this trouble in the field, this is one of the frustrations.
That's when you do what it says not to do on the stick.
Beat them with it? Okay. The beauty of this is if those cattle are ID'd and in a system, the first thing I'm going to tell you is I really don't ever have to do a whole lot with the software system. I can pretty much collect all my data from here. And so what's going to happen is obviously, I don't know, here's a couple modes that, you know, obviously that's read mode, right? You hit the bottom button and it's going to read. Have you guys, what have you done with your handheld wands to this date?
Well, we use them to collect ID samples on, so we usually have them synced to a handheld device.
To a
So we don't
handheld
usually
device.
use our smartphones.
Yeah.
We use like an Archer or a Mesa or a Trimble, and then we run a software application on there to scan the tags. They're recorded into the software application. We record supporting information, so any other ID that the animals have, age, sex, breed, tattoo, vaccination status, whatever else we put in there, yeah. And then we use that to generate a test chart, a vaccination certificate, TB test charts, whatever. We also use them to scan tags to generate inventory lists for, you know, controlled movements.
Sure.
We recently microchipped all of the horses that are under quarantine for equine infectious anemia in Gallatin County, and we use the wand to scan those to reconcile the inventory every time we look at those animals.
Here's a couple ways you can scan. You can go in and set like how long you want this to read, right? For a 3-second. Have you used a continuous mode ever? So when I'm shipping, I'm just
continuous.
So I can turn this scanner on, so it's like a panel reader, if you will. So I can come in here and just set this to continuous. And I use this a lot when I'm shipping cattle. And so any of you guys that are here, Does this make sense? Ooh, well, so I gotta turn it on first. Let's see, I read that, right? So if I went around the room.
And he's not pushing the button.
I'm
That's
not
the
pushing
key
the
to
button.
this.
Right.
So, and it actually is faster. So I literally, when I ship cattle, I will sit there along the alley and I can have somebody reading it. See, there's 2 different numbers. Now, as you can see, just to show you the data transfer, we've only got 3 IDs on here. Now this piece, sorry, we'll get this off now. Turn it off. So what we're going to do is just download the memory now, okay? So we're going to go ahead and just click download on here when I get back to the office. So that fast, I've got those tags downloaded. This is, quite frankly, this is probably the biggest thing the vets have trouble with, right? Is getting you guys downloaded. So when I download this information, as you can see, I'm getting calls now. That's there. Those IDs are there. And so it records not only that ID, but the exact date and time that was taken. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
So we can clean that up. We can do several things with it. I'm going to show you another thing that you can do. That's also kept in a session in here, and right now that's session 3. Okay? So we're going to look up a scenario. Let's see, I'm plugged in hard. Let's see what we can do here. You can also go in, so I can delete those sessions right now, and I can just take all those numbers off if I'm done. Or I can do it from here. So then those are gone. The other thing that we can do is we can actually upload to this reader. And so, like in my world, we're in kind of a non-antibiotic programs. That's what we kind of target, so we'll do a never ever 3 deal. So one of the things that I'll import on here, and I think this has applications especially with regards to your like reactors and stuff, I can put a file in here on this and download, say, the treated cattle when I'm shipping all natural cattle. You could do that as a reactor. Let's heaven forbid we have a hot one for brucellosis. I can put that list on here. And then this thing will do a comparative alert to it. So I've got one of these numbers in here. So there's that number. You can see it downloaded it. There is a weird deal about CSV files. And so there's a the nice thing about this now, so you can see in there, in that case, I can actually enter the visual tag as well. So these scanners, you can't put a lot of other information on them. Like you can't do data entry on them, but you can import some pretty interesting fields here. Okay? And so what happens essentially is we get to a point where, like there, that's there. So right there, I'm going to call that, let's just say it's antibiotics or something. And I can upload this to this one. So the upload's in there. So now we're going to go around through here.
Hold on. So when did you upload the individual ID, the 5755, for example?
Well, I haven't uploaded this one.
That's what you did on the right hand side.
I undid this one right here.
Okay, but when? Did you do that at home on that
Just
computer
now.
and upload it to there, or did you do it in the field?
I just did that now.
What I'm trying to understand is when you put the
yeah, when you import it,
EID,
I would say do it.
Do you do it shoot side? Do you do it at home before you put that in? How are you tracking that?
When these fields, you're going to need a database at home of some kind, right? I can't import all of that in here. Probably I could if I wanted to have a comparative alert, and I could have done just what we did here. But I think the first time you run your cattle through, I'm like you. I want to have EID nested with their visual tag, right? And then also, other management information. So I would do it. We're going to show you a version of how you can put it into Excel right here as we do it. So if you wait 1 second on that. What I want to do is show you the alert. So from the diagnostics part. So right here, you guys heard, and I'm going to say this is a I just want you to listen, okay? So I've got this turned on for vibrate and sound, and it's on a continuous read. So you heard that, right?
Right.
And I felt the vibrate. This was, if you see that there's this search deal going on in an alarm. So Mike is that reactor now. So let's see what it does
Yeah, I wanna
different.
know.
If we're looking for that hot animal, it's on this. Essentially, it's opening 2 different pages.
Oh.
Did you see it go off and it's saying animal found and it's vibrating and doing a lot of things?
So you can do it as they go by and pick the sound up the same.
Exactly. I've used it in the heifer deal when we're AIing. I mean, I can actually put what sires I want to AI to. It's typical for us to use 2 different AI sires. And so I'll kind of put those in as choices on here so that the people AIing can scan the animal and then they can pick what they bred it to. But let's say there's a free martin in them group running out on pasture, we're breeding off grass, and I've identified her as being a free martin. I could put her on that list. When it comes through, they know it. You know, in the vet world, you know, you got all these different applications of what you can do with it. It's just, you know, it's just amazing. So, and this is what you control from this program. Once again, this is a free program, totally easy. So we're gonna stop here now, and we're gonna go look at another feature that I think, you know, for the data entry part of it is pretty cool. So I can, you know, are you guys using Excel somewhere? So there's a blank Excel page, okay? And I want to just start, you know, let's say we're going to do EID. Well, that was good. And let's just do a timestamp here, okay? Whatever you want to call it. So now, one thing to know is you guys, and how many of you guys know what this tag is going to look like? Or we'll just tag it in and show you what it's going to look like. Have you guys used this feature ever, Connie or anybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so this virtual keyboard is kind of a cool deal in that I can, first thing I do is I select the application that I want to run, and I hold that down and I drop that target right where I want it to go and click start. So now, and then wherever you put that cursor, the next time I read a tag, and that was the long one, right, because it's still searching for it. So you heard the big beep there. So right there, it also put in that visual ID with it. Did you see that on the comma? Because that's just a comma separated value there. Right on through.
So I take that back. We have not used that feature. I thought you were going in a different direction. Is that a CSV file or an Excel file?
Yeah, this is an Excel right here, but I mean, you can, I will tell you, communicating with these devices, they all work off CSV. But if you have it in Excel, just convert it to CSV, import it. The beauty with this is I can also put in other fields. You know, I can be sitting here communicating with my Excel file, really cheap and easy, correct? I mean, and that's the simplistic of it. So there again, when I get done and I want to do even more advanced things, then I have that opportunity. It's just pretty neat. So the bottom line, we're going to go even a step farther now. Okay, so save it. The reality is all that information is still on the wand. Okay, I will tell you that a lot of what we do in our operation, we actually do from our scale head. And I want to pull up a couple things that we do. So I communicate with my scale head. Not everybody uses scales on the ranch, but our main computer chute side is actually the scale head. So this is what it looks like. This is what I dump off of our screen, off of my scale head, when I'm done working a set of calves that I processed. And here was some work done this fall. So just by running the wand, scan it into the scale head. This is the EID number, right? Does the timestamp, just like we're doing here. So my guys don't have to pack a computer. Scanned in. Here's the visual ID. So this was a set of calves that we bought. There were going to be some grass calves. So we start putting in a visual ID at 2001, essentially. And so on that screen, all we had to do was kind of check a mark so that it automatically knows the next one's going to be 2002. And we just roll along. We got our premise ID spitting out there for the cattle. Then it actually calculates how much Dectomax wormer those animals need. And it actually sends it to a gun, a dosing gun, that literally gives that calf the right amount of Dectomax. But anyway, sex, this was the management code. That was I can do all the codes I want in here. I can actually do 2 more just custom codes, but that was just the dams number. So if the producer, for like say carcass data, that wanted data back on his calves eventually, if we got some data back, he could tie it back to that calf tag. And, you know, of course here. So if those calves, when I weigh them the next time, it actually automatically will compute out the average daily gain for me between the last one.
So this is connected to your scale?
That's just my
at the
scale
chute.
head.
Okay,
And so I actually, you know, like I said, all this other stuff is my backup.
right.
Another feature that it does for us there too is we can sort the cattle 9 ways by weight. Now none of us are going to sort probably quite that much, but I typically will size those cattle. There was about, I can't remember how many's in this group, and I didn't show that for here, but that's a quick download. But there's 854 in there. And they, you know, if I size them and decided to put them 3 ways into 3 pens or pastures, not only do I have the individual information, but I also have which ones are in which pens. And then I have the average weights on them. And that's all kind of screen size. So really cool. But the backup, you know, is always just here again. And so the one thing we didn't look at, we're going to close this out again. We'll go back. So your one question is, so how do I tie that with blood? So when I'm working with our veterinarian, there again, oh man, let's open up. We'll just open up a file that we sent. We'll pull in here. Here's some blood work that we sent to the lab. And this was some cows that were brucellosis testing. All I was using was this wand because those cows were already in our system. So all I had to do was pack my wand with me, and then I can scan the ID, right? And then over here, the counter's there going off. And this is the counter. This is the way it's going to download off the wand. The first calf in, as you can see, we put 2 tags in there, so the counter's saying 2. If my veterinarian labels his blood tubes ahead of time, say we'll start at 1. If we're going to do 2 days in a row and he's going to wait and ship all that blood, then we don't start at 1 again, and I'll just keep this counter going. And we have the ability to just have that rolling right along. So anytime we're scanning, I can just scan that animal right here. And I know I can look down and say, well, you should be on number 3 because I've got 2 on here. And then we can stay really paired up as we're rolling along.
What percentage of the time aren't you paired up?
It's very minimal. I mean, it's a human error. If you scan them, they're there. The one thing, depending on how you do, I'm going to show you right now. Can you see where that counter says 2?
No, I've seen it.
Okay. So let's say this animal, I scan it again. It's going to read it again. Did that change? No.
Oh, 2 didn't.
It's still a 2.
Because it knew
I can
correctly.
read it all I want, but it's already in there. Now you can change a lot of these fields, okay? So anyway, I just want you to see what the data can kind of look like. So we're going to go back and we're going to look at one other kind of feature that we're going to add here real time.
So that would mean if your pen's mixed up and they come back through again, you don't double dose them.
Yeah, exactly. It could be.
Because it tells
Could
you
be.
that already went through.
Exactly. So here's a thing that we can also do on the, we can kind of go in here to tools. Now you can see there's a lot of stuff in here, right? So and there's a lot of stuff in here. We was just talking about how much stuff do we really know what our phones do? Not very much, right? I mean, I kind of tiptoe through it. This is kind of the way. I've been using this scanner since 2014. I learned something about a month ago that I've never tried before. Well, one of the things that we can do is we can enter data. So you get talking about in the field, how would you keep information? There are certain things on a producer side we can keep. I can't punch in a cow number, but if, let's say as a producer, I already have that list done, which we do on our cattle, that first time induction, you might have to do. But I can go in here on data entry, and you can see some different fields that we use when we're working a set of cattle, and I just want to have this wand. And let's say we're pregging. Let's just look at kind of a basic preg one. So I'm going to apply that. I'm going to apply that to the field. I'm going to click this little bar. And then we're going to go back to, okay, so one thing you can see on this scanner, you see that little page? You see the notepad right at the top?
In the top middle, yeah.
Yeah, so there's these little fields that are telling you what we're doing. So we're going to scan another tag here. And so first thing it did is it brought up the pregnancy options. Okay? So I have the ability to file down with this lower button. I can color preg or open, right? That's the two options I have.
Okay.
And so we're going to say she's pregnant. All I do is hit that top button. Once again, it was still giving me alert because he was the animal found. When I hit Scully, it's the same thing. We'll scroll down and say you're open. Broken mouth. Probably broken mouth. But so you can kind of see that information is there, right? Did you see it come across the screen?
You better be open.
Now, I don't have to be tied to the computer to do that. I'm doing this right here. Once again, let's go back and let's just see, did it show up? We've used it for measuring, say, treated calves, for what program they actually fall in. I can scan them again, and we can just scan them as we're treating them and throw that data in. Like I said, once again, when we're AIing, we can do that. Go ahead.
So do you have the ability to toggle either yes, no, or can you toggle down to maybe 4 different options as far as open, late, early, whatever? Or is it just kind of a 1 or 2?
You can actually toggle, I think, on each one of those things you can have 4. I think it'll let you toggle to 4 categories. And I can use up to 4 fields total. So if I'm going to use EID, date, and time, I have that turned on. Then I have the option to do a couple different things there as well. I have a neighbor that we did his calves one day that he was scanning in, and he just wanted to split them into 2 groups. He didn't have scales, but he was saying this is a big one, this is a slight one. And so we were just picking where they were going. So there again, so let's go back and let's just see what it looks like when you download it again. Okay, so we're going to go back to just tag management. Let's just download the tags. So there they came up, right, on this last session. You can see that now on this antibiotic field that we called, that's comparative session, you have one there. And then and you can see there the preg open stuff came up, right? One of them had the cow ID on it, or the visual tag, because that's the stuff I preloaded on here. So you have a lot of ability to do a ton of stuff here. The reality, though, the thing that's good about it is at any time, if I'm working, all I got to do is save this and email that to Tony or whoever it is that might want to look at it. The phone app, when I played with it, it's a really good tool for that first time, and it'll probably link here to something else. But it's actually pretty easy to email yourself or a copy of it. I'll pull up a file there probably. So different things you can do. There's way more on here than I'll ever probably learn. You can go the other thing you can do on here, if you're working one group of cattle, you can go between the sessions. If you were bleeding 2 different herds that day, and he wanted them in 2 or 3 different groups, you had your heifer calves, you had some old cows, maybe you had your bred heifers, you could name those sessions right here as you go through session names. And you can put up to 30 different custom sessions on here. And so if you were a smaller operation, let's say you have a few head, you'd probably never take those cows off of here. And at the end of the day, another feature that's really cool on here, once again, it's just talking to Excel, is this comparative, I'm going to close that part, but it's just comparing on this sort mode. You can go in and pull the file in that you just scanned. You can maybe pull off the other list that you had for the cattle that got turned out, and you compare which ones you read, which ones weren't there, all of those things. So Excel, to me, that's basically all you're working with is right here. You can just work in and out of Excel. You don't need a ton of software. And so that's, in a nutshell, that's what we've done. I'm going to try to pull up, is there something else you want to see off of here, Donnie?
What is the name of your desktop, that desktop application?
This is just All Flex's Tag Manager.
It is,
Yeah.
the most current one.
It's the most current one. This is the one I actually use a lot of right here. I'm going to pull this up. This is another tag manager. Allflex owns a sister company. And this app looks a lot the same, but this is an Australian product that is called Elias. And I actually use this version more. It doesn't have as many tutorials and stuff in it. But one of the coolest things about it for me is when I'm in here on tag management is I got a file cabinet right there. So I still save all those files to where I'm going. But do you see all those different files we ran this fall? I mean, there's some steers. Let's just scroll up here to, that was a shipment, just a cattle we shipped to Dar feedlot. Pull up, see how fast, I mean, they're all there. So they're all in the background. I can go ahead and save that to my computer as well, but it's running on this app. And I mean, all those different things, I proprietarily, but we had a veterinarian that wasn't able to get the IDs very good. And my wife went down and downloaded these when he was bangsing the other adjacent herd this fall and, working them. So that was a group of his information. That was downloaded on the app. And so they worked on that phone app, but this was still here with all the timestamp. So there's just a ton of stuff you can do with it, and once again, it's really, there's so much free, kind of cool features, if you will. Same thing on the virtual keyboard.
So this would work well with anyone doing DSA?
Yeah, I mean, any herd work.
Any herd work, but would it work in the brands department at all?
I don't, I'm sure not going to tell anybody that I know what your problems are in other divisions, because I don't. But I know as far as scanning animals and collecting them, putting in either any kind of a spreadsheet program, the tools here are free. And in my operation, I don't have to have 3 or 4 computers around, and we're smaller. But I would envision if I had locations in 3 states, I wouldn't have to have 3 different people really managing this. All I got to have someone doing is reading. The identification stuff is who's going to read it and who's going to really stay up on it, right? And worst case scenario, when all these connections and stuff don't work in the real world once in a while, I've got that information here.
So it only works with EIDs.
We loaded right to you.
Yeah, this is what this is built to read. It's not going to work on barcode. There again, there's probably other things out there, but this system I think is pretty. I mean, it's an old system, really. I think the biggest thing I've learned is it's really you're just reading data. It's a few numbers. It's just recording it. Are you going to really, follow through? I have a little problem when I'm hooking to this. I'm going to pull up this deal now. We're going to see if it'll even do it here. But this is our herd management software. I don't know if you're familiar with this. Sometimes it's with projectors it doesn't like to work. But okay, so it's going to do it. So for instance, after all that's said and done, I do most of my field work without a computer. And I trust the wand. But this is more advanced, and this is what we do on our reproduction stuff. But anyway, I can go in here to my herd under this deal. It'll open.
At what age do you put RFID tags in the calves?
We do it when we are weaning on our own cattle.
Oh.
And we just think the retention's a little better than on a baby calf. If I was selling calves in the fall, I might do things a little different. But the nice thing about this, I can pull in here and I can just pull up active records on my ranch right here. You can see it's pulling up a few that I don't have some EIDs on, because there's some that maybe I've lost. But if I just want to pull up let's just look at active weaning calves there. You can see those calves as they come through, and I have all that information there. That's just the fields that I'm looking at. If I'm the Bruckers and I might have a ton of other fields I want to look at. sometimes you know how this is when you're connected to things.
How close do you have to be to the tag to read it?
So it's reading there. Now these are, that was on right there, so. But that was that same bogus tag.
They don't like him.
Yeah, so I mean, you gotta get with them. This isn't one of those scanner types. I don't know why that's not letting me click over. Sometimes I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my computer that's having problems, guys.
Grace, I guess this probably sounds like a rude question. I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't understand. Are you like a rep for Allflex or something?
No.
Or what's the...
No, I mean, the connection for me, the reason I used Allflex, when we started tagging, we actually ended up working with the Montana Beef Network.
Okay.
And I don't think Allflex's products are any better than the next one. I will tell you, I've had 2 different softwares that we ran. This is one of them. And all of them, like I said, there's certain functions that are great at the time. I think you guys probably know that about your company. But there's not a lot of changes done, you know, with these softwares. And Allflex does not make their money on this, this data. They want you to buy tags. This really, I don't think they care to make money selling this. And I think I was lucky to have started working with Allflex from that perspective, because I think their service has been better. Because they didn't need to sell me a new product every year. All they had to do was let me service the tags that I had to put in for the programs. We personally feel like it's been a pretty unique, you know, relationship. Is it going to close anything? I'm going to try to pull this up for you. And anyway, so I don't work for Allflex. It might sound like I like their products mainly because I like their people, and I like that, you know, if we're having a major problem here, we can call them up. They have 3 different people doing nothing but tech support. And so, I mean, I've probably taken too much of your time, but
No.
I just wanted you guys to see that if this thing had pulled up, this is what I end up with having problems with that screen there.
So what does the lawn cost?
What's that?
What's the lawn cost?
I think, Connie, you probably know more than I do.
I think those are sitting around $1,300 right now.
So I think the bottom line is I wish we could have done the app. I might try to get that connected, and if someone wants to see it later. If I turn all this off, we might do that after, show you the phone there. But that would probably be the most impressive thing for you guys to see.
Other questions for Race?
No, I just want to thank you.
Russ, thank you very much for taking your time to come up and take this cow with you.
Take that one with you. Get her out of here.
Get that cow out of here.
That's it.
Yeah, right here. You're back.
I like that ear.
You got a couple cows.
Real ear.
Yeah,
You traveled all over the state with this.
You should. That's great.
We just have the animal ID, but she has not done.
I don't mean to be rude. My
She has
question, what
not
I'm trying
done
to
these
understand
two.
is,
So we have
and
2
I
more
appreciate the
under
demonstration,
Okay.
and it just depends on your
And then
management
this will
level,
be
what you
where
want to do.
the comments
You know, maybe,
from the
and it's something obviously
Yes.
Tommy's used to some degree. But are you thinking like to try to sell us something here? Or you
No,
just-
I brought him here.
Okay.
I know why I brought him here, because I saw the applications that he did, and I thought that based upon where we're headed, remember I mentioned that we've got a renewal coming up with our contract in April.
I think I have this.
For our provider.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I have it. Thank you.
And he had some stuff that came off the shelf, so I thought.
Yes, I do.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I think.
So he had.
Well, I mean that question with respect. I'm not trying to disrespect one. I was just trying to.
I'm the one who asked him to come
Understand
up
what the motivation was.
And I asked,
Yeah,
I
but it's
asked Leslie to ask him.
Extremely good.
So I guess the main thing from my perspective was that I was asked at Southwest
Right.
to do a little deal, okay?
That's what I saw.
And so, working on that, he said, well, why don't we look at it? My big thing is, before the average producer spends a lot of money on software,
That's right.
you gotta get to know what's free out there.
Right.
And I mean, yeah, I'm using some software now, that works pretty well. But most of my data collection is really the big issue.
It's everybody. I
Anyway,
really
thank you,
like
Ray.
it.
Thank you very much.
Took that question in the right
No,
way.
that's fine, it's fine.
So,
No, it's not getting the data. It's getting doing what operations.
Okay, Leslie,
Yes.
market data info.
A couple meetings ago, I was asked to put together some information based on some year-end data for cattle going through the markets, in particular, looking at fall run this year compared to last, as well as if it was available, some information on the genders or classes of animals that were going through relative to last year. So I pulled together a few numbers just for you guys to look at. The first page there, as you can see, the cows and calves make up the bulk of the cattle that went through. This is a comparison by market and by group of animals that went through the markets in 16 compared to 17. If you look at that, those first couple of quadrants there, calves and cows, the biggest growth, Chinook, Glasgow, Miles City, for the most part, kind of makes sense given the drought conditions that we had and what we were expecting to see. And the calves, a pretty big growth there as well.
Define calf and then steer, heifer, so what, is the calf like just a steer or a heifer in the fall, and then a steer or a heifer in to the right and on the bottom?
Would be like
Meaning
yearlings.
like yearlings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions on the first page? It's kind of a lot of numbers, but it's
No, it's good information.
Yeah, it's interesting too.
Well, I guess I'm just surprised at the calf numbers increase.
Mm-hmm. And anecdotally, one of the things that I heard, and I don't know if this is the reason, but it would potentially account for some of it, was just that a lot of people didn't sell on contract, didn't sell in the country, they ended up going through the market. It was just the nature of that year due to a variety of conditions, including the drought. And that's one of the things that I heard, and this potentially reflects it. Yep, differences in
Or
prices.
they didn't have winter grazing or hay.
Potentially.
They went through the market.
What's the time frame on this? What's the date range?
January 1 through December 31st.
Of 17?
Of 16 and of
16
17.
and of 17.
Correct, calendar years. Okay, the next page. This is, I always like to look at destination. I always think that's kind of interesting. Did the animals go through the market and leave the state, or did they go through the market and have a Montana destination? It doesn't necessarily tell you exactly where they went, because they could have had a Montana destination followed by an out-of-state destination. You can't really get the whole picture until you look at the inspection data as well. But the only thing that is a little bit interesting on this part is within the cows group. You saw 15% overall growth from 16 to 17. But then if you look at where they went, there was a 17% growth in the ones who had a Montana destination versus an 11% growth in the cows who went to an out-of-state destination.
That is weird.
That's interesting.
The third page is specifically fall run, and note that the scales are pretty different on all of these. But as you would kind of expect with the droughts that we saw, October seemed to be the biggest jump from 16 to 17, both in cows and calves. In particular in calves, you saw a pretty big jump there. And then the last couple pages, because I think some of this points to questions about overall inventory in the state, and I can't provide any exact information because there isn't really a really great way, but you can look at some of the information. I think the best way to look at a little bit more complete picture as far as we're concerned is both with per capita and then when you combine local inspection and market sales, because you could have an increase in market sales and a decrease in local inspections. So if you only look at one, you're not really getting the whole picture. So this is just some historic data on both. You can see the 80s were kind of volatile.
That's a pretty fine example.
I remember those.
The fact that Montana's at full production. I mean, we're utilizing the grass we have.
Well, does that, I mean, I guess I'm surprised by how flat that is. From your, in a 10 or 12 year period of time, that's a pretty flat graph.
It's really flat.
Yeah.
I mean, then I'm not saying, I'm not gonna argue with the data, right? But that tells me, assuming that it's correct, which I don't even think that it isn't. Montana is at full production. We have the head count that this state can handle is in production.
And it's been there.
That's right.
The other thing that Leslie and I talked about too, though, if you took the bars off of that and you draw a line, you see almost a natural cycle also that occurs, and I can apply it back to some other work I did in the past. It's like when I looked at this and I told Leslie, I was like, well, I can see when feed prices skyrocketed. I can see herd reduction. Now I'm beginning to see herd expansion coming back, and within a couple of years I'll expect to see that roll back the other way.
To some degree, right?
Yeah, not
slightly.
much. Now it might kind of.
But Montana never does this.
No, we don't.
Just kind of go like this.
Yeah.
But the differential between markets and local is almost constant.
Yeah.
I mean.
And that ratio is pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of whether
basically the same amount in the markets, period.
That just really surprises me.
Yeah, when you look at it over that.
This is great to look at it. Okay.
And then the last one, again, pointing at overall inventory, just on a short time scale, I could probably get more long-term data here, but 2010 through 17, overall you have an 8% increase in per capita across the 7 years.
This is great to see.
Cattle per capita is increased 8%.
So, I have a question on the cows thing. Does this strike anybody as odd?
The what?
The cows. Where else do cows go? I mean.
As opposed to in-state versus out.
Yeah, I mean, well, most cows that sell are slaughter cows, right? Montana destination, what do they do? Keeping them and rebreeding them?
You're just using brand inspections to get that, correct?
That is only market data.
Market data.
That's only
So
market. It does not include any local inspection data.
Oh.
So if
those
people are
animals have
buying
gone through.
animals through the markets and putting together loads to go elsewhere.
I would say that this is drought related, the increase is drought related, right? Same with that.
I just think that's.
I bet if you went back to 50,
yeah.
Or that relationship's the same.
The same.
But this year it's gone up because of drought is what I'm saying.
I'd have bet my house on the fact
I just don't know what people do it. Maybe?
Okay.
Maybe that's.
Look at this.
There's a lot of cows that go on feed.
Yeah.
And get slaughtered later.
180.
Yeah.
No, 1.8 million. And you go back to here, and it's 2.6 million.
Lots of calves in there.
Yeah. Animals that are, so all those calves that go out before February 1st of the next year after they're born in the spring never show up in per capita.
Right.
Right.
So they're all calves.
Because they're only a step over 9 months, right?
Right.
Yeah, or they're,
Or
more
yeah.
than that.
Yearly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions for
That's good.
Leslie? That's
Yeah,
great.
thanks, Leslie.
Single character brands.
Yes.
For the lack thereof.
Lack thereof. Actually, there's not a lack thereof, and that's one of the things I wanted to show you guys. So there is, I'm hoping to get in contact with one person who was a little bit of a historian, a previous employee of the department. Still trying to get a hold of him, and if I find any other interesting information, I'll certainly bring that to you. But in the meantime, I guess I have just some general information about the single iron brands. As I've gone through old books and looked at new brands issued for other purposes, one of the things that I noticed is that you just see a decreasing number of single character brands that were issued as you go through time. And then as you get later in the years, in particular in cattle, really it was just shoulders. That was the only thing that was issued. And the reason for that is for our sake of argument, there's 26 letters in the alphabet. There's 6 positions on cattle. So how many single iron brands can you issue? Not very many. So this is a current listing of the single iron A brands.
that are already out there. And you get into, a few things that have like another little character with them, but they're for the most part just a single character. Here's C's. I just pulled a couple random samplings. There's quite a few pages here. And then there's S's, who's one of the bigger ones. We go from page 211 to page 243 of S's. So if you wanted to allow single iron brands to be issued, you could certainly do that, and I doubt we would issue very many because they're already all out there. I think, so my theory on what actually happened is a little bit less about making an official policy about single iron brands. It's similar to what we have going on right now with the 2 character brands. What our brand recorder tells people is it's very difficult to obtain a 2 character brand because we've already issued a lot of them. So it's hard to find one that's not already out there. When it was single characters, it was even more true because there were fewer options out there. So they started by saying, there aren't very many out there, you're probably not going to get one, they're difficult to obtain, there aren't any left, which turned into we don't issue them anymore because there aren't any left, which turned into we don't issue them anymore because it was easier to explain it that way. That's my theory on how this actually happened.
Questions for Leslie?
Thing that make you go.
So do I get my single iron brand on it?
Right.
Well, you just passed a policy at the last meeting that says no.
I want to check those S's though while you're doing it.
The comment I make is this is sort of the first step Leslie and I have been talking about. So the last board meeting, I don't want to tie it back to remember this is sort of information that was requested by the board. That's right. So we still have a lot of policy that we eventually plan to bring. That's why Leslie's trying to even get with some of our ex-employees or former employees to get some intelligence to pull in to help us understand how over time that developed. And I think on this one, that was the first one Leslie took a look at because it's the first one as one that you guys mentioned specifically in the last meeting. And it was interesting, and I'll state that I agree with Leslie's theory, that I think that's how it developed over time is as it got passed from one person to another, there's not many left, if any left, somehow became you can't have one, right? And the reality is I don't think that's the issue. It's just somebody's going to have to give up one before somebody can get it, and it's also going to have to not conflict out, which is going to be difficult with the number of them that are out there. Not conflicting with someone in an adjacent county is going to be hard. An issue we dealt with in the last week, and I told you we may have, the gentleman may come today and he may not. We'll see as we're getting towards the end here. But his issue was having a 2 character brand that had expired at the last re-record, and by now, you already have a conflicting 2 character brand in an adjacent county, and now had that brand not expired, it would continue on in existence. But because it did, now it conflicts out if you tried to reestablish that brand. So that's a lot of what we run into. But I think the more we can refine this, I do think it's important that we refine and be able to give people better answers and get away from the you can't do this to the finding something that's not going to conflict out is very, very difficult. And I guess we have to let them try and then tell them no, that won't work, no, that won't work. That's just the process you have to go through.
Is there any?
There'll come a point in time where 3 character brands are used up too, assuming.
Well, there's only so many permutations, right? I mean, it's a mathematical issue.
That's right.
Do we have any way of knowing how many single character brands are not used anymore, but they're registered? Is there any way of checking brands that aren't? Do we?
As in not used on cattle?
Not used.
Or not used on livestock?
Period. I mean, do we have? I mean, I guess, the reverse of what you just said is how many single character brands, or do we even go to where we know who uses them and who doesn't? We don't have.
The only way to do that would be to go through and reconcile with brand inspection data.
Yeah, I'm just curious, but we never do. We don't.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, if you did get to a point in the future where you were running very, very short and you needed to open things back up, we're not there yet, so I'll say that, and I'm saying that with the microphone more than people sitting in the room. We're not there yet, But it has entered my mind that you get to a point where one day you may have to look into that and say, if you've not reported any cattle for the last 20 years, you may not have a right to a brand anymore. And the reason for that being is that, I don't, as I like to joke, and it's a joke I say, and it's not very funny to anybody but me, but I don't go to BMV and ask for a license plate if I don't own a car. They're going to look at me kind of funny if I walk in and try to get a license plate and I have no vehicle to attach the registration to, right? Yeah. And so the question is, if somebody's gone a long, long period of time without paying per capita or ever having a brand inspection, meaning that would be 2 factors determined that they've not had any animals in 20 years, is at a point to where that brand is actually keeping people who are in the industry from being able to identify their animals. Something, I don't think we're there yet, but one day you could get there.
Okay, what's the rule relative to single iron brands that are issued? But let's just say we have a single iron brand issued in one county and it's in Plentywood. And I live in Madison County. Why can't I have that single iron brand in Madison County?
Because you could move to Plentywood.
Yeah, but you grant adjacency before, but I can't use it in Plentywood if I move.
Yes, you can. You would just have to change your county of range with the office, and
But I'd be in conflict.
it's one of the interesting.
Well, so you're saying that in their single issue brands here, and I'm just looking at the front page, right? They're all over the state of Montana, and I'm sure there's some that are adjacent.
More than likely,
But they
because a lot of
already
those
own
have
them.
probably moved.
But they already own them.
But they already own them. So not only do we not issue the single iron brand, we won't issue when there's no conflict.
So the way the process works, if you apply for a brand, there's a conflict check that's statewide,
Right.
and there's a regional conflict check for really similar
Right.
brands right around you. However, that doesn't mean that that brand isn't valid anywhere in the state. You could sell it to someone across the state, and there's no verification of a conflict check at that point.
No, but I'm talking about getting the right to take a single issue brand, because I think that's been part of it too.
That's what I tried to ask last time.
Right,
You can
that's what I
sell
thought.
them,
Yes.
and they can go anywhere in the state, but
Right.
if you want one, we
can't
tell
use
them no.
Right.
That's true.
That's because it's already personal property.
I
Well,
realize.
but only
Oh, I
in your
agree.
county.
Do you want
But
to
it-
mention that? Or?
It's a Montana brand.
It is personal property.
But it's only in your county.
Not legally.
What is it?
Anyway,
We
all right.
just not talk about that.
There's,
Great.
yeah.
You
We
just
got
need
more
to go
time.
down that list and find the people that you might contact to be able to buy that brand from.
No, I want to get it in my county because they live in Weebo.
That's right.
Okay, anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay, any other
If
questions
it
for
doesn't
Leslie?
conflict out, you can get it.
No,
No, they won't
No.
even try.
We don't, yeah, no.
even if there's no, that's the point I was trying to get at. If there is no conflict, they still won't issue.
So let me ask this question.
It will conflict out.
If we go through everything and a given brand has not paid per capita for X amount of time, then is that brand valid?
Sure.
Because they're not
Because
paying
they
per
are.
capita. They're not paying per capita, and if they're not paying per
You
capita, maybe they don't have
Maybe they
livestock.
sold their cattle.
Isn't that a difference between personal property of livestock and personal property of the brand? You can own livestock and not brand them.
Well, and that's one of the questions that we've come up with before about ownership of the brand, and we have caused brands to become a valuable property, and is that something we're supposed to do?
Well, you pay for brands and then you pay per capita. So at any rate, it'll probably, I don't know what year it'll be, but it'll come back up.
Without a doubt.
All right,
Thank
great,
you.
thank you, Leslie. Okay, comments from the public on non-agenda items. Great.
It's our only taker today. Oh, no.
So thanks for allowing me to speak here. I spoke to Mike late yesterday.
And please identify who your me is.
Yeah, my name is James Budd from Alpacas of Montana in Bozeman.
Okay.
We are the largest alpaca textile company in the country, and we are also the largest-ish farm of alpacas in Montana. There might be somebody up north that has a few more, but relatively speaking. So again, I spoke to Mike late last night because I got my tax form and I wanted to speak about taxes. Now I gotta preface this, everything that I say, to clearly let you know that I am not at all an anti-tax person. I believe in paying taxes, and I can prove that because I think I'm one of only about 20% of the whole state who actually pay livestock tax, who have livestock, including cows, goats, horses, pigs, and such. I think that that number is, especially in folks that have 1 or 2 horses, 5 or 6, friendly cows, and goats running around. I don't think that that payoff is as high as those numbers show, just by the folks that I know in my region and have spoke to about it. So, again, my issue is not I don't want to pay taxes. My issue is that I don't think that anybody should pay taxes, and I don't argue where the taxes go. My huge argument is the percentile of which alpacas and llamas do have to pay compared to all of the livestock. I think that the matrix that was used at some point to come up with the $9.73 per animal was made back in the day when alpacas were selling for $50,000 a piece. And I will tell you clearly here and now that alpacas no longer sell for $50,000 a piece on average. Now, much like a prize horse or a prize cow, bull, or whatever, there are the outliers, but statistically, it's less than 2%. So, because I'm in such extremely short notice, I will have a printout for you guys in September if I can get on the agenda to speak more clearly, consistently, and honestly with true numbers in front of us. So bear with me because we're talking hours, not days, weeks, or months that I had to prepare for this. So getting back to the raw numbers. Okay, so alpacas and llamas, $9.73 per head. That sheep and cows, 54 cents per head. That's 18 times higher that I have to pay than Joe Sheep or Joe Goat Guy has to pay, which I don't think is completely fair at all. I don't understand the matrix that was taking place, but I do believe it was set on the facts that alpacas were at one time very few and far between and worth a lot of money, and considered more of a exotic animal than they are today. So basically, sheep and goats pay 5.5% of the cost that I do in taxes, which I don't see clearly. So let's talk about some other raw numbers, and then that'll pretty much be it for me. Okay, so the New England Fiber Co-op, at best, sells for $3 a pound for alpaca fiber. Back in the day, I sold it for about $13 a pound. That's not so anymore. Alpaca Coalition, which is a conglomerate again of the whole country, sells about $1.75 per pound to $3.50 per pound. So the reason why I'm bringing these numbers up is to let you know that whatever people think about how much alpacas are worth and how much we're making is not the reality of today. We took a hit with the economy just like every other industry did. And my average sale on an alpaca back in the day in Montana was about $17,000 for one alpaca. That same alpaca today in Montana, and by the way, that alpaca elsewhere, the East Coast, West Coast, that same alpaca back in the day, so we're talking 12 years ago-ish, they would be able to flip my animal for $25,000, $28,000, $30,000. So that's the numbers that I think that somebody was using to come up with exactly how much we're going to get taxed. So the average sheep per pound of fiber, they get $1.45, again, compared to my alpaca cost that I can sell it for, which we don't. We turn ours into fiber, but if I were to sell it. Again, sheep, $1.45, alpaca, $3.50 at tops, okay? So again, there's the outliers, there is the exceptional animal that sells to another country for a whole lot more, but we're talking realistic textile numbers. So the processing is much more as well. Sheep processing is about $15 to $18 a pound. Alpaca is $30 to $38 a pound. That's to fully process the fiber in so that I can make my clothing that you guys buy. So we're getting hit kind of from all different directions trying to have a real life business in this state. So we right now we're up to about 215 alpacas. We're having to buy alpaca from all over the world now because we go through about 250,000 pounds a year. So there's not that much fiber in the U.S. and there's no scouring mill in the U.S. to deal with alpaca fiber. So I have to buy it from all over. My animal truly today is worth cut myself off, I apologize. My animal today is, compared to what it was worth before, my average sale of an animal is hundreds of dollars compared to thousands and thousands and, $18,000, $14,000, $12,000. So my profit margins don't justify that cost. The bigger picture, okay, so that's my beef, personal beef. What we are trying to accomplish in the alpaca industry is to be competitive with sheep wool. We outperform it in every way: warmer, stronger, softer, wicks away moisture at an 85% higher rate. The problem is that fifth largest lobbyist in the U.S. is sheep lobbyists, and they don't like alpaca people. And so we are, it's true, and I have to deal with them every day.
Is that why LaFelt's not here today?
Yeah, that's right.
Did you call him?
Yeah, no, I wish he was here. I love talking to sheep people because I win the argument every time. But the goal is that we are looking as an industry to be competitive in the world with a higher performing fiber than sheep wool. The only way that we can do that is if we get our legs back and quit getting our legs taken out from underneath us every step of the way, starting with state, federal, and commercial level processing. I think this is an unjustifiable number of $9.73 per head. I don't see at all where it falls into the reality of me to be a successful business, but we are trying to find a place. They're doing it, getting ready to open up a farm in Colorado. We're working with the Crow Indian Reservation right now on putting together a business plan for them to grow quinoa and raise alpaca using alpaca as a cover crop, because alpaca has the highest level of NPK of any natural fertilizer in the world. So it's a great cover crop as well. That's right. We make a poop load of money off the poop.
Where's Lewis when we need him?
Right. So I'm hitting on all the topics I see. So, but the problem is that if we were to bring in, whether it's on the Crow, whether it's somewhere on the eastern plains, whether it's up on the Highline that we're looking at, I don't mean we as alpacas of Montana. I mean we as a alpaca organization nationwide. There's a few places in this country where it can still handle large volume alpacas because they're easy on the ground, hoof-wise, and they don't eat very much compared to a sheep or a cow or a goat. But Montana's one of them. One of the obstacles that we have reached when we write out our business plan and look at our true obstacles is this tax. So if we have, me with 100 whatever alpacas, 200 alpacas, 50 alpacas, whatever it ends up being, compared to thousands and thousands and thousands that this industry needs, and that I personally need for my business to be successful, to create more jobs in this state, and to create more jobs in this country through the mills, and to be able to move that scouring mill to Montana that we don't have anywhere in this country, and to move workers that know how to work a sock knitting machine, a felting machine. None of that can happen if that tax stays anywhere close to 973. It's not competitive to anything, anywhere, anytime. Now, they may still be doing that somewhere on the East Coast, some of those farms. I don't know that. But I will say, for any of the things that I said to be successful for an alpaca, a real alpaca industry in the state, which is no reason why it can't happen, and there's no reason why we can't create jobs, it cannot happen at $9.73. So what I'm asking of you guys to hear me out, think for the next 9 months, until I hopefully get the opportunity to get onto the agenda to bring some real live paperwork, some testimonials, some letters saying, back up what I'm trying to convey to you folks. So that's pretty much all I have to say about that. If you guys have any questions, someone give me just one question, I'd appreciate it. Mike, go ahead.
Okay, question, but before you get to there, timing-wise, you should probably shoot for August.
Yeah.
Because if you get here in September, it might be too late. So
I thought that you said September.
Well, we set it in September, October timeframe, but you should get here with your data before that in August sometime.
Is there
July?
There'll be a board meeting somewhere in July, August.
We have one every 2 weeks.
Usually there's an August.
I thought you guys just show up every once in a while.
Usually there's an August board meeting.
Okay, I apologize for not knowing that. That sounds great. I appreciate that.
It's all right. No big
August is
deal.
great.
And the timeline he's working off of is, as I shared with him yesterday, that, when was the next time that the board would consider fees, and we would need that information before then. So.
Well, does anybody have any suggestions on information that would be useful to you to help you determine that this $9.73 is crazy, whacked out, too high?
Well, I use the
Question
data.
first.
Go ahead.
How long have you been in the state?
How long have I been in this state?
Well, how long have
23
you
years.
been raising llamas in the state?
We raise alpacas, and we've been doing it for 12 years. And we're one of the longest ones that have made it through the recession.
So, have you been paying per capita all the time?
We have.
And this is the first time you've questioned it?
No, it's not. I've always questioned it. And I've also made phone calls in the past to, I think, whoever was in Mike's position before. I have no idea who that was. Last year, 2 years ago. And I questioned them on this, and it was like, well, nothing we can do. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so I would put together the kind of data that you already used here, and get it to Mike, and if he wants the supplemental data, then he can ask you for it.
Any idea when the board started taxing?
How we got that.
Yeah, it's.
Does anybody know?
And one of the things we may want to take a look at this year, this issue notwithstanding, I mean, recently Evan dealt with a person who has a yak in the state and was wondering, well, I need to report my yak, but where do I report it? And so, well, and some of the things that's confusing is that they would compare their yak to cattle, right, in terms of from a business standpoint, and feel that that's an associated fee. But do you have people count yaks as cattle, or and then you look at our domestic ungulate category, which is so high, but it's so high because it's tied to that specialty alternative livestock intense managed program, that program that's phasing out, and so that's, but it is there. Notwithstanding, there is a lot of confusion from people who are not in cattle, sheep, horses, swine, or poultry. Those are pretty straightforward. Bison's pretty, domestic bison is pretty straightforward as well. But anyone who's doing anything outside of that, either there's lots of questions about, for some species, where should I report, and then questions about what the fee is. But I would say, and that's where we need, and that's where, as I shared with Mr. Budd yesterday, where we need his intelligence, because I will admit readily that I don't understand the alpaca business. I don't understand what their profit per animal is. But I would need to see some of those figures to understand, how the tax rate, as I think I shared the exact example with him. If I saw figures that showed me his profit was $11 per animal and he was giving 9 of it back to the state, that means something to me. And I think it would mean something to all of you.
Yeah, I think the issue in the end, if you look at it to the history of what's taken place, Montana used to have a business inventory tax, and it used all these assessments took place at the county level. And then when they rearranged all that, it moved on up to the state level, away from the county. So your data that you put together would be helpful.
I think it's what happens.
I'm not sure it's a matter of what your profitability is as much as it is what your values are.
And the reason I was bringing up the alternative livestock and the question we got the other day is because when I'm trying to classify yak in the course of the list we have, it is a domestic animal and it's an ungulate, but it's not part of that alternative livestock program. And so that might be that question that Evan Waters received the other day, even for this upcoming fall, made me wonder when we think about the reporting form, should we have a separate category that picks up the things we haven't thought of, that also separates out the fact that we do have to because there is a reason behind the high per capita for alternative livestock. It's because of that program that we've been operating, and that was the other thing that I shared with people who asked me about per capita. You do have to equate in that there is some species have subsidization of their work by the department, not subsidization to the producer, but the fact that cattle, for instance, we get outside money from the federal government and others that sort of offset some of our expense with that. So if you think about it in that cost perspective, some of that gets offset, and some species there is no additional money to handle if there's a disease issue or something that we have to work with that takes time and labor. I don't think that's what went into the llamas and alpacas, but There's probably,
There had to have been some reason that they said it
Right.
when
It was
they did,
probably
10 years
value.
ago, 20
Yeah.
years ago, 50 years ago. I'd like to know what that reasoning is.
Yeah, that's what
And
I think.
maybe there's some research we can do to get that. If you can come with whatever.
And why are bees 41 cents and sheep are 54? Makes no sense to me.
Well, the bees are not 41 cent per individual bee. That's a slat. 41
thank
cents a
you.
slat.
In any event, it'll all get teed up in the August, September time.
I thought the bee people were out of it.
No,
No.
we still have honey.
No,
Okay, and we'll deal with the yak when the yak
Yeah.
attack is
When they
over.
show up.
And I think that I don't think that there was any representation on the alpaca llama side ever in this state to help support, and it always.
That may or may not be a true statement, because I mean, I remember my dad had llamas clear back in the 70s.
No, I'm not saying that they weren't here. I'm saying that I doubt anybody was standing here talking to you people.
But maybe.
Well, in those days, we didn't do it.
The county.
Counties.
Well, I've been, I've worked with.
County assessors did it.
I work with the folks that are now retired from the alpaca and llama industry on a daily basis, and in partners, and have been in the past, and I've contacted all of them, and it was like, I don't know about the tax situation. Sure.
Can't say that I blame them.
Yeah, all right, thank you, people, I
You
very
bet,
much
thank you
appreciate it.
very
Mike,
much.
thanks for the short notice, I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay, other, yes.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. I am Jan Parker, and I'm the horse sale manager at Billings Livestock Commission. I've been the horse sale manager there since 1998, when brand inspections were $3 in and $3 out, and they went to 6. Now they're 10 in and 10 out, and last year we sold right at 6,000 head of horses through Billings Livestock. I was told by our brand office, excuse me, that MC 818263 was going to now be enforced. That this was a law or rule that has been on the books since the 70s, but is now going to be enforced, and it is the 30-day rule on duties when ownership is in doubt. So, breaking this down is, when horses come into the horse sale, and they're coming from non-brand areas, their health certificate or paperwork shows who is the ownership of that livestock and who gets paid for that livestock. What happens is horses come to our sales from many, many states that do not have brand laws or inspection areas, and that money is held, and for them to prove that within the 30 days before you are now going to enforce this, where the money has to go to Helena, for those people to prove their ownership, many times it's going to take more than 30 days for them, 1, to get notification that their money's been held on the sale of their livestock, 2, to get a hold of the people that can change it up there and at the brand office, and then if they have to run up to Helena or show whatever, I understand not run up to Helena physically, but chase it down in Helena to get their money, how long before they get their money after the sale of their horse? And just like Mike talked about, it is business. I mean, we have worked hard to make this the largest horse sale in the United States, and it is. It's the largest monthly catalog horse sale in the U.S., and we're lucky it's right here in Montana. And we reap the rewards from that, but it's business. And usually it's on our higher end horses that are held up. There are people who sent somebody else with their horse and said, you know what, I know I gave $40,000 for this horse, but turn it into money, bring my money back when you come. And we're just making it hard with this 30-day rule for them to clear that up. I have some statistics from our brand office there at Billings Livestock. On the average, after a horse sale, and they're monthly, with the exception of the month of December, so 11 sales, on Monday morning, when she prints the hold sheets, on average, 40 different horses, 40 different checks held up. And that is not counting what has been cleared since that got started, since the day the horse sale started, or Friday, when people have heard, oh, we came from Iowa, we didn't know about that, and went over to the brand office and changed it. They told me that it was anywhere from 5 to 30 head get cleared up before the end of the sale. So I understand that it is a MCA, it's a code, it's you all really can't do much about it. I just want you to be aware of it And if we can make a change to where it is more workable, better business, I would like for you to be in support of it.
Any questions?
How much do you advertise their need for the health certificate, proof of ownership, etc., in order to meet the code?
Okay. In the 20 years and the monthly horse sales, like 260 of them, we have sent a letter approximately 10 days prior to that month's event asking them to bring all the proper documentation. From the correct statements on those health certificates, because every state has different regulation, our state has strict regulation, and telling them that they need to call and get their permit to bring their horses, that our Coggins tests or EIA tests are 12 months and not 6 months. We send it out. It doesn't get to those high-end people because somebody else is doing it for them. And those are the people whose money's held up. Majority. So yeah, we try. With the exception of calling every one of them, or calling those 40 people on Monday, I don't know how to better do it unless we had a little more time and it would take care of itself. Because like I said when I began, this has been there, they said, since the 70s, but is just now being enforced. They just walked into my office and said, that money after 30 days is going up to Helena. And I had like this little mini meltdown, and I am Googling Department of Livestock, and I find Leslie. And I said, Leslie, what am I going to do about this? You get me on that agenda. She goes, it's an MCA deal, Jan. You can make them aware of it. You can let them know. But you guys, it goes back to business. We have busted butt to make this the best and the biggest horse sale in the United States. We got it. We just got to take care of it. I mean, your customers get upset with you anyway over things you can't control. This is something that we can control.
History that says it was amended, that the last time it was dealt with was 2009's legislature.
I didn't know about it. I went off what Leslie told me.
Yeah, so I don't know what's been enforced or what hasn't been enforced, but we're stuck with it till the next session.
Right.
I don't think the 30 days has changed since it was created.
I don't know, I'm just saying it was considered by the legislature in 2009.
Yeah, and the challenge is, and I'll state that, and I think Jan's probably heard that from Leslie, and I'll say it also, is that it's one of those things you find in a staff turnover, and you have a new employee come in behind another employee. They find out what was being adhered to and what was not. The challenge with not following it, obviously, is one of audit, because if in a financial audit you were found to not be getting these proceeds into your account, that could lead to a financial audit finding for the department. So that's why we had to take, once we were aware of it, we had to take corrective action to make sure of that. But I think it's duly noted there's a legislative change. I guess the question, as we've talked about, it would be the board. The board, would have to at some point, when they think about what changes they want to execute from the department, but also as a private citizen, there's the opportunity to reach out to legislators in your area and have them carry the bill in that way as well to make a change to this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jan, for being here.
Just go for clarity, you're asking us to support it. Mike, you should speak to the department's ability to support or not support bills, just so she knows that she's here.
Yeah, certainly. The department can put forward legislation, and if it does, that legislation has to be approved by the governor. Once the governor approves of that and it gets written, then the department can give it full-throated support at the legislature, can lobby for it. If it's a bill that comes in from the outside, so it comes in from one of the legislators, so if you approach your local legislator and they bring it forward, then it has to go through a process for the governor to give a position to the department, because we have to follow the executive branch. And so the governor would have to support it. Once the governor did, and if the governor supported it, then obviously the department, the board, and our staff who work at the legislature can lobby for the bill. or
That
city
doesn't
in
stop
favor.
the department, though, from providing information and
Certainly.
history and issues that surround it, so it's.
Yes,
when you
yes.
get down
Otherwise,
to
all
that,
we can provide is factual
unless it's,
information.
yeah, unless it's.
And I wanted to tell Jan, this is not the first brand health check issue we've had, and it was in Miles City, and there was a big hoopla because it was a turnover in staff, and they started doing things differently and by the law, and finally, Miles City had this big sign printed right where you unload. So I think they'd gone through so much, and so had all of us, that told people exactly, you know, this is gonna be, you have to have proof or your check will be held. You know, this is how it is, and that's the way it's gonna be as per the brand office. So sometimes just notifying people up front, it helped there anyway, so.
Thank you. Most of the issues, the biggest issues, are the bigger money type horses that have helped build us that are brought there by somebody else. And that somebody else is the one who gets the notice saying, hey, I sent my horse to Billings and I'm not getting paid, and now I gotta call Helena? It's just one of those little trip up things about doing business. And all it has to do is be changed from 30 days to 45 or 30 days to 60. Just make it better for the customer. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Jan, very much.
Thank you for
Hey,
driving up for all that way.
Thanks for being all,
10 minutes.
coming all this way.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Well, it's important to me. Important to my
And
customers.
some of us
It
have
is.
been to your sale before. It's a great one. Okay, any further speakers? Seeing none. Next agenda item is set next board meeting date. Recommended dates are what?
What does red mean? What are the red circles and diamonds? Oh, here we go, sorry. That's a good one.
Yeah, we do have one holiday in February,
that?
President's Day. When's
Oh.
that this year? When's that
19th.
fall?
The 19th.
One of the things to keep in mind is this morning, Rob advised that the hearing's going to take place on January 30th. I can't speculate. I can't imagine it'll take more than 2 weeks, but it could, to get a result back from the hearings officer that handles that for you to work through with Jeff. But obviously there's a timing issue there. You don't want to sit on that very long. So I would say somewhere, unfortunately, I know some of you might like to skip February, but because of everything going on, but there may be a need to pull together in February, third week or something.
Yeah, I'm almost have to, because arbitration will be coming up as well. So I think we better plan out, because our budget problem is not going away.
No.
And we're going to have to resolve it.
Let's set the date.
Nothing else. So let's look at board meeting dates in February.
He said at least 3 weeks, right? He kind of
Yeah,
suggested.
he kind of suggests that, and the 19th is a holiday that week, somewhere in there. If that's the third week or so of February, that should give you plenty of time to get something back from the hearings officer, hopefully.
Doesn't matter to me.
What day is the 22nd, Thursday?
Thursday.
I can't do the 22nd.
21st? 20th?
Did you make the
I can do it anytime.
The day after the holiday may not be good.
Right, so.
Because
What day is the holiday?
19th is the holiday, so how about the 21st, that's a Wednesday?
21st on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Shoot for that.
Just so, I'm laying bulls off test that we can get the catalogs ready, so I'll try.
All right, let's see what 21st does for the moment. And if we have to change it, we'll change it. Any other business to come before the board? Now, is there a motion to adjourn?
So I won't have to check it.
Second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Good job, John.
I will get back with you, Finance Committee, concerning possible options after I talk to Mike. So I don't think there's any reason to stay today and jaw on it. We'll just look at the options and see. And Lyle, thanks for coming for the board meeting.